Well, also
that often.
perhaps just the topic of the shape of the Earth is also just incredibly heated. It's like one of the most charged topics.
Did Bindi do his thing today?
I think he said he was taking this week off.
Man, this is the week I was gonna, bust out a guitar solo. What a shame.
Nice, dude.
Guess I'll have to save it for later.
You got dead air. Let's hear it.
One other thing I was going to say just on that last topic I wanted to say I was thinking of is I was going to mention this to Platypus as well if you're still listening. But like I went to a grad school, and within that graduate school, I have a lot of friends and colleagues. It's such a unique kind of. It's not really a. It's a very unique program to where it's really more like a tribe, and there's so much like the spirituality and everything like within that community. Just going back to like ancient cosmologies and so many deep like divinatory practices and so on. So it's really more than just like it's not really the style of it's not necessarily. It is actually a fully accredited school, so it's mainstream in that way, but it's not really a mainstream type program. Nonetheless, like in that community, I mean, when we get together, we have all kinds of talks, deep philosophical talks, and sometimes even, there are disagreements, but instead of ever attacking the person, we're always just actually talking about the ideas. And then the thing is, there's so much emotional awareness within that community because so many of those people have done their own work on themselves, like meditation, yoga, psychedelic medicines, like entheogenic plant medicines. So they're aware of like their own projections and their own, their own process emotionally, to where even if they did get triggered by someone, they would likely be able to kind of, be self-reflective on that and then not actually get into a screaming, yelling thing or a name calling thing. And in that community, like the most amazing conversations can happen because of that. Cause you've got this like energy where there's like a mutual respect, and then the ideas can really be brought to bear. Because once all that the respect is there and there's not all the ego triggering, then the ideas can actually be brought in and can be slowly worked through. And then the audience or whoever's listening can be able to really fully integrate them and actually hear the points being made. So in that way, it's like the cleanest environment for actual like truth to be, revealed or to kind of come through. But anyways, I'm just saying like that community in a way is like, I guess I just see that structure as being the most productive. Like when, so I think, whereas like in that type of environment, like a graduate school type thing, like you don't see people doing any of this stuff. Like you don't see them yelling at each other, screaming, calling each other 10-year-olds. Like you don't get into any of that. Like there's no insults and berating and, all that kind of stuff, because they're on one level, they would see that as just like not even like a mature, respectable way to be. And they know they're not going to be respected by their peers and by others if they're doing that stuff. So unfortunately, like in this community, I think that there's folks that will do that. And then they kind of, I guess, always somehow have a microphone to do so, or not always, but, I think like Jeremy said, I think it's only like 10% on this server, 90% it's been pretty smooth. Whereas other servers, it might be, different. But it still happens. And I haven't even invited a lot of those people from my graduate school to this platform simply because like, yeah, it doesn't seem like we have it quite to a point yet where if, I think a lot of them would probably just be turned off if they hear people screaming and yelling. So And that's why I think like collegiate environments, like graduate schools and things like that, I think that's why there is a core principle around like civility and mutual respect so that the ideas can be brought to bear. And that's when real, I think, learning or education actually happens, is when that's the case. And of course, like schoolrooms across the country, in terms of like elementary, middle school, they're dealing with that too. Like kids that are trolling and being crazy.
Well, you want to keep people calm enough to discuss the topics. And when, people like, say Rumpus or whoever come in here saying, you're utter moron, trying to shame people into compliance, that's not an intellectual atmosphere. We should be talking about the topics, not going ad hom on each other, because that makes people unable to think. They just get emotional and stop being rational.
I totally agree. So what should we do to solve that, Lemon? Should we just use the warnings more? Just give people warnings and let it, because the warning system on this server kind of works itself out in that way. Like if they keep doing it, after 10 warnings, after the 11th one, they're limited for like 24 hours. And after the 12th one, 48 hours. And each warning above that just keeps increasing 24 hours. Because I guess if Platypus had kind of brought this up, and I find that I often will do it verbally, like mute someone and jump in and say it verbally. But then it's like, it ends up being a lot of doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like then we end up doing that half the time.
That sounds like a good policy. I mean, ultimately, if they're not willing to address their behavior and they're saying basically that I'm comfortable acting this way, okay, well, then they're going to get more and more heavily modded.
Can you tell us what warrants a warning? Exactly.
I mean, essentially like the server guidelines, which is at the top of the server. It should be like the second channel down from the top. There's the welcome and then the server guidelines. It was the thing that you typed agree to when you first came into the server. So yeah, basically I was pretty detailed on that. So anything on there could be warranted for a warning. But the thing is that the way the moderation is that each moderator kind of chooses what they decide to do, so I think some moderators are probably more strict than others, but I think in general we're probably pretty lenient overall. But yeah, I would say I suppose anything on that server guidelines list. I mean, a lot of people like Godric, I can't imagine you ever even getting a warning. Like every time I've ever heard you speak, you're kind, you're respectful, you don't interrupt, you don't overtalk, you're never rude. I've never heard you insult anyone. You always stick to the knowledge. You don't even do the one of like forcing, like one of the server guidelines is not like forcing one's worldview onto another, like forcing it or whatever. You don't do that. Like you're literally like, and a lot of people are, I mean, there are a lot that like, would never sort of get a warning in that sense. But I'm just sort of pointing out that like, yeah, it's just awesome. So it's just, a lot of us are able to do it without a problem. I think it's just
Thank
some
you.
that,
I
some that
appreciate
do
that.
it
Thank
chronically.
you.
Yeah, man. I appreciate you and I appreciate your contributions, and I always love listening and learning to what you're sharing, and it's awesome.
Well, what's the rule that's been broken the most lately?
You're breaking it right now. I'm just fucking with ya.
With y'all.
With y'all. Hey, Sin. Fancy to see you in here.
Fancy seeing you here. making your rounds.
Yeah, pretty much.
Are you guys in the saloon?
Something like that, yeah. We're pretty much in all the Flat Earth servers, so making rounds, yes.
We're keeping
I
tabs on the
bumped
pulse.
into him in all of them. Even the Glober. The
Yeah,
Glober
you're
servers.
kind of following me, man. I'm getting paranoid. What's going on?
Yeah.
Anything you want to tell me?
Pub
Yeah.
crawl.
Can you consider that as stalking, maybe? I would.
I feel like you're about to confess your undying love. And I'm prepared.
I'm not into confessing. That's something you would do, if you know what I mean. If we're talking about confession, no, I'd rather not.
I heard a rumor the other day, Egypt.
Just rumors.
The rumor was you wouldn't know curvature even if you saw it.
Yeah, they even got a recording of it. Them fucking Glovers.
You wouldn't know curvature if you measured it?
There's a clip going around of Egypt boldly declaring the Earth to be a globe.
Yeah, I heard it. It wasn't so much of a confession. See, these Globers are sneaky.
They are sneaky, man. They got a whole bunch of clips of me.
If only that clip went on for a few seconds more. But then again.
Then they wouldn't share it. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's pretty quiet.
A little too quiet.
I hope it's the quiet before the storm, if any. I'm waiting for one.
Rumpus. Yeah, I think with regards to the debating on this channel, the timing between Brendan's abruptly stopping doing his show and myself getting an invite to this server was very close. So I'm sure there were lots of people who were used to one style of tactic or debate, and then coming over to here.
Did Brendan stop?
Oh,
He's just
it
on a
hasn't
little bit of a.
resumed.
He's just on a little bit of a break. He'll be back eventually. He told me. I haven't talked to him in a while, so I don't know, bro.
Yeah, Whitesword. I mean, I've been working on this platform for many years, even before I was really involved with Brandon's, because I was on Ranty's server originally, way back. I was just on there, but I never used it. And then once Brandon started doing the show, I started listening a lot more, and then going on the Discord. And yeah, we were hanging out there like in the after show quite a bit there for a couple months. So I hear what you're saying there. Like we were hanging out there. But a lot of the people on this server are kind of from all different servers. Like there's a lot that are from 24/7 or from Gems or from Betty's, different servers, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, basically I just launched this one, sent out the invites to people and stuff. And then it seemed like after that, Brandon stopped doing his show. So that was the order of it. And I to this day, I'm not sure why. I don't know exactly. I haven't talked to him directly, and then I've only kind of heard from Jeremy. So I don't really know why he stopped, or whether he's just taking a break. Or the last DM he sent to me, like I had DM'd him a link to this server, and he was like, "Cool, man, looks awesome. I'll come check it out." That's the last thing I've heard from him. And then other than that, I've only heard from Jeremy. So yeah, I'm just saying like that's kind of how it happened, is that I had been working on this for a long time and then launched it. And then, yeah, I'm not sure why he stopped. But I'm curious to know, or whether he's just taking a break but.
Yeah, I don't think there's any connection. I was just bringing up the point that there might have been a few people from that server with nowhere to go, and might be bringing that style of discussion into this one. That's all.
Well, I mean, honestly, that's the environment we're all used to. Is this very hostile, loud, environment. And almost anywhere you go, there are a couple exceptions. Like Bev server is very calm. There's not a lot of that over there. But most of the places, it is a little, hectic, chaotic, the name calling and all that.
Yeah, I mean, for a while there on Brandon's, it was getting bad. Yeah, just some of these guys. Yeah, it was like getting near similar to Gems, which I messaged Brandon and I kind of told him that, and he seemed to not mind that. I guess I think he's more into that kind of stuff, or he seemed okay with it, because I was sort of surprised, because he had given me the mod role, and then I was kind of telling him, I was like, dude, like there's so much toxicity here. Like, remember that text chat on there? Like, Jeremy, remember you said like you wouldn't even go close to it? Like, it was bad. I mean, it was just like that text chat was just every other
Dude,
word.
I'm telling
was
you right
just...
now. I used to hang out in a text chat in 24/7 before I realized voice was like this big thing and how good voice chat was. So I would be in a text chat and there was just tons of fucking trolls. It was toxic. And then just anywhere you go in this whole arena, well, not anywhere, but a lot of places you go, the text chat is just full of trolls. Like, I won't even go near text chat. If you make me go mod a text chat, I'm going to go into this not being happy right off the rip. So don't expect anything good to happen if you try to have me go mod a text chat.
Mic check. What's going on, everyone?
Yo, what's up,
Loud and clear,
Matrix?
mate.
Does the mic sound like shit today, or it sound better? Because I'm in the same hallway, man.
It
Yeah,
sounds
you're in the
better than
toilet this
yesterday.
time.
It's better than yesterday, but that's not saying much. We can hear you, though.
Jeremy,
What's up?
Oh man, no, it's all good. It's all good.
Well, I think
Yeah, I
one,
used
like
to.
at the core of this topic, I feel, if I had to say down to the core, it's not really about any individual person. I mean, everyone is who they are, grew up in the family they grew up in. Ultimately, I have compassion and respect for everyone. Like, I understand people are coming from different places and have different life journeys and things that they're dealing with. So I have understanding for that. But I think like at the core level, I see it as, if we have peaceful, calm, civil discussions, that's when like truth can be shared, knowledge can be brought, transformations can happen. Like that's where like I think it's the most productive, or can be the most productive, when there's actually knowledge and it being exchanged. Whereas the tendency for the shit show thing, the insult, name calling, I feel like in a way, folks that are doing that, whether they're doing it consciously or unconsciously, they're trying to, in some cases, and I'm not speaking for everyone, but I see a certain part of that to where they're trying to kind of destroy any quality productive convo, because if they can keep it in the name calling, insults, like they can keep it in that, then they keep it looking unprofessional. They keep people emotionally triggered. They keep people pissed off and angry, and frustrated, rather than like productive and actually having some kind of forward movement. So I think in a way, it's almost like the dark side kind of attacking, the actual potential for the discussions that are here.
I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're doing it intentionally, because it's more productive for us to have a build like we usually do. Different ideas, different topics. I think that is more dangerous to them than just debating these stupid statistics and these fucking fake facts. Because when we actually have ideas and build, we can actually understand things better, understand things from different perspectives, different points of view, which is important in building. You know what I'm saying? This is what I think they're trying to stop, the actual conversation itself.
Exactly. That's it. They're trying to stop the actual conversation, because they know that, yeah, when humans come together, we can become stronger. The truth can come through. knowledge, all of that can happen. And also even just stronger like bonds between each other. They know that if we're all pissed off at each other and hate each other and triggered and angry and mad, that it's going to keep us more divided.
I mean, just think about it, right? We talk more about actual science over here than I guarantee you any scientific community. We voluntarily, from our own free will, come on these debates and these channels and just talk science shit the whole day. And we've been doing this shit for 6 years. These people, these scientists, unless you pay them, they can't put them all in the room to have conversations about, you know, different topics and things. They won't do that. So we might come up with any actual truth, with more truth than they would ever, because they clock out after, you know, 8 or 6 hours. We're in this bitch. Some of us be on here 24/7.
Hey, how's my mic? Can you hear me?
Sounds like ass. Where you go, bro?
It's all right.
Yeah, I'm not inside anymore, but I made an interesting observation over the last few years. And I got a simple line of questioning. Where is the most flat earth discussion happening in the world?
Oh, shit, on the internet.
YouTube, maybe?
YouTube.
I would say
the
either
internet,
Discord or YouTube.
Discord or YouTube.
Actual discussions where like people are live and actually in the moment, I would say Discord hands down, because there's virtually none of that happening anywhere else, at least online. In person maybe. I guess there's like some YouTube where they'll have a panel or whatever, but most of the YouTube stuff is like videos or like shows. So I would say there's obviously like more shows in that way, but actual human to human discussions, I would say Discord is virtually all of it. Well, almost. I mean, there's some happening, but yeah, I would say most of it in terms of actual the discussion.
You guys have any luck? You guys have any luck with the Discord algorithm? Like when you guys search something, does it actually come out?
I don't know what you mean by that, but
Like if you want to search a different community, let's say flat earthers, right? Every time I try to look at like find more channels on Discord, anything that I put is always like shadow banned. Like unless I put some dumb shit like gaming or something, like anything else, like anything real sciencey, it does nothing comes out.
Well, the one point I just wanted to make out is we're living in unprecedented times. You all know what I'm talking about. And to go against this narrative that we are under right now is social and economic suicide. Okay? You can't go to work. You can barely even go to a grocery store if you're not playing ball. And the media, whoever's in charge of this mouthpiece, thought the best way to get people on board, aside from all these other topics, was, I'm just going to quote, God, I can't remember this dude's name, but he basically said something like, called somebody a horse dewormer taking flat earther. Just let that sink in for a second. I don't know.
What was that? I didn't hear what you said. What was that you said?
They're equating people that are going against the current narrative of what's going on in the world with flat earthers. And that to me is the most telling sign that we're not only in this fight, we're kind of winning.
But
we're kind of winning.
They, you know, by they, I mean whoever's really controlling this matrix, right? They've been controlling speech and the ability for people to think from the very beginning, man. I figure that this is why some people have to speak in code and in symbolism, because whoever's really in charge, they put their foot down real quick. They stop any kind of speech that goes against them. They label it as radical. They turn the people against them. So, in a way, you kind of start to see why is it that these societies have to do the things the way that do the things the way that they do, because they're gonna get shut down if they do. If they speak like common tongue, like we're doing, you know, they're going to get shut down real quick. The federal government is going to find something to pick them apart and bring them down. So you have to be kind of coded in a way. Like right now, you can't really say COVID-19 or vaccine in YouTube. They'll shut you down. So we have to find creative ways to give people the message.
I mean, does anyone remember when YouTube got purged? It was 9/11 and flat Earth videos, and some other kinds of conspiracy stuff. But mainly those two topics were absolutely wiped.
Yeah, YouTube was the shit in the beginning. Like I remember I used to go down to these holes, and YouTube itself used to suggest a whole bunch of most of the new conspiracies that I saw was YouTube suggested it to me. I didn't even know about these things.
I guess, okay, the real point I'm trying to make is what we have here is a place where you can talk about something that's tantamount to being a science denier, whatever they're calling, these branch COVIDians. And yeah, it's something that shouldn't be squandered. This is the hottest topic to date, in my opinion.
Why do you think it's so? Why do you think it's the hottest topic?
I'll tell you right now.
Because
you see a straight line, and they tell you that it's not a straight line and that you can't trust your own senses. We're living at a time where you could put on a wig and some lipstick, and then suddenly I'm supposed to think of you as having different chromosomes than you were born with. I'm looking at, oh, hey guys, by the way, we're in a pandemic. I'm actually bicycling through little bits of blood and bone. There's bodies all over the street right now, you guys. This is a pandemic. But if you don't see it that way, oh, you're probably a flat earther. You're probably a fucking idiot, right? That's why it's so important to keep a place like this clean. Yeah, you're a terrorist, exactly. You got to keep a place like this clean and concise and coherent. Which,
I think it's important because it makes us question more the nature of our reality, man. Like flat Earth really made me sit down and question what the hell is going on? What is this place we're on? Why are we here? When are we? What are we? Who the fuck are we? Like, it makes you question, like, if we didn't come from a big bang and from evolution, bro. I mean, you guys understand that literally anything is up for grabs, right? Our reality could be anything. We could be inside of a giant locker, for all we know.
No, that's not possible.
I think what he means is that we're fighting the tide of obfuscation.
Hold on. How would he know what is possibly possible, man? How would you even come up with something like that?
I'm staring.
I mean, just consider it, right? Just consider it that we're not on the ball flying through space, right? What the hell is our reality then? I mean, literally, the simulation theory might just be the correct theory, right? We could have chosen to be in this thing, whatever it is. It could have been our choice. Most of the things in life has been our choice, hasn't it? Are we not choosing to be here at this moment right now?
We're all just waiting for the island. We're just waiting for the lottery to go to the island. That's all it is.
Yeah, man, that's the thing, bro. It seems to be like a trick, right? Like, yeah, like there's a better place somewhere else. Like, as long as we're concentrating on getting into heaven or going somewhere else, like we will never be happy in the place that we're at because we always see it like we have to go to a better place, bro. It's like a constant state of like, I don't know, like fear, like
it's called Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, just anybody right now. I want you to tell me that the government doesn't lie about the most important things. Please tell me that. Anybody here believe that?
Government loves me.
Listen, I'm gonna fuck you up, bro. I'm gonna fuck you up because I'm gonna agree with you, but then I'm gonna give you some questions, right? I agree that the government lies about everything. The fucked up thing, I think they have to. I don't think we can handle what reality really is. Whatever it is, it has to be crazy that they are lying to us about everything. Have you guys ever considered that? They're lying to us about absolutely everything. So whatever reality is has to be the craziest shit ever.
I agree with you. I
That's the
completely agree
ultimate
with you.
plot twist.
But to my point, nobody went ahead and said, "Oh yeah, you're wrong. They don't lie to us about the most important stuff." Everybody here knows they lie about the most important stuff, except for when it comes to a globe earther. They're going to say, "Oh, well, they're lying, but they're not going to lie to us about where we are. They're not going to do that. They'll lie about everything else but that." And that's why I say it's Stockholm syndrome. You're identifying with your captor.
Yeah, but the captor loves them. I'm just gonna chain you to this bed for your own good. Don't worry, I'll bring your food.
Oh, I know. We're all going to be eating bugs in the pod pretty soon if somebody doesn't do something.
So what did Flat Earth do for you, Platypus? Like on a personal, maybe deeper level, on maybe did it change the view on your reality? Like what did Flat Earth do for you?
God exists, and it's still to this day, I can't comprehend God, but I know that God exists, pretty much.
Oh,
Where it's at.
that's a very smart thing to say, bro, because it is an incomprehensible kind of topic. Because have you ever considered that maybe God didn't make us? Maybe God exists, but maybe God created something that created something that created something that created us. I mean, who knows how far the line from creation we're at? Who's to say?
I used to try and answer these questions all the time, but I will never be able to answer that question. God existed before time, space, and matter. That
Uh-oh.
to
So
me is
what is God then?
God
Describe
is
what you see when you say God.
he's the preeminent one.
Space.
He existed before there was anything to exist, right? Before
Does God
time,
have a
space, and
face,
matter.
You
eyes,
don't
arms,
even know
legs?
that.
I don't see why he would need one.
He
So is God
wasn't a
the
he.
air that we breathe, the water that we drink, the things that we think?
This is
Yeah.
exactly why I can't answer any of these questions. I just referred to God as having a gender. It's like it's so beyond my comprehension. But it's not. I don't believe that something comes from nothing. I don't think you can have creation without a creator.
But why did there have to be nothing? Why couldn't there just be something?
You can't have creation without a creator.
No, but you can have something without having nothing, can't you? There doesn't have to have been nothing to have something.
Something infers time, matter, and space. A time where to put it, a time when to put it, a space where to put it, and matter, what it is. And we're talking about something that
What?
existed before that, is preeminent to all of this. We could spend the next million years trying to talk about this. Our little 3-pound brains are never going to be able to comprehend this type of discussion. That's where I stand. You
Or
can ask me whatever you want.
maybe we
Yeah,
can, or maybe we can comprehend it a little bit. Give yourself a little credit. Maybe
no,
God.
I was trying to get to the point that he acknowledged the fact that he'll never comprehend it, but then stated that he existed before anything was about. So I think you either fail to comprehend it, and therefore you can't even speculate what was, what wasn't, space, time, whatever, or you can try and speculate and think that you can comprehend some of it. So can you comprehend it, or can't you?
When you just said that there was something before nothing, and that I'm trying to comprehend that, and I've already explained that the creator existed before time, space, and matter. We can only comprehend something that's made up of those three things. That is all you can comprehend.
No,
You've
but
never comprehended anything other than that.
okay. What's time and what is space, and how do you comprehend those? To my point exactly.
I comprehend those things with my senses. There are things that can be quantified.
Time.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I was to go a little bit deeper, if there is some sort of understanding that you can one day achieve, it's long after you're dead.
Okay, well then you're clearly saying that you do comprehend some of it, and you think what you're telling me is factual in some way,
If I
or
comprehended
it's
it, I
just
wouldn't call it a belief.
speculation. Okay,
I'll-
right. So you don't comprehend it, but you have beliefs in certain things.
In one
That's
thing,
cool.
which is a creator. Yes. I'm not going to put my belief in anything else.
So therefore, you're under the impression that you do comprehend at least that there is a creator.
Yep. And I think
Okay.
that's about as far as anyone can get. Anyone that tries to say that they understand more, well, we're going to have a sit down.
I mean, isn't that kind of what we're doing now? Trying to, comprehend the incomprehensible?
Yeah, I'm not belittling the human experience. I'm just saying I'm not going to try to make sense out of nonsense. It's like trying to explain to an ant that you're late on your rent. It's just pointless, you know?
I think this serves really about having conversations about things that we essentially already know. But because we live such diverse lives, we're never going to experience any or all of that information ourselves on any one path. So therefore, by having these open conversations and just hearing what other people experience and do know is very awakening, I don't think we're trying to discover anything new.
Yeah, there's a saying that says, one man knows some things, but a lot of men know many things. Which means, that not everybody's gonna come from the same place and have the same ideas. So, like you said, it's always good to be able to interchange ideas and thought process.
Yeah, and experience. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've experienced things that are inexplicable, like dreams about life after death, weird time displacement stuff. Been sober as a bird, but it's at this point, I don't think. Jesus Christ. Sorry.
Fuck, that was loud.
Dude, believe me,
Dude,
man.
I'm so sorry.
I can
Excuse
tell
me,
you
I'm
some.
sorry.
You working, Flatbush?
Yeah.
Oh man, listen, I could tell you some crazy things, man. I've died. I've nearly died 3 times, bro. I could tell you crazy things. Man, a lot of that time jumping shit. Also experienced a lot of deja vu's. Very weird shit. People say that supernatural shit is not real, but I think it's very real. A lot of weird shit is going on.
Oh, I'm definitely not saying it's not real. No way. I know there's something going on in the spiritual, is what I'll call it. We don't have a way, it comes back to the question, how many angels can dance on the tip of a ballpoint pen, right? Talking about spiritual matter and physical matter. And we're in physical bodies trying to describe a spiritual state.
It might just be technology we don't understand. Like it might just be people in like really bad cloaking technology and shit. We just catch a glimmer of them and we think it's a fucking ghost because we already have a preconceived notion of what a ghost is supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? Like we just kind of these people have fed us these ideas of what things are supposed to be that we so focus on them that we don't explore what they could possibly. Right? It could just be another scenario happening in another dimension. And however the solar system align, you're able to catch a glimpse of a motherfucker. Now you out here thinking it's a ghost. You see?
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm legit going through what some people would colloquially know as a haunting. And I'm a very level-headed dude. It's not just me. It's happening to multiple members of our family. We've had a death. It was a sudden death. It was a traumatic experience for a lot of people. And we are legit having shit move. We're having crazy sounds in the house that are unexplainable. You know, it's not just us that's hearing it. It's like the dog hears it. I don't have any answers. I got none. But you can't deny the existence of something supernatural. Trust me, I hear you. But
Can you record it?
I could set up cameras in the house and leave them on 24/7, but I don't really want to. I want this person to move on. I'll be straight up with you. I don't want this anymore.
They may not want it either.
They definitely don't. I can't imagine what it would be like to be stuck somewhere and not be able to communicate with the beings there and have to feel a certain type of way about it.
Give them the opportunity to communicate. Seance.
See,
Yeah.
you see, that's dangerous, bro. Because once you open that, it's like a floodgate, man. Once you experience that and open that, bro, you're not gonna be able to stop. You know, it's gonna be a recurring thing then.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it is until it isn't, right?
You never know what the message is, mate. You might actually need to hear it. You never know.
Well, this is going deep, but I mean, there's a whole layer going on the spirit world of demonic entities actually capturing human souls, literally. They're doing it in our lifetimes through all the lies and deceptions and GMO foods and whatever, but it's happening in the afterlife even more so, believe it or not. And that's what they're doing. They're trying to like harvest and capture human souls.
Dude, what the fuck? Can you expand on that a little bit, man? Like how, like can you like give it like at least visuals like on how they capturing our souls? Is it like when we die or something like that?
Through the moon.
For a lot, yes. I mean, the most direct form of it is there's essentially a intermediary spirit layer between the physical and the what I would refer to as the human spirit world, meaning that's where our human souls go when we die and everything. So, but there's a intermediary space between. Some people might refer to it as the astral plane, although I don't necessarily use that terminology myself. But yeah, but there is a plane, as it were, between the physical, and so these demonic entities have access to that plane. So that's where they ultimately do that. They're sort of capturing, as it were, of human soul energy or possession states.
Is that the same place we go when we're sleeping?
No, not necessarily. This is the actually intermediary realm when you actually die. You could go if you're able to in lucid dreams. I mean, yes. I mean, so yeah. I guess the answer is it's possible to go there while sleeping. Yeah, but it's not necessarily like the core place that souls go when we sleep.
I fucking love lucid dreaming. If anyone knows how to lucid dream like an easy way, I'm not trying to do no crazy shit, but if anyone knows like an easy way on how to lucid dream all the time, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, I can help you out with that.
I thought about buying one of those masks. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's really simple, dude. You got to find out what your dream checks are. For me, my hair is always a different length. I always have a sixth finger on my hand, and lights and locks do not work.
My name is Emiro Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, during your waking life, check your hair length in the mirror. Do a dream check. You know, flip a light switch, see if it actually turns the light on and off, and check a lock. Same way, see if you can unlock it. You don't need to tell anybody about it. Don't bring a whole lot of attention to it. I used to keep a note in my wallet, so every time I went for my debit card, I see this, "Are you dreaming?" And I'd count my fingers. You know, and then pretty soon you're going to start doing that in your dream.
Jesus Christ.
Pretty soon you're going to start doing that in your dream, and you're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, what the hell? I'm dreaming. And the first couple times you'll probably get shaken out of it, but I stopped doing it. I didn't like it.
Oh, I love lucid dreaming. It's fucking amazing. Are you serious?
Yeah, I had an NDE, a near-death experience in my teens, and it's affected me in a way that I have time dilation in dreams, and I'll be in a dream. In the dream, I'm in there for like 2-3 months sometimes, and I wake up.
I've had dreams and dreams. That's a little
It's not
weird.
it's not a dream in a dream. It's like you dream, but you wake up and go to bed and live a life for months.
I mean, I don't know if I've went that long, but I have went to sleep and woken up in dreams. Yeah. Like, and I wake up and you're like, oh, I was just dreaming.
Yo, Jeremy, what the fuck did you just say, bro?
What's up?
What did you just repeat that last part?
I've had dreams inside. Well, I don't know. Like you go to sleep and you wake up inside a dream. So like you're dreaming.
I've had that.
But yeah.
I've also had being in a dream and then you fall asleep and go into another dream.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
My bad. I got a phone call.
You got a knock before you come in here, bud.
That's what happens when you're on Discord naked, bro.
So are you guys talking about like when you realize that you're in a dream and you say, fuck, this is a dream? That makes sense?
You can do whatever you want. I've manifested people, places, and things and done whatever the fuck I wanted to as long as I could stabilize the dream. Literally, right before I get sucked out of a lucid dream, everything starts shaking and I feel like from my face and my chest, like from the front of my body, I feel this like sucking feeling, like my whole spirit just like whooshes. It's pretty nuts, dude. And I'll admit, we were talking about astral projecting. I've only ever heard one person's astral projection testimony and believed it, because for the longest time, people are like, oh, I'm astral projecting and I'm going to the nebulas and the stars and the galaxies. And the one guy that I've ever heard talk about, yeah, I astrally projected during a martial arts retreat. And I tried to go up to the stars and I got stopped. And that to me gave me chills. And I'm like, all right, I'll believe that for sure. Because I don't think you're getting above this barrier, dead or alive.
That's
okay,
crazy.
so what medication do you take on a regular basis?
What's that?
Do you take any medication on a regular basis? And I'm
Negative.
not trivializing
No.
it. I'm just wondering.
No,
okay,
I don't.
Cool.
I don't. No, and I'm actually sober for over a year now.
Oh yeah, alcohol doesn't do that. I was just wondering about, like antidepressants or just anything pharmaceutical.
I've never taken an antidepressant in my life. The only pharmaceuticals I've ever taken are prescription painkillers for recreational purposes and antibiotics. I don't fuck around anymore.
Why were you asking, Whitesword?
Oh, just curiosity. Because it just rules out that as a possibility. But you should write a book, mate, with your experiences. I think it'd be an interesting book.
Yeah, I've had that same thought.
Okay, let me explore the idea, right? He brought up medication, right? Kind of implying that, you might be crazy. Right? But consider what is crazy. Is it possible that crazy people are just people that are perceiving things that we're not able to perceive, and therefore we have classified these people as crazy?
No, it wasn't my implication at all. It's just that pharmaceuticals can cause things, and no one can deny that. So it's just a pure matter of elimination. Eliminate that, it's not a cause, is it? That's all.
I was on those prescribed pain. Go ahead, Matrix.
But I'm saying if the medication is already there, he has it in his desk. He'd already have to go through a process in order to get that said medication.
There's a reason why a long time ago when we were living in smaller groups, there was really only one person that was dealing with the afterlife, whether it was a priest or a shaman or whatever. Not everybody's supposed to be seeing this shit. You guys have, in my opinion, I don't think anybody would have any idea how crazy this world would be if everybody was experiencing the supernatural in the way, even to, I think I've only experienced it at a fraction of a point, but I've talked to people that it's like the real, I mean, not the real world, I don't even know what to call it. The rest of the world would want them to be on some sort of antipsychotics or something.
You know what? I frequently have dreams where I'm in this purgatory-like state. Like the whole world around me is like trashed, and it's like I'm in the city or the house from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. There's just shit and trash all over the place. It's all fucking tore up. It feels like I'm in purgatory a lot in my dreams.
You guys think that those dreams might be like past lives that we're just reliving?
I don't believe
future.
that. I can't believe that just because I've had experiences. I've had a lot of weird death around me in my life. My first experience with death, I was like a little kid, and I found a dead body and shit. Like I've saved people's lives before, and then had them die unexpectedly like a month later. I've known people that have committed suicide, and from my personal experiences, they are somewhere right now, and they're not 100% sure of what's going on. They don't have any more answers than we do. It's a lot like being in a dream and you don't know you're dreaming. So I don't think we just become another person.
Could you talk about your near-death experience at all, or do you not want to?
I'm walking into a liquor store right now. Give me 1 second. I just gotta pick something.
All right.
I thought he said he didn't drink.
No, I said I was sober. I didn't say I didn't drink.
Oh, I was just joking, mate. I'm an Aussie, you gotta remember.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yo, is that Callie? What's up, bro?
It's good,
Hey,
bro.
man, nothing much. I'm just about to go to sleep right now. Well, what's the topic?
Bro, you're supposed to be California dreaming.
Sleeping within dreams, and then dreaming again.
We're talking about
pretty
like
trippy.
lucid dreaming and spirit worlds and intermediary worlds between spirit worlds that contain demonic entities that are capturing human souls to harvest our minds.
Just the basics.
Where did you come up? Where did you come upon the knowledge, Gio, that you were talking about with the knowing about them harvesting souls?
That's through my own direct. It's through my own direct knowledge of the status of these different spirit layers and my own navigation and the work I do in those realms. In direct experiential interface.
Like astral projection type stuff, or DMT, or just meditation? All three?
Yeah, well, I would say, yeah, there's many different ways to access different states of consciousness, but
So when they harvest, if that's the case, you think that like all the souls kind of like are their own contained unit after death, and they get used in a certain way, one way or the other? It's not really. It's like a kind of a purgatory type area.
Well, no, I would say that. Okay, like if you're in a human body and you're in like a healthy, healthy state, as it were, like you're not super traumatized, you could live your life and so on. And then when, most souls, when they die, leave their body and go back to the human spirit world. That's my understanding of it in terms of my own memories and my own kind of knowledge of those realms. So for most souls, we just go back to the spirit world. When you die, there's like a light that basically is like magnetically kind of pulling in a gentle way. And so you can hang around the earth realm for a while, but ultimately you go back to that light, and that's the real human spirit world. However, there's also, in this current time period, in that intermediate realm, which you could refer to as the astral plane, because people think about it that way, even though I don't really like that terminology, or I don't really use that all the time, but just that type of idea where there's like an intermediary realm between the physical and spiritual. In that realm, there are and can be demonic entities. It's like a holographic way in which like demonic entities can exist there. Now, everyone has karma, so you'll only attract them if it's within your karmic process. So it's not just like a bunch of hooligans out there. There's a way in which it's, if that happens to a certain soul, like there is actually a whole karmic connection to that. Nonetheless, they can create what's referred to as a false light and attract human souls to that false light, which is not the real human spirit. Yeah, it's not the real human spirit world. It's just their own false realm, like dimension realm that they're trying to pull human souls to. But most souls won't have that tendency to do that, as it were. Usually the reason that happens is because of being in extreme trauma, like a painful death or being like drugged when you die, like different things like that, like torture, like things like that. Usually that's when a soul will be completely disoriented, and then that's where the demonic entities can do more possession. So like the idea of like a ghost, for example, who's like haunting a house, like they may or may not even be aware of what's going on. Like they actually may be possessed by an energy, by an entity in that realm that's actually causing that.
How do you tell the difference between the good light and the bad light, or the artificial light? Or are you just supposed to kind of intuitively know if you're...
Excuse me.
Is there like two lights to choose from, or is it just an artificial light that dominates the real, you know what I'm saying? Like, and the other thing is about the light, I've heard different things, like if don't go towards the light, going towards the light is the recycle trick, and you're supposed to go the other way.
This reminds me of when Jeremy says, when you die, don't go willy-nilly jumping into lights.
Seriously, bro, you're gonna just willy-nilly be jumping in the light? Just think about it for 1 second. All of eternity, all of your eternity could rest on this one move. And just because they said go into the light your whole life, that could be the fucking trap right there. You know what I mean? Just go into the light, go into the light. Everyone's been telling you your whole life, yeah, go into the light. The light's good. How the fuck do they know if the light's good?
Yeah, if it's an artificial light, how are you supposed to tell? And now I'm going to be paranoid. I'm going to be like, is that the artificial light? I don't know what the difference is. Fuck.
I'm just saying,
Well, this is why there's so many ancient practices around. Like, there's the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Egyptian Book of the Dead. There's all these books of the dead, and what they are is like manuals for navigating the spirit world after you die. And by utilizing certain plants, meditation, yoga, these different mind states, you can actually practice dying before you die. And those ancient books of the dead are essentially like cosmological, metaphysical maps of the afterlife to help guide one to the spirit world, to be fully guided to the real spirit world. And then a lot of that involves facing your own demons in your own spiritual work you're doing on yourself, so that when you die, you'll be, clear, as it were.
Interesting. And then what you said about, like, if you're on certain drugs or whatever, like, it makes me think that maybe the part of the conspiracy is to make us all die on morphine, so we'll be in this confused state and we could be harvested easier.
Yep. Well, that's what they're doing with the ventilator deal. Yeah, they're putting people into comas. That's why they're doing it, and that's a whole other story. But yeah,
right.
Absolutely. Yeah. The more trauma, that's what like MK Ultra, that shit's, it's what it's really about. It's about studying how they can traumatize souls to such a severe level that they can be captured by the demonic entities. This is how they're possessing humanity right now. They're actually doing it with human souls, because when you're so confused and you don't even know who you are anymore, that's when they can possess you, or that's when it occurs. It's like by disassociating someone so profoundly from who they are, what they are, where they're from. So yeah, putting people in comas and these anesthesia drugs and shit. It's unfortunately, it's pretty dark story. Like, these things are designed to fracture human soul energy to such a degree that those possessions can occur more. And then the more human souls that they possess in their little intermediate realm, the more control they seem to have over the rest of humans that are still here, in terms of sort of like more like minor possessions or like partial possessions of, convincing people of all these lies or to go along with their agendas and stuff. So I think it's all connected.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like there's a sense of that, even if you're not studied like you are about it. It seems like that kind of resonates, that there is a kind of a spirit world that affects the the natural world. As far as like the souls thing goes, one of the questions that I've always pondered is if there's always more people, then how are new souls created, right? I mean, when someone says, you're an old soul, like that resonates as well. Like that makes sense. Like you can tell when like a child has an old soul, So yeah, that's the interesting part. Like how many new souls have to be created when the population grows, right? And how does that, fit in, right? Because like the whole argument over souls is, well, if there's more people living than dying, then how does it recycle, right? Not that you would know necessarily.
Well, that's a deep question. I mean, I to get to the core of that, I feel like, I mean, is there a limit of number of souls? That's one question. But in terms of like incarnating, I think there's an abundance of human souls, as it were, to incarnate into bodies. Like there's never a limit on that side.
There could be other realms too where there could be other places too where there's more people dying than being born, and we get those souls or something. I don't know.
Well, I guess over a period of time, there's always going to be more people that are dead than are living. So I guess you wouldn't have to have new souls created necessarily, but yeah, like the whole idea of it being like a contained soul rather than just adding to the mix of the energies, which seems kind of like more like what most people would guess, that it's just like we kind of, our energy, you just adds to either the good energy or maybe the bad energy, and that's what heaven and hell might be, or whatever it is, But to think that you have a soul that stays contained afterwards is a a hopeful thing, I guess, but at the same time maybe more scary. I don't know.
I think we could be AI in a simulation. You know what I mean?
Simulation of what though?
Like a computer simulation, like an MMORPG or something.
But then what's the real thing?
Oh, I have no idea.
But I'm not trying to argue with that point. But I mean,
it's speculation, but
yeah, it's like when people say simulation, I'm always like, a simulation of what? Like was this a real reality once, and we're just like a copy of it then, or
like a computer kind of, like a computer simulation kind of thing? Obviously highly advanced, more than we could do, but we could be a simulation of reality. If you could simulate every event that had happened or is happening or something inside of a simulation, I think they say you could actually predict the future. If you had everything down to the T inside your simulation, you'd be able to see like what happened next. So this could be a simulation of reality, of a reality or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or it could be a simulation where they're
like biological robots. That's kind of like a given in a way, but not necessarily robots in that we're programmed. But
well, I mean, I don't think we're programmed. I don't know. I think we have free will, but I could do anything I want right now. Who's to say that wasn't predetermined, or I was supposed to do that anyways? But I don't know. Right. I feel like what would be the point if everything was predetermined? Like, what's the point? There's no point in even going through it or doing it. Now, if somebody knows what's going to happen, that doesn't mean that I don't have free will anymore. They just know what I was going to pick. You know what I'm saying? So if there is a creator, say we are in a simulation, somebody created us, and they know what's going to happen because they already saw the whole simulation play out already, that doesn't mean that during the simulation I didn't have my chance to make my own decisions. I feel like I can make my own decisions.
Yeah.
I got on my big boy pants.
Unless it was like a Westworld type thing.
Is your wife not home?
My wife's
I
not
wouldn't.
home. I can make my own decision. That's good.
I love it.
I was gonna say, yeah, like I could see, like I could ask the same question, like, what's the point of a simulation? Unless it was like a, like a Westworld type thing where like there's
Oh, so many things, dude. So
players and
many things. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
no, go
I
ahead.
like what you're saying. I'm so excited. I like what you're saying. It absolutely could
Yeah,
be
I
a
know, like
Westworld.
NPCs. It does seem like there's West. I love that show, by the way. That's a great show.
Yeah. Oh, Anthony
Um,
Hopkins is phenomenal.
yeah,
Listen, there's multiple things that they could. It could be some kind of Westworld scenario where they can plug themselves in and come in and have fun. That could be some of the crazy people we see that they know it's a sim, or who knows. Or it could be something where they just want to study us and see what we're doing. They could be testing AI. They might like rap music or country western movies or fucking Oprah Winfrey. Who knows? There could be. The way I see it is that we would either, if we can make something like this, we would either be studying it, use it for studying, for science or research or whatever, or we'd be exploiting the shit out of it. One of those two scenarios. I don't see any other reason for even making something like this. Maybe it's either a fun thing, or they're going to exploit it, or they're going to study it. One of those three things is probably the case. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if
there's
that's like
definitely
a
an
true.
experiment of some sort going on, and I mean, I think the idea of even like a more intelligent form of human might be, or a more advanced form of human might be in control of things. That makes a lot of sense. It seems like there's a lot of tests, which kind of lends itself to the whole idea that we're here to, grow and then have another life that we build upon. And for whatever reason, I don't know what the purpose of that would
This could be a
necessarily be either.
fucking video. This could be a fucking video game. You might die and fucking wake up and just come to find out you would just put a quarter in the arcade in a video game or something in this high tech world. Like, who knows?
Just respawn.
I don't know. I have a hard time. I mean, I know we could be a brain in a vat. It's just like but the whole organicness of, birth and death and all that. Like, yeah, I guess it could be a simulation, but I guess like maybe that's not the right word for it. Like the VR isn't even the right word for it. Because like, if we're talking simulation, it's based on then a real reality that's not this reality. And why would that reality be more real than this one? And, I mean, it's just a rabbit hole that doesn't resonate with me as much as like the idea that we're an experiment that's being done, but it's not all bad, not all good. And there's people that are, maybe of a different form or higher intelligence or more advanced than us that live out within this realm, like the outer ponders or whoever. That makes a lot of things make sense.
Out of
Yeah,
ponders.
there's probably some being that created us, and the whole length of this existence happened in a fraction of a second in his universe or something. And he knows, they can see the end of it, the middle. They know everything that's going to happen in between. If you were to run a simulation, you could do that. Or they could be people. The time scales could be different. Like their day. Maybe there's somewhere where their day and where we could all be. This is my second runner up for our reality. Is we're in a petri dish on a shelf inside a warehouse of shelves with petri dishes on them. But their day could happen. It could take a million years could go by in their one day or something. Who knows? We don't know what their scale of time.
I think there's got to be people that live a lot longer. That just seems like a given almost. Like people that live to be 5, maybe 1,000 years old or whatever. Like, or they have access to those waters that Geo talks about or whatever.
Have you ever seen those? They carved them in rock in Egypt or something. It was like something of the kings list or something. And it had them guys living for, hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of years that they were ruling for. So
yeah, in the Bible for sure too.
Yeah, I mean, So I think we're getting work. I think we're devolving as we keep making copies of ourselves. It's actually the opposite, and this is what they do. They do opposite day, right? Every day is opposite day with these elite people running the show. I actually think that we're devolving.
Well, I think it makes more, not necessarily devolving, but like they're poisoning us and making our lifespan shorter, for their own selfish means. But it just seems like, we get to our prime, we have like maybe a good 10, 20 years, and it just seems too short. Like you get to your prime, and you're already almost, on the way back down. It just seems like we all kind of have that sense that like it doesn't seem like we it seems like if we're the most intelligent beings, we would at least have figured out how to live longer than anything else on the earth at this point. I don't know.
If I was running the show, that would be the first thing I did. One of the first things I did would be to be like, okay, guys, it's very important that we make humans live as long as possible, because every time someone dies and then a new kid has to go through school and get retaught everything, it's like they have to reset. It's basically a reset. So you want a Tesla or a Thomas Edison or one of these genius motherfuckers to be living as long as possible. You want them to go for hundreds of years. You know what I mean? Imagine if Tesla was still going today. Who knows where we'd fucking be?
Right.
He could have been corrupted by China and be building bad shit.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Tesla, he could have been corrupted by, money and be making really bad stuff against our, best will.
Yeah, they would
good thing
corrupt
he's
him.
gone.
If they would either kill him or corrupt him. If he lived, they'd have to corrupt him to let him live. Maybe, who knows? But yeah, it seems like a part of the strategy would be that they don't want to have more than 2 generations living at the same time, especially not at their prime. So like you get old enough to be in your prime, and then you're taking care of your parents. Whereas if you had like 3 or 4 generations of family living in their prime, that would be a force to reckon with. So killing us off before our parents, before you could actually like participate with your dad in anything valiant.
I think the Great Pyramid used to be this thing, right? It used to be this structure that like gave off good vibes, right?
Oh, yeah.
Or sent out like good signals or some kind of frequency or something that like made everything heal and healthy and strong, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, the cathedrals too. Same thing.
Yeah, like an ether harmonizer.
Yeah.
There we go. We're gonna go with ether harmonizer on this one. That's a good one.
That's what's up. And also when you do that, like get the ether into certain frequencies, I think that they're also used for, like as a portal for like interdimensional travel, where you can actually.
You always take it to the next level, Gio. You just go next level with everything.
He's got confirmation on this though, so I mean, come on.
Well, that's where we can get these like really advanced technologies and knowledge and wisdom. That's where it all comes from.
You don't think outer ponders? That's my thing. I always call them outer ponders.
Well, that is the outer pond. The rest
how's it might be a different dimension?
Well, I'll share this. Just like in terms of like cosmological layout of things. I had one experience in particular where I basically like zoomed out of my body and saw the entire Earth, the plane of the Earth. And I kept zooming out, as it were. And I essentially, this whole dimension just was shrinking in size, as it were, as I was moving away from it. And it was like a set dimension. Like it did have like the plane of the Earth had its own little like encasement to it. And I then had this breath. I won't even say I looked out, because it's not really looking. It's not like looking out over a sunset necessarily, but I'm trying to put it into human terms, and that's why it's difficult to do, because it's experiential in that sense. But I basically like saw before me, as it were, this field of consciousness in which there were like literally infinite other realms, similar to this one, but different, but similar in size, I suppose, to put it that way, to where like I literally saw how there were infinite other dimensions. Now, I know that sounds a little bit like, oh, stars out in the galaxy. Well, I think the reason they use that star story is because it is actually tapping into something real. Like the whole idea of NASA's like outer space, all the billions of stars, it's so captivating to people for a reason. Even though we're not in a vacuum with a bunch of stars or whatever, I don't think that's the case in terms of their theory of that, like outer space. But the idea of it is actually a real thing in my viewpoint, which is that there are literally infinite other dimensions, but they're just not like stars out in outer space. They're actually just like dominions of consciousness.
But like, how could you see all the dimensions at once? Like, what couldn't it be outer bounds still if it's just like an infinite realms like ours? If you're seeing them all at once, like just like different areas, like how would you know there's a difference between what you're seeing if there's multiple things at once between that and like multiple dimensions?
Well, because in that experience in particular, it was like this one was contained in its own realm, and then there was like a layer around it, like a spiritual, like a layer. I think possibly plasma of some sort, but it was encased within its own field, and it was just one of literally infinite.
Okay, so like, yeah, like we have our own our own magnetic field around us, like our pond, but they can also have their own magnetic field or their toroidal encasement, but that doesn't necessarily make them another dimension. It's just another toroidal encasement, right? Could be that too, right? Or no?
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying with
I just don't know, because what it is, I guess maybe I'm conflating it with quantum, which, you know, like I think they're pushing quantum. I'm not sure how real it is.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that part of the quantum thing is to make us think that you know, nothing's real, and they want us to like get into this like virtual reality where we just like question everything and nothing's real anyway, so might as well just go into a virtual reality. I'm not saying that quantum's not real, but I don't know how much that's the same thing as other dimensions, I guess. Like the idea of having another world within our world, you know?
Well, have you ever experienced anything that you would consider a different dimension, or have you always had memories of being in this dimension?
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. You know what I'm saying? Like I know what it means in it, like in like a Stephen Hawking kind of like, theoretical physics type thing. And you know, the whole idea of like the quantum, like the slices of bread with the string theory and all that. Like I'm familiar with the concept, but why would I recognize something as a different dimension if I don't even know what that dimension, like if I have nothing to compare it to? You know what I'm saying?
It's a very good point.
I could imagine other worlds, but I wouldn't necessarily classify it as like another dimension. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe it's just contextually not important.
Well, in the heliocentric model, like we're on this Earth or whatever, and that's it. We're just humans on this Earth. Of course, they don't get into like what happens when you die. They're just suppressing all that and telling us, you know, atheism or whatever. But in their model, there's just one physical universe, and we're in it, and then there's just millions of different planets or whatever. Is kind of like their model, or that mainstream model. Now, I know there's maybe some quantum theory that does get into like other dimensional. So yeah, you might be tapping into, or, you know, brushing on some of that as well, or like referring to that. But another way to look at it, which would be that we are actually in a dimension. Like, let's just say there's a flat plane of an Earth. Let's just say that that's surrounded by something at some level, whether it's, I mean, there could be 10,000 ponds within this one encasement, you know, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of this encasement, whatever this is, this human physical thing, animals, insects, plants, you know, ground, earth, water, you know, water, air, fire, you know, all of the like elements, like everything that is this realm. But then there's an idea that this is just like one basically realm or dimension within the whole system. Sort of like, I guess, like channels on a TV, like you have channel 5, channel 6, channel 7. Like this is one of the channels. The other dimensions they're not physically related to this one. Like it's not like it's up there, over there, down there, like the way it is in the heliocentric where there's planets up everywhere. In this idea, it's a completely different dimension entirely. Like that it's a complete different realm. Like if you were to flash there right now, you might be in a completely other world with other beings and other types of physics and stuff. And in no way is that one physically connected to this one, but it does exist, and it is as real as this one.
You ever play that game Civilization, where you're hold on a second. You ever play that game Civilization where they have like the Romans and Egyptians and Americans and all these different people like start off and you're all separated on these different lands, and then eventually over time you branch out and you might bump into the other people. You think that's what they could have done with Earth? Like they could have just started us off somewhere and been like, let's see who takes over. This could be like a fucking game.
Yeah, I thought about that.
This could
Like, it
be a
doesn't
big
seem
fucking
like we
game.
all.
Like, let's see who takes over the whole land. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, my viewpoint on the
Fine,
larger
JJ.
level is that I think the creator, like the immanent like core of the creator, like the cosmic creative principle, whatever that is, ultimately, it seems to be able to split itself and create all of these different worlds and split parts of itself as souls to experience those different worlds within. So this one
Well, that's
was
what I was
created.
saying.
Yeah, like this
That's
is
what I was saying the other night. Like pantheism, it's kind of like pantheism in that way. Like there's not necessarily. I think that part of the conspiracy might be to separate us from God by making us think that there's a creator outside of this creation, and that instead of it being like the essence of all creation is that divine intelligence. You know.
Yeah, I mean, this goes deep into just like spirituality and metaphysical concepts of life, reality, what it's all about. Yeah, like how it's all orchestrated. I mean, my personal memories of my knowledge of my soul, I would say that I was split. I was split from the creator at some point, from the center. I'll just say the center. Like it seems like I'm aware that that is myself, though, on a deeper level, and I'm aware that it's all one. So I even feel like all of you are actually me on some level. Like it's all one. But I do have
Yeah.
awareness that I split myself from that, and then I seem to be going through different worlds and different spirit worlds to evolve myself. To like karma seems to be like a universal law that even goes between dimensions, and I have memories of going in and out of different worlds and different realms and dimensions, working through this karma. And where I'm at now as a human here is, my current sort of stage that I'm in. And there's other physical worlds that have spirit worlds that, like, if I were to die right now and go back to the human spirit world, I could then transfer, if you want to call it that, from that spirit world to another one and then incarnate in another world. So my knowledge is that I'm going through all of these, or my experience and my knowledge is I'm going through all of these different worlds, working through everything, working on, with karma and so on to kind of, and I do have the thought that eventually I will return back to the center. And then perhaps that's what we all are souls that have kind of separated and then going through that whole learning process of like discovery and basically remembering everything we created. It's like forgetting it and then remembering it by going through all of it, which is kind of simulation-y in a way. Like I know Jeremy, like in that way, like it is like a way in which like you create a world, you create these different soul energies to go through them and have different experiences.
Yeah, this is your avatar. It's basically saying the same thing when you really break it down, right? In a way, like it's a video game. Like we get another life. Okay, if there is an afterlife, and this is just an avatar that you're occupying while you're here, then whether it's a simulation or not, it's similar to a video game in that you can you leave this realm and then you can, play a different game if you want or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. You can pick between the games. Each game has its own like little process, like the human earth thing. Like we have to learn how not to steal, how not to hurt others, all the things that we go through, like, 10 commandments, whatever you want to call them, like just the ways of living. And so, yeah, it's like this one has its own, karmic kind of components to it. And other ones have their own. And it's like having to go through every game, basically play every game. But if the creator is like singular, and if it's infinite, then it would actually want to experience the opposite of that, finiteness and separation. So we've created time, which is finite. We've created death, and we've created others like, animals, cats, dogs, wives, husbands, all friends, all of these different ways to experience essentially separation and limitation. Because if the principle is actually infinite, then it would want to experience something different than itself, which perhaps is the impetus for all of creation, in my understanding of it.
Well, why would it have? I mean, that's the whole. I think that doesn't resonate with me as far as like the the creator outside of ourselves. Like we all kind of have that feeling that we're connected, and God. We even most people that believe in God think that God's within us and outside of us. So it makes more sense to me, or it makes the most sense to me, that the essence of everything is God, right? And that there is no outside creator, but it's just like the essence of everything is that intelligence, and there isn't any goal necessarily, but there is order to things. Like the flower of life has a pattern, right? And that's what you see it in all of nature, and you see it in proportions and everything else, and that's like essence of everything expressing itself. And it seems like if there was an all-knowing or like an end goal in mind, then it would take away the purpose. Not that there wouldn't be a goal, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like if there was any kind of, without free will, there would be no purpose. Like the paradox has to exist. You can't ever reach the goal, because then the game's over, right? But wait, Platypus, we were going to ask about your NDE, and I wanted to hear about how you live a dream. How would it seem like months? That's really interesting. If you're still here.
Yeah, I should probably clarify. It's more of a like my I didn't actually die, but I would definitely say that there was some ego death, or something happened where I was young. I took an amount of hallucinogenics that I wouldn't recommend anybody ever take. And
how much?
At least a half ounce of mushrooms.
Okay.
I mean, most people don't come back from that, like mentally. Give me one sec.
You say most people don't. Does
Most people don't come back.
I would say everybody comes back, but maybe he meant I mean, if you're talking about like having a psychotic break episode, that can happen even without taking mushrooms. And usually that's because there's a lot of trauma there underneath the surface. So mushrooms could trigger that type of state, but also that just happens spontaneously to people who don't take mushrooms. So yeah, certain people will be predisposed to having like schizophrenic or psychotic states. But if they continue doing mushrooms or other types of medicines like that in a therapeutic type environment and they actually can work through that and quote unquote come back. So maybe if that's what he meant, but
it seems like it can make your constitution stronger, or it could break your constitution. For some people, maybe they don't come back. I don't know.
15 grams seems a lot, Gio.
Yeah,
I've seen it happen with acid more than anything.
You can't really take too much mushrooms. You'll puke them up if you take too much. But yeah, I mean, that if you really took 15 grams, depending on the potency of them, that is a lot. I mean, normally a high dose is like 6 to 8 grams. So yeah, 15 is a tremendous amount.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, something just came up, so I'm going to try and make it quick. Yeah, I basically was out for about 36 hours. I don't remember a lot of it. But from what I did remember, I completely left my body. I was able to come back to where I was, but everyone was there. I was in the same place, but we were all, I guess, to just use a word that I don't fully understand, we were all astrally somewhere else. It was like a copy of where we were. And a lot of things happened that never happened. I went into like other people's bodies, and I could like see myself like on the other side of the room. A couple other things happened that I don't have enough time to explain. But after that,
or you at a party or something?
Yeah, no, I was young. I was like 15. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just, I think I was on something else too. I can't remember what it was. The details are still a little fuzzy, but what I did experience had lasting residuals. We're talking 15 years later.
Right.
And one of the side effects was... What's that?
At the party? You didn't fuck yourself, did you? Go into someone else's body and then, you know.
No,
Go
nothing
find...
like that. I was
good.
just like, the best I could explain it was just like body hopping, like.
Oh right,
Going
okay.
from, yeah, and but one of the lasting residuals was I would have dreams that would last months in the dream, and I'd wake up the next day in a cold sweat, and I had just been somewhere for a very long time, and it was tough to deal with at the time, being young.
I bet, yeah. But like literally, like you like going to bed and like Picard in that one episode where he went and lived a whole life and then came back like 10 minutes later. That's crazy.
Yeah,
like months. That's crazy.
Yeah, I gotta go though. So take care, everybody.
All right, interesting.
Write a book.
It reminds me of this guy who did write a book about it, where he's like he says that he time traveled. I don't think it was with any plants or anything that he consumed. I think he was actually in a coma. Was his story. He wrote a bunch of books about him, but he was in a coma for a couple months. And he says that while he was in the coma, he basically went into the future and he lived an entire lifetime in the future. While he was in this coma. So he was only in the coma for like a couple months, like in a hospital bed. But when he came back, he said that he had lived an entire lifetime in the future. And it was actually like, I believe it was like a couple thousand years in the future. And he wrote all these books about it. And basically it was like all of his, experience of like what the other lifetime, what it was like and what the future was like. And then he said when he came back into this body, it was almost like he never left this realm. Like he didn't even know what year it was. Like he didn't even know he was in a coma for a couple months.
How long ago was the book written? It's
crazy.
I don't. I'd have to go see. I think I have it written down because I didn't read it. My friend had told me about it, and he just told me the general about it. But I just remember finding it like it was a fascinating idea because he had been reading it at the time, and that was like the general gist of it. But I'm not sure.
The reason
exactly.
I asked is because it reminded me of
early 2000s or something. I think it was fairly recent.
Oh, okay. Well, it reminded me of the Al Bielek story. Remember Al Bielek? He was.
I don't think so.
He claimed to have gone to the future. He was like, it was some of that jump room type conspiracy stuff. Duncan Finnegan was his brother, who supposedly was, on the Philadelphia experiment where they came back to the boat and the guys were melded with the boat, that whole thing, right? The Tesla tech that they used supposedly, and like he says that instead of staying on the boat, he jumped into the future and was like describing it. But then you find out he was like a big sci-fi fan, and maybe a lot of that was just like his like tall tale of remembering all these different sci-fi ideas. I thought maybe he got the idea from the book, but yeah, I mean, there was a whole group of people that were capturing people's attention right before 9/11 with a lot of these things, or right after 9/11, even with the jump room idea, and the idea that people could come from Mars or get in a jump room and go to Mars without having to actually travel there and stuff. I don't know if it's all fiction, but it seems like that was kind of a lot of these things are put out there that may be partially based on some truth, but then just leading people into a more narrative reinforcement with the idea that we can go to other planets, maybe. You ever see that kid? Remember the what was it called? I think it's still around, in fact. But what was the project called? Oh man, there's like a whole project called not like Project Veritas. No, it's called I forget the name of it. But they had the kid that was supposedly from Mars. Remember that? And he was like this little kid. He was a Russian kid, talking about it is like living on Mars and flying spaceships and all that kind of shit. You guys know what I'm talking about? The kids with the past lives and stuff. Did I cut out?
No, I'm listening, mate. Sorry, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? I thought most
Yeah.
conspiracy theorists were kind of into the what's it called? I'll find it right now.
You talking about Ian Stevenson?
I'm not sure what his name is, but that sounds familiar.
Well, Ian Stevenson
It's
did.
funny the different things, you know.
He researched. Yeah, it is. That's why I love coming together because I can learn so much more when other, in this. Well, there's just a lot that can be exchanged. But Ian Stevenson is like a past life researcher where he basically what he studied is children who had spontaneous past life memories. So that was his focus. So he wasn't really working with people like doing ayahuasca or anything like that in terms of having past life memories. He was doing like children that basically, were reporting that, so this is like, 5-year-old, 8-year-old, 10-year-old, whatever it may be, who just started telling their parents like, mommy, I was alive, in this other lifetime kind of thing. So then he would basically do like, basically, interview them and get data and information. And then he would try to link the memories that the children were having to actual real life, to actual real past lives in a lot of cases that actually like where someone died and then this child claims that he was reborn. But he's got
Project Camelot is what I was trying to think of.
Oh yeah, I
Nobody
remember
here's heard of
those. Those guys. Yeah, what are they up to these
Yeah.
days? Yeah, they were wild. They were a
Yeah.
mixed bag of. I remember that was some of the stuff
Yeah.
they were doing. It's kind of a little
Yeah, like-
cult. It's kind of a cult a little bit.
Yeah, psyopy, very psyopy. I just put their Project Camelot TV network in, as well as the Russian kid. That was one of their interviews. And then one of the other past lives things that I remember, I'm not sure if it was from them or not, but this kid that supposedly he was like reincarnated as his grandfather, or he was his grandfather, and his dad is changing his diapers, and the kid looks up at him and says, "I used to do this for you." And then this other kid that knew about like the aunt, or the same kid knew about the aunt. Like as he was growing up, like he was giving more things that like the parents were confirming were things he couldn't have known. Like only the grandpa would have known that. And like some of these kids are so good. Like I mean, either they believe it themselves, or they're really good actors. I mean, like I don't know how much. It's so funny. Like some of these things might be real, and then they mix in some that aren't real, and so it just muddies the waters. I don't know. I'll find that one. Then the other kid that's like from Wales or something, and he has he's from an island like one island over from where he was from, and he describes like where he grew up like to a T, and then his parents believe him, and they like film him going there, and they he knows exactly where he lives, because they found the house and everything, and then he went there. And when he gets there, he's all sad because like everybody he knew is gone. There's a couple good episodes like that kind of, made me think that might be something to this past life thing, But yeah, there was a lot of crazy interviews. But then once Flat Earth comes along, and then you realize that all that stuff's kind of like reinforcing the space narrative that you don't know how much of it's real anymore, right? Or how much to even give credit to.
Yeah, ain't that the truth?
There's so many things.
And it's funny because some people can go through life and never have any life experience that gets them question like any of the situation they're in, not just government, but just anything. They just go through life, and it might be luck, it might not be luck, whatever, just their path. They just never experience it. And some people you know, they experience one thing after another that gets them just to question fucking everything. It's very individual.
Yeah, NPCs.
It's so
That's why I like to think of like
Go on.
Q, like from Star Trek. The idea of like Q, you know, Q in Star Trek, where he's like, you know, he's an omnipotent, like, you know, he's ruling over the rest of everybody. He can do whatever he wants, but he still has like a fascination with the human, and like, you know, lets him have a chance, and like actually is challenged by him, and that's why, you know, there's certain humans like Picard or people like us that are willing to, you know, not just go along with the program, and that's like the reason that we're still, you know, kept around, I guess.
Interesting.
Hey, so how does one figure out that they had a past life?
That's Geo's area to answer. I wouldn't know. I think Geo
I would
will.
say, yeah, there's different techniques and methods to access the deep unconscious, which is what's required, especially the deep unconscious of the soul. And when I say unconscious, I just mean that which is not fully conscious now can be made conscious. So currently it may be unconscious. Like let's just say somebody has lived 600 past lifetimes, but in this lifetime they aren't aware of any of them. So all of those 600 lifetimes would be in their unconscious mind, mind. So to be able to access that is what different tools and practices that can facilitate that. It seems like most, like in general, there's like an amnesia for every new lifetime. So like generally we don't remember all of our past lifetimes, you know, the minute upon being born. And there's a reason for that, because there's like a purpose to perhaps not know all of them, to make this life like actually new and fresh and unique, to make the current life. However, if one chooses to, memories from these previous lifetimes can be accessed. And often people do that for either like healing or like understanding why they have some issue in their life, whether it's like an addiction or a relationship issue or, you know, some kind of emotional challenge. So to be able to access the memories of that life in order to bring it to awareness, bring it to light for, you know, healing or for integration. So it's sort of like the amnesia is there, but the lifetimes can be accessed if one desires to.
I don't quite understand the amnesia bit, because if the child is being born from his or her mother's womb, the brain is empty of knowledge.
No.
Yeah?
No, we're 80% water. Water is full of knowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, the only knowledge the baby may have whilst in the womb is the noise of the father and mother talking, maybe, and you know. But I mean, you know, the child is not able to speak, can't form words. There's no knowledge of that. So how would they be able to connect to a past lives from 600 years ago? Let's say 600 lifetimes. I mean, there'd be no connection there at all.
Well, I would
Like
say, Jin,
communication? What?
well, there's, in my viewpoint, Jin, there's a difference between, let's say, the soul and the mind. Like the mind would be like the human, you know, the logical mind, rational mind, you know, the thing that we're thinking, you know, the way when we think and talk and all that. So the mind would be blank. Yes, the mind would be brand new as you come in, but the soul is what creates the mind, or is what's behind the mind. And within the soul memories, I would say, is where all of the past lifetimes, where all of that actually is.
Okay, interesting.
What does soul mean?
Your soul.
I would say it's an
all your emotions and experience.
I would say it's an individual unit of light that is separated from the creator for purposes of experiencing reality.
What's the definition for it? Mainstream, or the root? If we take the word back to its root, where did it come from?
Your core essence.
Well, I'll just read this. This is just from the dictionary. The principle of life, feeling, thought, and actions in human, regarded as a distinct entity separate from the body, and commonly held to be separable in existence from the body, the spiritual part of humans as distinct from the physical part. So yeah, that kind of describes what I was saying, like the physical mind versus the actual spiritual soul.
Yeah. The spiritual essence of you.
And then another definition, the spiritual part of humans regarded in its moral aspect or as believed to survive death and be subject to happiness or misery in a life to come.
Is there a botanical meaning?
Sorry, I was just looking. I'm not sure what you mean by that, botanical. I was also just looking up the etymology of soul. It's interesting. But
So
what
what
did you
about
mean?
reincarnation? You follow that chain of that school of thought? Reincarnation? Gio?
Yeah, for myself, I would say it's an experienced reality, truth for me. Yeah, I've experienced my own past lifetimes and am aware of the process between dying and being reborn. So I would say for me, it's a experiential reality.
Are you always in a human?
If I incarnated from the human spirit world, then yes. But if I'm in a different spirit world, then it's possible to go to, let's say, like the dog spirit world and incarnate as a dog. But in that case, your soul would be in a different format. It wouldn't be in the human format. It'd be in a dog format. But there is overlap there, which is why certain animals like have such human qualities, and sometimes people feel like such a bond with them and stuff. So, but yeah, if you're coming from the human spirit world, in my understanding, then yeah, you'd always be incarnating into a human body. It's like the human spirit world creates the soul structure to incarnate into a human.
It's crazy to think if we could reincarnate as a tree or something, hey? Or even a fly, live for just 24 hours or whatever and then reincarnate into something else. Like, imagine if we could have just little fleeting lives, or like a tree where we're stuck in one spot for fucking ages and just see everything happen around you. That's crazy.
That's exactly what I said to my kids, because my kids asked me if I had a chance to come back. What would you like to come back as? I'd like to come back as a tree. That was an easy answer.
Awesome.
Years ago, that was like more than 10 years ago when they asked me that one. Yeah, the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. So it's pretty good, isn't it? True what I say. Yeah, I think that'd be great. Especially when they live to like 300 years and so on and longer.
Yeah. Would not want to come back as an Australian kangaroo. Their days are numbered.
Yeah.
What about you, Jin? Do you think this is the only life, or do you think that you have lived in the past? Do you think you'll live again in the future in different forms, different types, different bodies, different worlds, or do you think this is the only one, or what is your thought on that?
Yeah, I've thought about it. The only thing I can say that's really I thought about a lot is deja vu. That's the thing that's always been prominent in my life. But lots of deja vus. Even in Japan, I'm thinking, I wasn't born in Japan. How can I be having deja vu? Okay. Then, as for an afterlife, I hope there is one. That's all I can say. I hope there is one. As to past lives, I have no connection, none at all. I don't go there. I haven't got any kind of connection to that. But I do hope there is an afterlife. I hope there is one. You know, something after this life. So you do your best, and then maybe when you pass on, you're going into another life. It's possible, isn't it? We don't know, do we? So I only hope, but at the same time, I must try to extract the best I can from this life that I'm living now. Extract the best without harming anything, you know, and do my best and leave a good legacy behind. That's all I can do, really. You know.
Good way to be, mate.
Does anyone else think that like the whole idea that we're kind of like all conditioned to think heaven and hell is or might be is a little bit ludicrous in that like if you either eternal damnation or eternal bliss. Like if you had eternal bliss, it then like I think somebody on here last night was even saying this. Like if you know that if it's only good all the time, then you would never know what good is because that would be its own form of hell, right?
Yeah.
That's my add-on. Like the only thing that really scares me is an eternity of anything, especially if it's only one thing, right? Like you would never know the good without the bad. So how would you call that heaven if you can only eat chocolate cake all the time? It doesn't matter if you love chocolate cake, you're gonna get sick of it, right?
No, I think you would know. The way this earth's been created, the balance is already there because there's life and then there's death. So, you know, and then there's the in between when if you get an injury and you have to recover, regeneration, regenerative power of the human body. So the balances are all there. You know, it's there. There's going to be ups and downs in life, I think, on this earth, but it's been created.
Well, in life, I'm talking about afterlife. Like if you were just get sent to heaven,
afterlife. Sorry, yeah.
Afterlife, the eternity of like all good or all bad. Both of them are. Yeah. I think it's a false dichotomy. Like it just doesn't make any sense either way. Not that I believe in that necessarily as the case, or that I don't believe in an afterlife, but just the idea that you're just like you would be in bliss forever doesn't. You would never have anything to compare it to, so it wouldn't be bliss. It would be hell in its own way.
Yeah, I mean, you would be able to compare it if you pass away and then you're in the afterlife with the memories of your previous life. Then you'd have that comparison. Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, because you're going to have.
But then if it was eternity, then what does that life really mean? Like compared to eternity, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
like
it means that you passed the test. You passed the test in the first life. Yeah, you passed the test.
It just doesn't make any sense. The whole idea that like you're trying to be good so you can live a life and so you can be like in this eternal like bliss eventually. It doesn't seem like it's a contradiction and that you'd have to get there by selfish means in a way, because it'd be selfish to try to only do good so you could be rewarded as in this heaven, this eternal life.
Well, I mean, I think
bliss,
that's a good
you know what I'm saying? Like that.
That's a good target.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's kind of contradictory in that if you're only doing good for this personal reward, then that's not really doing good, is it?
Well, I mean, that's okay. You save your money for for when you get old, for example. I mean, that's your target. So if your target is to do well on this earth, so you don't go to hell, for example, and you want to live the blissful, I think that's good. That's okay.
I don't know. I guess it's like I think that the Bible and not the Bible itself, but like a lot of the Bible's used as a way of scaring people, you know, about going to hell. And like some people need that. Right. You know, some people might do bad if they weren't doing it. If they weren't afraid of going to hell, they would just do bad. You know, so that's like it's not like the most righteous reasons for doing anything. If you're only doing it for your afterlife, either bad or good situation.
Right. That's why I said that. You know, I'm not religious one, and my guiding force would be the creation earth itself, the flat earth, because what made it, who made it, and then I have no right to destroy it, because all these things, you know, I can see the beauty and the gift. That's my connection. So why would I want to trash this thing? I don't have the right to trash it. So what's my guiding force there? I must keep it in as pristine a condition as I can for the children yet to be born. You see, that's my guiding force there, if you will. Yeah, and if I
I like the
achieve
idea of
that,
it being reversed. Like, what if like the other realm is where everything is like so similar or so static that this is heaven, and that the reward is this life, where you get to experience the material world, you know, with
Yeah.
all its bad and good, and that we're in heaven right now, and we're tricked into thinking that heaven's afterlife, and that
Well,
actually
that's what I mean by this earth is the best place. This is heaven. Well, it's been turned into a little bit of a hell, and no one's connecting to the real gift of life. We haven't begun to live yet. I've said that many times because the beauty of this earth is being missed by many people, and I said it earlier on today. Said to
not
people,
you, Jen, not you. That's for sure.
yeah, no, I've connected. I mean, I was connected from 6 years old. You know, I've known
Right?
that
I know it.
something more great and powerful than me created this earth. So I mustn't destroy it. And then now let's try and enjoy this thing. You see, that's what I've always tried to do. And with my children, I'm glad that they know the earth is flat already. They, you know, they didn't have to wait till like 53 or 55 to find out. I mean, they know now, so they can enjoy it even more. You know, I think that's what we've got to try and do here is connect with nature and living harmoniously with it, and then that will become the heaven on earth as it was supposed to be. Then you pass on, and your remains regenerate the earth from which you came, if that's possible. You know.
Hey, Gio, when you said you thought that like the soul was the separation from God, like you're the piece of God separated from itself, like is that how you meant it? Like, but wouldn't it work the same if like our souls are what God is, like the essence of who we are is a piece of God. It's not necessarily separate from God. It's the connection to God and the connection to all things. And that's why you can remember your past lives, because that essence that essence can have its own, you know, its regeneration in different lives, but it's the connection to God, not necessarily separation from God. I mean, you could see it that way too, right? Or no?
Yeah. Well, it's kind of both, but yeah, it is one and the same. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's kind of both. I mean, in a way, my soul right now does not contain all of everything. It doesn't have all knowledge, all capacity. You know, so some part of my soul does feel limited from the Creator in a sense because I'm just some portion of it. However, simultaneously, that's why like duality and non-duality both kind of exist simultaneously, because at the same time, I am all of creation, and I think you are as well. We all are. Right. We all are the whole thing. Yeah. We are the whole thing, and we're separate simultaneously.
Right. The paradox.
Hey Gio, could you share these techniques that you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, one of them is doing like light trance work. It's also often called past life regression. This one doesn't involve consuming any substances or anything. It would just be done sober. And actually, the more sober you are, the better. But it's often referred to as past life regression. There's another term which is called life between life regression, LBL. But basically involves getting into a very, very relaxed mind state to where you can get into a light trance state, and then you can navigate to previous lifetimes. You can also navigate to the spirit world as well, to the actual memories of being in the actual spirit world directly. So that's just using, it's not really hypnosis. I mean, that term, I guess, is thrown around there, but it's not really, it's more like a regression work, but it does involve a very, very relaxed mind state to be able to get into that. But that's one thing.
Could you say semicosis, where you're awake but you're asleep?
In a sense, yeah. In a sense, yeah. Like when people are doing this, they're generally like lying down with their eyes closed. They're very still, but they can talk and they can relate, but they're in a very relaxed mind state. Yeah, like I mean, if you ask somebody in the middle of it, what's your name, they would say their name. So it's like you're conscious, but you're in a state that can allow basically the human mind to interact with the deeper kind of subconscious and unconscious of the soul. It creates like an interface between the two.
I tend to look back on my life, so then I close my eyes, and then I go into a sleep, semi-awake kind of state of mind where I'm delving back into my lives, that I've lived, from my childhood days right up to now. And sometimes I'm back there for a long time. And then the doorbell will go, and I have to get up and answer the door, But yeah, I do that a lot. Basically going down memory lane.
Yeah, so this is just like a deeper targeted version of that in a sense. Yeah, but this is like a way of actually getting into the delta brainwave states, like actually getting your brainwave states into a very deep meditative state in a sense. So yeah, past life regression, that's one method. Another one is just meditation if you're able to with just meditation, but that's a pretty advanced capacity to be able to do it with just meditation. Another one is breath work, just using breath. Usually to do like a 3-hour session where you're doing longer, deeper breathing for that whole period, where you can really enter a state of consciousness, which is similar in a way to what things like the entheogens, like mushrooms, ayahuasca. The breath work can take one to similar experiences, although they're not going to have necessarily the visual effects or the plant medicine component of the plants, but the breath work alone can actually activate, past life memories and experiences that way. So that's just using breath. Another one is using the plant medicines, things like mushrooms, ayahuasca, iboga, peyote. Those don't necessarily guarantee that you'll have a past life memory. It's not like if you just take peyote one time, you're guaranteed to have a past life memory. But it's very common that people who work with these medicines regularly will access. Not everyone will, but yes, some will, especially if it's connected to their life now, like their emotions or some process they're working on now. Then people can have full blown past life, like either like a reenactment of a previous lifetime, or often if it's connected to an emotional issue, it's often like they'll experience just that part of it. So let's say they like killed someone in a past life, or they were killed, or something dramatic like that. That might be the part of the past life. So it's not like they may not remember every single detail of that lifetime, but they will be able to connect with whatever the emotionally charged part of it is. And then there's other methods like using drumming, trance drumming, where it's basically one drum, boom, 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 like a consistent drum. That's another way to enter a trance state. I'm trying to think which others. Flotation tanks is another way, like an isolation tank where you're floating in water. You're floating in a saline salt type solution, and there's no sound, there's no light. So you're basically in like a dark little capsule thing where you're floating. That's called either like sensory deprivation or isolation tank. What that does is it like shuts off all the other senses to where you can access. So that's another way. I think those are kind of some of the main ones. I think there's some additional ones too, but I don't want to go on too long because.
What's the name of the breathwork technique that you mentioned?
There's a lot of different ones. One of them that Stan Groff developed is called holotropic breathwork. That's one that's very experiential where, it's like a breathing practice that's like he was actually doing research with LSD and mushrooms and all of the psychedelics, back in the 60s and 70s. And then once they became illegal, he basically developed this holotropic breathwork, which is a method of just using breath. Usually there's specific music being played, and then it's usually about 3 hours long of breathing. And he was able to find that just by doing deeper, longer breaths for an extended period of time, it tends to put people into that mind state where they can access, childhood memories or past life memories or, archetypal experiences, mystical experiences. So yeah, that one's called holotropic breath work. But there's others, and really just it's breath, like doing deep, long breaths for a long enough amount of time will bring one into that state. Like the holotropic breath work, it's not really about it's not like a special technique in that sense. It's just deeper, longer breaths for an extended period of time. But what it does have is like the structure for it, like the music and the support, like, the support to go through what you're going through, all of that, which is, so if you just laid on your bed and tried doing it, you might be able to access it. But in the holotropic breath work, you're like in a whole community where, you're more supported to have your experience and to be supported as well.
Hey, so Kyle Rittenhouse is not guilty!
What's that, Lewis?
Kyle Rittenhouse, not guilty.
Who's that?
Oh my God.
Yeah, there's a court case going on in your part of the world.
No. It's no longer going on. He was acquitted today of all 5 charges.
Are these the Steve McRae? Is this the Steve McRae people?
No, this is a kid in Kenosha, Wisconsin. After a black fellow was paralyzed by the police, there were protests, and he shot 3 people in the protests, and 2 of them died. And he claimed self-defense, and a jury acquitted him after 3.5 days of deliberation.
Okay, so why are you bringing that here now?
Because it's a big deal. I'm just spreading the gospel.
Yeah. Breaking news, that was.
All right.
You're welcome.
Hey, Gio, so is there also any way to do that with mushrooms as well?
Yeah.
How many mushrooms do we recommend to get to that level?
Depending on the potency.
Like,
I mean, past life experiences are not always going to happen. Like with something like mushrooms or peyote or something like that. Like it's like I said before, it's not necessarily guaranteed that you'll have a past life memory, but it is within the realm of potentials. Meaning that there are certain percentage of people that will connect with the past life directly. But I mean, to dosage wise, I mean, I'm not like outwardly recommending anyone do anything, but I would say in general, I mean, to have like a full regression to a previous lifetime, usually that happens in higher dosages, like 4 to 7 grams type range. If people are if they're gonna have like a full reliving of a previous lifetime like that, it's usually because the low dose is usually only going to kind of brush the surface.
Have you looked into like the brain and what parts of the brain is being activated when someone's in this state of mind and condition? Do you know?
I know some, but yeah, it is interesting. I don't think it's even fully understood actually, but I wouldn't say I'm an expert though in knowing all of because it has been studied in different ways, but yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I can't say that I know enough to be able to just lay it all out, but well, I mean, essentially what I'm referring to, like we could, like, let's say the word ordinary consciousness, like the ordinary, which would be what we're in right now. Like we're talking, we're, exchanging, but then there's like, it could be a terminology like non-ordinary state of consciousness, which it's not, and when I say non-ordinary, I'm not referring to like alcohol or heroin or anything like that. I'm talking about these like very specific form of spiritual states that tend to be accessed, like, with meditation or, deep forms of breath work, or like I said, the plant medicines, things like ayahuasca, or, so there's like these unique mind states that seem to be able to be activated where basically the unconscious mind can be kind of opened, and potential for like healing and having mystical experiences is very, very high in those types of states, which I think humans have been finding ways to access those states since the beginning of time, in terms of like experiencing one's spirituality directly, rather than just following someone else's ideas or books or something. This is like being able to actually access the natural spiritual capacities within the human psyche.
Right. I was in the 24/7 today. I've been invited back in today. After speaking to old dude and that, they were saying that, Jin, they're asking for you to come back, kind of thing, they've sent you links, but I said I've clicked on the links and they're saying I'm banned still. Is that right? I goes, yeah. He said Battlemod has been calling, saying that why isn't Jin back on the server? Blah blah blah. So we got back on, and the first question they asked me was, "What's good? What do you find good about Earth Awakenings channel? The server." And I said, well, it's very welcoming. You get to speak your mind, of course, within the censorship limitations, because he doesn't want to lose the server. And he's trying to achieve a server whereby he can talk to the opposition in an amicable way. That's what he's trying to do. Yeah, but he's banning people, I hear. I said, well, I mean, and then I said, yeah, but that's his server. And if someone's, not really going according to the plan, remember, he's only just started his server up. So on its tentative legs, it's trying to get moving, and people are going to jeopardize that. He's going to obviously ban him. He's spent a lot of time putting it together, I said. Okay. And I said, I've been muted several times, but I'll say this one thing. He tells me why he's muted me. So he either DMs me or he tells me there and then why he's muted me. And I accept that and I apologize and we move on. There's no animosity or anything going on there. All right. And then he said, well, he used to be on this server. I said, I know, yeah, he's told me that he used to be there, yeah. And I think 2 years ago, you guys banned him. I don't know why, but you banned him. And he said, yeah, well, he was always into these spiritual things they were saying and that you were into. And you never seem to ban anybody. And I said, well, I mean, that's his demeanor. But they didn't think you was a real flat earther or something, they were saying. And I said, he's never displayed that to me. He's always defended the flat earth, and when the heliocentrists are being absurd and obnoxious, he's coming strong there. I haven't seen anything that you're displaying, and I can't really say I agree with what I'm hearing, is what I said basically. He's been amicable towards me, it's welcoming, and I have to be mindful because I now understand what he's trying to do, and I could jeopardize that and then I'm gone. So I have to be careful. He's been very, very good, and he's good to most of the people on the server here. So if he's banning someone, obviously they're not listening. That's all I said there. But
Well,
you're
there's
a conversation. Yeah.
Huh. All right. That's interesting. Well, yeah, no, I mean, there are a couple of bans on this server. They're very, very few, but there are a couple that unfortunately had to happen. I was thinking at the original, the outset of it, could I do it with having 0 bans? But I found one little loophole where people can actually change their names, to something, and then be able to still come in under that name change. So they one person was, changing their name to something very vile, and then they kept sort of joining, and then I could manually change their name, but then they would change it back, every time. Because you can't really change, like if they change their actual Discord name to that, there's nothing I can do, like there's no, because I do give people the ability to change their nicknames as well. But even at that, if they make their actual Discord name that name, there's nothing maybe I could manually change it, but you know the way some of these people are, they'll just keep changing it back, you know. So
Yeah, of course, yeah. And I said to them, but at the end of the day, that it is your server, and you're trying to achieve the amicable debate with the opposition. That's his aim here, amicable. And sometimes it can be a bit too amicable. We're in the weeds, and then I get exasperated, and then I come in like a sledgehammer on a little nut, and that might not be the way sometimes. And I've been reminded of that, and that's fair enough. I think it's all good. I said it's all good on Earth Awakenings. A myriad of topics have been talked about. It's all good. And yes, it's got the potential to be something fantastic. In fact, it is something fantastic, and it's growing steadily. It's fine. It's really good. I like it. So, you know, there you go. And then I said, no flat earthers should ever be banned anyway. Yeah, that's what I said to them, because I got back. I didn't apologize to get back. As I said, I was never going to do that. Didn't do anything wrong. And then I said to them that the guy in question, F.W. de Klerk, died Monday this week, and he gave a 7-minute apology for the atrocities and indignities that he inflicted on the black people of South Africa. Okay? He apologized. 7-minute apology broadcasted by the BBC before this guy passed on. Okay? So, you know, when I said that, you know what I mean? I'd vindicated, but I was already on the server by then. I just felt good. I thought, yeah, good. And I thanked all those who were instrumental in getting me back on there. Doesn't mean I'm going to be there all the time. You know what I mean? I'm just going to be popping in and out now, because once you've given your best and they've banned you twice for nothing, then, you know, you tend not to want to go all in. When you do go in, you do your bit and then you step out. That's all I'm going to be doing. I'm not going to be forming any kind of bonds or anything, except for those who show me the respect. That those bonds are still there. But I've noticed that there's not enough unity. You know, they talk it, but they don't actually practice it. Whereas here, on the other hand, you have been very lenient, and that's very important, I think. Good judgment. You have your own style. You have your theories on, you know, afterlives and that, and that's your entitlement. Can't bring a man down because of that. Silly. Don't know why you got banned from the server, but they didn't seem to. They said they couldn't like trust you or something in the end. I don't know why, to be quite honest. But you know, didn't change my view. I said, Gio's got a good demeanor. He's a pleasant guy. I don't see this what you're talking about. I've never experienced what you're talking about. I've never, you know, I just haven't seen that, you know, and that's that. And he's if he bans someone, he's like,
I'd be willing to bet there's a totally different interpretation of the banning than Gio's part. I don't know if you want to talk about it at all.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I don't know if on the live stream right now is the, you know, place to fully kind of do all that, but yeah, it's an interesting unfolding, that's for sure, the way that all happened. But
yeah, because when I was on the 24/7 and you were there, you were doing great, guns. I thought you were really, really good, and I noticed that you were having it hard sometimes to try and get in, because there's so many people fighting to talk. It's a joke, you know. But whenever you got in there, I put you with Miggy, because I thought Miggy was a nice person, and he still is, you know. And you and him will have the same kind of temperament, I felt. Bearing in mind, I was the new boy on the block at the time, yeah? New boy in the block. But, you know, certain people were fighting with their egos to get the word out. And then there's you just waiting your turn and then getting in there. Precise, concise, and then, you know, I just couldn't understand why they banned you. Didn't get it. You went shortly after I joined. That was the thing. And I just couldn't understand what happened. And then after that, several other good people left, and then I started thinking, what's happened here? Why are we losing good flat earth? We can't afford to lose one flat earther, but we're losing top-notch flat earthers. Huh. So yeah. And I said that to Mimas, the guy who actually banned me. I said to him, look, you know, moderators are only worthy of respect when they show respect. That's what I said. As long as you're showing the respect, you'll get it. If you don't, you're not going to get respect from me. I'm not going to respect you when you don't show respect. Talking about, you don't just get it because you're a moderator. I don't go like that. That's not how I roll.
Well, yeah, on this server, like there's never any account restrictions or bans or anything like that, unless the person is breaking the server guidelines and doing so repeatedly, you know, in a way that's problematic. And I'm extremely lenient with that. I mean, I'm giving, you know, multiple warnings, you know, and so on. I'll always talk to someone about what it is, you know, and it always is in alignment with the actual server guidelines. It's not just random or out of the blue or, oh, I don't like you, or, you know, nothing like that. So
No. Although one or two do get your back up. I mean, yeah, you know, you're only human at the end of the day, and it's your server. That's the other thing people have got to remember, which is what I said to certain characters. I said, remember, it's not mine. It's not yours, yeah? Okay. So just don't forget that. It's not yours, not mine. You know, so that's that. You're lucky. Always show that respect and the appreciation, and then you go a long way. But when I said on the 24/7, showed my appreciation for 2 days on the trot, purely because there were other people who weren't there the day before giving thanks, right? So we got the next group, and then I'm banned the next third day. I'm out. I'm kicked out. Down the slide, down the chute, bang, out. What the fuck happened there? And then people were asking me, what were you doing whilst you weren't here, Jim? I goes, I was on the outside looking in, thinking, you lucky bastards in the server, eh? Not really. I just said I've been on other servers, and then your server came up. Yeah, what is it about that server that, you know, well, it's new, it's good, it's welcoming, great potential. All the topics have been spoken about. Like I said, within the censorship limitations on certain topics. It's really good. Would you like a link? I said. You know. So yeah, they're all right. I think, they're all right. They got their way. But I meant what I said. No, this your server's got great potential. Definitely. Just got to give it time. That's all. No problem there. Everyone do the likes. Hit the likes button. Keep it there, and then we'll go somewhere. Also, Denmark's back in the 24/7 now because he was banned for a while. He's back in there now. I noticed him today. We kind of like got back together. Battle Mod. Do you know Battle Mod, Gio?
Yep, I do know him.
Yeah, he said he was trying to recruit all the flat earthers who were banned for silly reasons. He's just trying to get them all back in. Basically, is what he said. Yeah, I have noticed that there's been a number of black spots in that server. By that I mean quiet, where it's dead. Yeah, and then they had a ladies' night tonight. They had a ladies' night that was very successful. That went down well, and they were talking about introducing flat Earth to the kids. Now, where do you stand with that, Gio? Where do you stand about informing your children, if you've got them, about the flat Earth and what techniques and that kind of thing? So, where do you stand on that? Anyone? Open to everyone.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. You mean to your own children or to others? Because that's one thing. Whether it's to your own or whether it's to someone else's.
Yeah, to your own children at first, yeah, and then to other children after. But to your own children is the main question.
Well, I guess I would say parents should always be ultimately, the guardians and responsible, in that sense. Of course, a lot of parents in these days just send their kids off to school, and let the state do it, let the government teach them. But yeah, it's an interesting topic. I personally would not. Well, in terms of other people's children, I just think that that's different. I think it should be up to the parent ultimately.
Yeah.
up to one's own parent, meaning that it wouldn't feel right to me to necessarily just go telling other people's children that, things, in that sense. I mean, unless they wanted that or it was, sort of approved by them. So just respecting other parents for, what they choose.
Yeah. Yeah, fine. So introducing the flat earth truth to your children, you're happy with that because
Damn,
you're
man,
going to do that. Yeah?
Oh, my bad. What up? Where'd everyone go? I left for like 5 minutes.
I don't know. Is that right, Gio? So you're okay to tell your own children yourself? And when would there be the time that you would do that?
Well, I think cosmology has always been something that parents have, informed their children about in different ways, in different cultures. And so I think that's always been.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that, I suppose everybody would be, well, somebody like, well, yeah, I'm not sure what else I mean, I think I don't have any children, but if I do at some point, I would never teach them the globe Earth. That's for sure.
Right.
I would give them resources to come to their own conclusion, but ultimately would let them know what I think and, allow them to come to their own conclusion. But I certainly would not be teaching the Earth as a globe. But yeah, it is kind of a challenging situation just in terms of, how to breach that gap between the globe Earth and then the fact that it isn't a globe. Like,
yeah.
So yeah, it's.
I mean, it would depend on where you are on the Earth and your environment, really, because that can really help as well. Okay, I don't think for me it was easy peasy to inform my children of the flat Earth truth.
Me too. I
Yeah.
really agree because what is it really? What is our purpose? Do we just chill until we're dead, or do we just tell it like it is?
Yeah.
Well, I believe it's up to us to come to some definitive conclusion on this matter. Like our parents didn't do it. I don't think they had the resources and the capabilities to do it. It's on us now. We do, and we need to do something.
Yeah. So Jeremy, I totally agree with you. That's why 100% I'm being totally honest. Every moment of the day when I come in, anywhere, anytime, I don't care who I'm talking to. I mean, maybe the police. I probably lied to them. Yeah, no, they can they can go fuck themselves. I don't give a fuck. I tell them I ain't got nothing to say, but at the same time, you know what I mean? I can say shit all day, dude. Tell me who arrests me. Oh, dude, I could talk all day, but I'm not gonna give out any names. No amounts. No money included. Hey, I don't care. Like, I'm just gonna say, like, bro, you missed the party. You got to the party at the wrong time. You crashed it. You look like dicks. Like, wow. Like, nobody likes you. Nobody even was a victim. It's not like, you know what I mean? We didn't TP somebody's yard. You know what I mean? As long as you don't TP somebody's yard and fucking punch them in the face or hurt them or anything, like, what's going on? Like,
To be honest,
really,
I don't know
like,
what's going
you know
on.
what? Here's the crazy thing. All right. Now, I've run into the law several times. I can remember only like 30% of it, but here's what I do remember vividly: is I had a police escort to their station. All right, I was just trying to have, like, one of the first vacations of my life. It's just so terrible that I could at least go somewhere other than where I live and have some fun. But They pulled me over because I don't have some state plates, right? You know, the good old plain Janes on the back of the
They heard
vehicle.
about the Rolexes and the Lexus with the out of state license plate, all that biggie shit.
Yeah,
I don't know where this is going. We were talking about like the kids, and now you're talking about you got arrested out on vacation somewhere. Where were you?
So Texarkana, basically.
Is that in
And
like Nevada or something?
no, I didn't say Nevada.
Canada.
I said Texarkana.
Oh,
Is that
Texarkana. Okay.
Texas?
Texas, yeah.
Texas
Yeah.
and Arkansas. Texarkana.
Oh, I wasn't familiar with that. I've heard Texarkana before. I thought that was like a city or something. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Around here, we got a little area like that. It's called the DMV. It's for Washington. It's for DC, Maryland, and Virginia. That little area.
Oh yeah, man. Check this out though. They actually said they had a warrant from our arrest. I'm like, all right, let's go. If you have a warrant, let's go. Arrest me. But if you don't, then am I free to go? And they said, yeah. Let's go. They give me a police escort. I'm on the highway. I go through the fucking unauthorized vehicles things. They're letting me trail them, and they got people trailing me. What do you say?
They
Well,
let you
I'm
drive?
American. This is the whole time. This is what I'm thinking. All right. Oh my god, I'm going to jail. I'm gonna get fucked.
Witchcraft. How is this related to what we were just talking about?
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna, yeah,
You're gonna, yeah?
I was gonna say something, but I mean, I don't know.
We
I feel
were
like you're having
asking
fun
about
telling your story, so I'm gonna just let you
when
roll
do
with it.
you tell your children about flat Earth if you've got children? At what
I,
age and
I,
would you
I,
whatever?
hold on. Let me follow up. What was I supposed to say?
Well, you're supposed to answer the question.
What question? I was just doing my thing, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you didn't. We were talking about flat Earth, and when would you introduce it to your kids if you've got them, and then other people's kids or children that you might meet? Would you or would you not introduce them to the flat Earth if the opportunity arose? And then
I really, I don't know, man.
I said it was easy peasy, and then you
So
said, "Yeah, me too."
let me
And
just take a breath. Let me take a deep breath.
yep, take a deep breath. Take a couple of those deep breaths.
Yeah, like
Sit down.
I don't. I really. I'm sorry. I just got caught off guard. I was
Yeah,
unsure, but I
you sound
absolutely,
like
yeah.
you're a little bit
So
pissed.
when I had gone to a family gathering, right?
Mm.
We've all been to those. I hope, because
Yep, I
we've
haven't
all
never
come
gone.
we've all come from somewhere. We all get together. It I think that's pretty necessary thing to do. Now when we're talking about Earth, of course I'm gonna chime in, right? You would do the same. Geo, I'm sure Jeremy, everybody in here would probably do the same whenever Earth is coming into the category of a discussion, right? So without even chiming in, hey, my niece, she says, well, I know that the Earth is flat. And I said, good. Now, do you think that it goes on further to say that I would be shilling when I already complimented her on that? Now, for one thing, I'm kind of cool with people that are cool with me and cool with other people. I don't think that we need to just, I don't know. maybe not just slam dunk each other into the ground for no reason, right?
Yeah, no
Even
one's slam
even
dunking
if
you. No one's slam dunking you. I'm asking you, how
no,
old
no,
is
no.
your
I
children?
mean, well, let me finish. I'm saying that if somebody was, let's say, somebody who's just super pro-abortion, I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah.
Should you just slam dunk them, or should we see where it goes? Right?
Yeah. It's a very
Yeah.
touchy
So
subject.
that's kind of how I am. I don't know. I'm a person who likes to feel it out, and for the whole time, I'm seeing things how they are, and I mean, if they even look at me sideways, hey, hot damn, man, what the fuck was that? Right?
There's been
And
so many.
so I say, what are you looking at me sideways? What's wrong with you, right? And then we go from there. But I feel it out. I don't always just be like, oh, it's so and so, and I can always trust them. Because some people you can't trust. Some people are too nice. And they're like, oh yeah, this and that. Like, just like you said. Nah, well, be
Bro,
honest, right?
listen, if this conversation was a straw, we'd be one of them swirly straws that was going all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I want the one that's like blue. I want the
Listen, do you
blue
have
one.
kids? Do you have kids?
Jeremy,
I mean, you don't
check
have to
this out.
answer if you don't want
Hey,
to.
does that mean that I'm worth less than you?
No.
No,
He's just
I'm
asking you a
just,
question.
yeah, I'm
I
just
didn't
wondering
think
if you.
so.
Don't analyze it.
So I don't understand the question.
Well, because we were talking about
Do you
when
have
would you tell
children?
your
Like, I don't
children
know.
about the flat Earth if there was the case? When would you think it would be a good time? When would you think?
I've
Or
got
would you not?
10 siblings. I got 10 siblings. How many?
Okay.
How many children does it equal to that 10 siblings?
I mean, it's fine if you don't have kids. It's fine. We were just wondering, like, if you did have kids, like, if someday in the future, if you plan to have kids, like, are you gonna, you're gonna tell them straight up, or like, personally, I don't tell my kids. My wife ain't having it.
Let's just say this. I will never abort, ever, no matter
No.
what.
That's not what we're. It's not an abortion thing. Or if you ever have kids someday, you're gonna tell them about the flat Earth, like, straight away.
Yeah. What do you mean? Of course.
I don't know. I don't.
Well, now you do.
No,
I'm
I'm
telling.
not. I don't.
I really. Well, all right. What does it take? What do I have to do to prove myself to you?
I believe you. I don't tell my kids about it.
Yeah. And
I
why is
believe what
that,
you're
Jeremy?
saying.
Why do you choose not to tell your kids, Jeremy? What are you worried about?
My wife ain't having it really, and we don't have anything
Okay.
definitive. Like, if we had something definitive, I would bring it to them straight away. I'd show my wife and be like, "This is it. We're telling it. We're letting the kids know it's over.
All right,
The jig's
just
up."
do simple things. Certain things that are really simple. You jump up, it doesn't move. They're all lying every time every time you see something on the screen from NASA, it's a lie. What do you mean? It's so easy.
I know, but
Just
you've heard all the Globers excuses and shit for this stuff. Like, they have an excuse for everything, so we got to catch them out there.
Oh, come on, Jeremy, man.
check this out. All right, we might be different, but I would scold whoever says anything false in front of my children, no matter what. I don't care. I really don't care how much authority they have.
Yeah.
I literally I don't give a fuck, dude. I have nothing but my balls and my word. And if they get in that way, then they're getting cut off hard. and they're gonna feel it because you can't get in the way of the truth of me. You can't discredit me. You can't disvalue me. I'm going to fucking push forward no matter how hard you try. And that's what our children, they're going to probably start off with TikTok. All right? Cut that right off. Catch it in its tracks.
Oh, the brainwashing is heavy, dude. My kid watches Disney Junior a lot. Every chance they get, they show a globe. If there's ever a desk, there's a globe on a desk. And in any of the shots, you know, they're definitely pushing the globe narrative heavy, and it's obvious too. It's not even like subtle.
Yeah, so Jeremy, like you wouldn't want to. I mean, I understand, like, yeah, if you said there's, with your wife and different, everyone's got different things going on and whatnot. But would you want to just like maybe tell them both sides, like at least give them like, hey kids, like yeah, like the mainstream thing is this globe thing, but and at least give them like another idea, or
Yeah,
because otherwise, like, are you just raising globe earthers? Like, which it's fine
No,
too if that's your choice.
I've told the older kids how the older kids know how I feel, but like the younger ones, my wife just doesn't want to, until they're out of school and shit and go through the whole thing. And I don't. I should be telling them there's a second theory or whatever, a second idea.
Yeah, that's right.
Of what it could be. I don't know. There's all this stigma over being a flat earther. Like my wife had a friend over, and I brought up like the flat Earth, and she started acting all goofy. Like there's I don't know.
Check it out, Jeremy. Listen, if they don't accept it, then they're not worthy.
Yeah.
I really hate to bring it down to that, but it's just going to take absolutely sincerity. You know it to be true. I know it to be true as well. We're on the same page. The Earth is flat. It's never going to move. If it was moving, then what's making it move? It's not gravity, because if it was gravity, then wouldn't the moon crash into us 18 seconds later? As soon as gravity hit, that shit would have fucking skyrocketed right into us. I don't give a fuck about trajectory. What the fuck are you? You know what I mean? All right. Let me just finish it off with this. My family is important. I've lost not immediate family, but two of them within like a year's period for unknown reasons for the most.
Oh, he cut off. I don't know where that was going.
Witchcraft.
Oh, there you go.
You've been drinking tonight, Witchcraft.
So post Corona, I've seen two of my family members die.
Oh,
do you know what that does to a nigga?
All right, let's relax.
What does it do to somebody like you if you lost somebody who you used to embrace? And
it hurts, bro. It hurts. I know what it's like.
And what does it do to you when they were deep inside the Matrix?
I look to the good. I look to the good that they taught me. That's all I do. Look to the good that they taught me, because if they didn't tell me about the flat Earth, my dad wasn't aware of that at the time, and I take the good they taught me and moved on. Same with my mother.
That's what I mean. Our elders didn't have really the resources or the technology to even figure this out and put two and two together or spread the word or anything. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
So what do I think? Like, do they go to hell? Because I mean,
no. What?
I feel like there's some temptations that they've given into that is possible that they've gone to hell.
Well, lead us not into temptation,
Well, what I mean, I don't want to lead anybody into temptation. Of course,
I feel like you're
no,
trying. I feel like
But
you're
you're
trying.
leading yourself into temptation
no.
by
What are you
drinking that
talking,
many Corona
Jeremy?
beers,
What
for
are you
example.
saying? I am trying.
No,
Right
what I'm
now,
saying is
you're
that
trying to lead us.
you are in trouble already yourself right now because
I'm
you're
not.
just about making it
I'm just fucking with you.
coherently
I'm just fucking
with
with
the
you.
amount of booze that you got in your stomach. You're doing a good job of trying to be coherent, but you've partaken in the golden liquid to maybe more than you should have done.
Urine.
No,
I'm
beer.
just I'm having a difficult time understanding why we're talking about things we already understand. Who's here? Jin, Jeremy, Globus, Geo, Enigma. Enigma, what's up, bro? I haven't heard you yet,
He told me
but
earlier. He told me
who
earlier he didn't like you.
well, you know what? What do I have to convince you of? You don't have to convince
Enigma
me of
told
anything, right?
Enigma told me earlier. He was like, "Yo, fuck witchcraft."
Hey, Jeremy.
He said that.
Jeremy, well, you don't have to prove that though.
He said it verbally. I have no way to prove it.
You don't have
Oh,
to.
actually, I have it in a DM. Hold on.
I know he said that. I know for a fact he said that.
Why? Why did he
Because
say that?
because you're a fucking awesome dude, and he's telling the truth, and he did literally, without a doubt.
No, he
Fuck
definitely didn't say
me.
that. I have not talked to Enigma in
Just
days.
by whatever you're saying.
I lied. I have
He was
not talked
telling
to
the
Enigma
truth.
in days.
I don't know. You know, it's
I blatantly
just
lied to you.
it's hard to fucking block. You know, I can't deny. He fucked witchcraft.
All right, witchcraft. You've been talking nonstop since you joined. Could you make a point and then pass the mic, please?
Facility
Right now.
Joy.
You're leading us
Hey,
into
facility.
temptation.
Wait. Let Geo. Let's be Geo do what he's doing, and I'm gonna do what Geo told me to do. Facility Jerry, how's it going? You just came in. Welcome to the microphone. Say something.
What up, Jerry?
What's going on, boys?
What's
Hey,
going on,
typical
mate?
Friday night.
Howdy.
Right?
Where you been? What'd you see? What'd you say?
I'm just getting ready for work. Pretty
On a
cold
Friday
out
night?
here. Yeah, we're going night, man.
Man.
Yo, Jerry, did you know
Yo,
that
what's up?
you know I got a lot of bodies on me, on my family,
It must be pretty
and
heavy.
these guys are mad that I'm just talking too much. I feel like I don't know if it's just like a bad vibe thing.
Yeah, you came in drunk and just talking nonstop. Yeah, we were having a decent conversation.
He's right. I mean, I like to fuck around and have fun and shit, but
all right, Geo Love, man, like just think about my horoscope, whatever you think it is, and dude, I've got 2 deaths in my family, and a fucking dude who is in intensive care. I'm kind of seeking a little bit of help here, dude. If that's too much, then I'll just leave right now. Is that okay? What's okay? Should I leave or should I just chill here? Can I be okay? All right. You know what? I'll take that as a leave.
Should I
Right?
stay or should I go now?
I guess I'll just leave. Yeah.
No, yeah. I mean, you made a mistake when you if you come in.
I feel like I made a mistake when I fucking had a bunch of fucking problems. Whatever.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, I know you got problems, but drinking them doesn't help, does it?
Doesn't help.
Right. That's what's
Doesn't
happening.
help. What helps, Jin? You tell me what helps.
I tell you, what helps is talking about it when you're not drunk.
I did talk about it, motherfucker. What are you fucking talking about?
When did you talk about it? I didn't hear you. When you're not drunk is what I said. You may have mentioned it now, but you're not in a coherent state to be helped. That's what I'm saying to you. You've oversubscribed.
it's fine. I had to mute him.
Yeah,
sorry,
he's
witchcraft.
oversubscribed
We want you
on
here,
the golden
maybe
nectar. A little bit
we
there.
want you here, witchcraft. Just maybe cool out for a minute or something, you know. Have a
Yeah.
cup of coffee.
No
We
disrespect
we
to
definitely
you.
want you here. We want to talk to you. Hold on, Chin.
Yeah.
Why are you
We
rumpusing me?
want yeah, we don't want you to do anything silly, especially if you've got these two deaths and another person, not well in your family. Okay, fine. But boozing doesn't help. I've never understood that. You know what I mean? Things
I
have gone
actually
wrong.
feel, all right, what?
You're smashing your TV, you're smashing your hi-fi, and you're wrecking your car. Your
I
dad
actually
died the
feel
other
like
day.
it.
Your dad died the other day. Oh, really? Is
I
that the
actually
way to
feel
deal
like
with
it does.
it? Stupid. You see, you hear these stories, don't you? You know, my mum died, so I smashed my house up.
I actually feel like it does do good to get drunk, like really wasted once every few years, maybe 3, 4, 5 years. Like get so drunk that that you throw up. I feel like that does like it's good for like your soul. You ever do that? Get so drunk you throw up?
No, I don't. I don't want
You
to
should
waste my
try
money
it.
and then throw all that money up on the floor. Then I have to clean it all up. I mean, come on, man.
Think of it as
I
a
don't
where
play
you
those
go.
games.
You throw up in a toilet bowl.
Nah, I don't. I don't want to waste my
It's
time with
good
that,
for your
man.
soul, Jen. All right, I'm just telling you. Like it
Nah,
like
nah,
cleanses
nah,
you.
nah. What's good for my soul is actually facing up to the problems. I'm quids in, my problem's solved. I'm
Oh,
a
of
helium
course.
balloon again. Come
I'm
on,
not
man.
saying to do this to distract from your problems. I have no problems. I'm fine. I live in Candyland.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, like, good for your mentally.
yeah. There's an idiot revving his car to smithereens out here. Obviously it's a sports car.
You guys are Tokyo
I,
drifting over there, right?
yeah, highly powerful. But there comes a time when you've just got to say to these people, look, yeah, you've got a nice car. Fuck off and drive it down the road, yeah. Remember there are children, babies trying to sleep, babies, and then you're revving your car up and they're waking up panicked. Then there's old people who are
Fucking
dying,
kidsies.
dying old people, and you're fucking making their last minutes on a fucking terrible. Here's a baseball bat on your windscreen. You cunt.
The problem is, Jen, these kids these days, they got no consideration. You know what I
Exactly.
mean?
Yeah, I'm going to make them consider how the baseball can cost them a lot of money, a baseball bat.
Well, maybe just have a word with them instead of
Well,
starting
let's
like
see.
a gang war or something. Go ahead, say, hey guys, please.
They just got to. Okay, he's turned his engine off anyway. Lucky cunt, because I was on my way
Yeah, I
out.
mean, maybe yell at them from out the window or something nice.
No, I like to go out there in person. You know what I mean? Because I want
Yeah,
them
with the
to.
baseball bat though, that's not. I know someone that died like that. The guy came out the house with a baseball bat, and the other kids ended up getting the bat from him and killing him. He's still in prison. That was like 20 years ago. That was a whole lifetime ago, pretty much. Over some bullshit. Anyways, Witchcraft, listen, we want you here. We want you involved in the conversation. You're a little drunk right now. Just cool out for a minute. We'll mute you, in a little bit. All right, bud? So, yeah, I was watching this video last night. It was top 10 reasons or evidence that we were lived in a simulation. I see videos on the polar opposite, too, though. I'll be like, proof that we don't live in a simulation. So I got to watch a couple of those. But some of the evidences that we did live in a simulation were like the Mandela effect, and I forget what the other ones were. I mean, I kind of like that idea that we live in a simulation. It makes sense. Anyways, what you guys got? Should I unmute witchcraft? I mean, if we're not going to talk, we might as well unmute witchcraft. There we go. What's up, witchcraft? You totally derailed us so far that there's no coming back, so.
I know.
Where you been at?
Wakes,
I
funerals.
ain't seen your name on the list for a while. Yeah, that's tough. Oh, I lost somebody after that, after all this bullshit happened, and they didn't even have a wake or a funeral.
It's because maybe you're not allowed to attend.
Captain Caveman. I used to love that cartoon as a kid. That's a staticky ass mic right there. Turn your mic on again.
How about now?
Oh, it's good. It's good.
What up?
It's good. You sound good.
All right, that sounds good, but do you want to answer my question?
What did you ask?
What up?
Oh, what up? What up? Not much, chilling. Good day today. Good day. Can't complain.
Yeah, Kyle Rittenhouse not guilty. Yeah, today's a good day.
Oh, I like that. I like to see that. Yeah. That's what I thought should have happened. Absolutely. No question.
Are they burning down the city yet?
I feel like he was just really being the ultimate citizen. He's going out to save lives, like to prevent infections or whatever. At least
Who are you
medical
talking about?
attention.
Who are you talking about?
Kyle Rittenhouse, right? And then he's found not guilty. Hallelujah.
Wait a minute. You're talking about Kyle Rittenhouse as in he was doing what?
I don't know.
What was he doing that you seem to be in support of?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you? It sounds like you're already against it, dude. Like
I'm in
I
support
don't.
of what he was doing.
Am
I'm
I?
not. I'm
Am
not
I?
gonna go anywhere.
I don't
I'm
think
not
he
gonna
is
go
on it.
anywhere with that. Like,
Okay.
if
So
you don't,
you,
if you don't
so,
understand already, then I can't help you.
oh, so you think that because I
No, I
question,
think that you don't
yeah,
understand,
Hold on, one at a time,
and
guys.
it's
One at a
pretty
time.
apparent.
you see how he jumped on me before I even explained my position?
You
Yeah,
don't
it's
have a
fine. I was
position. You don't
witchcraft.
understand.
Witchcraft, relax.
I
I'm in
know.
support of what he was out there.
I
No,
can't.
no, no. I
Look.
feel like you. Hey, Solaris, did
I
you
pushed
answer
you.
my question in the beginning?
I pushed you. I pushed you. I
No,
really
you
did.
didn't. You didn't
Did.
answer
I
my
pushed.
question.
I pushed
So
him.
you don't
I
understand.
pushed him.
All right, settle down, guys. Settle down.
I pushed him,
You
and
can
I'm
have a nice.
Just
sorry. I
hold on,
pushed him,
Jeremy.
and
Can I
he's a
listen?
bit,
Listen,
he's
listen,
a bit
listen, listen,
sensitive, and I
listen,
pushed
listen. I
him.
need to say this right now because I want to understand. Did you not understand what I said?
Guilty.
So what's the problem? Tell me what happened.
Guilty.
He's guilty, is what you're saying.
All charges. Guilty.
What are the charges?
What do you? He got.
You mean
He got
State
acquitted of
all
every.
of them.
You mean
He
I
got
of the
want
acquitted on
all
everything.
the charges.
you mean of the
Solaris,
5? You mean of the
go
5?
ahead.
You mean of the 5 or of the 6?
This
Which
was so
one?
important that Apple felt it was necessary to send me a notification that this happened. I don't even get news alerts and shit, but they
What?
fucking. This was like one of
Apple?
those. This was one of those emergency fucking things they had to send you, like a hurricane warning or some shit.
Wait, I never got any notifications from Apple.
Let me check my thing. It said Apple News top stories. Oh, maybe I am
Send
getting
it.
news up.
Send
I
it,
don't know.
dude. Send it in the Discord channel. That would be awesome.
Yeah, I never got any news from Apple on
Hold
this.
on.
You know,
I
because
Well,
I
I
have
don't know
an
how to
Apple.
link this
I
shit.
have
never
an
got
Apple
any
phone.
news that he was guilty either.
I don't know how to like share this or whatever. I don't use this app, so I mean, I can just
he
take a
went
picture.
across state lines. I mean, come on, you go across state lines with a loaded weapon, and then you want to
And
call
the verdict
self-defense.
is.
I don't
What?
care what the
I'll
verdict is.
I'll post a
That's your
screenshot
problem.
in
That's
Discord.
your problem. You know what? Go ahead. Take a minute.
Did he cross state lines with a loaded
Take
weapon?
a minute, bro. I didn't ask you.
Did
I said
he cross
take a
state
minute.
lines
Right
with a
now, you
loaded
need
weapon?
to fucking relax. Cause you need to stay.
All right, you guys, let's do a new topic. It's not really what this server's about.
Yeah, settle down. Solaris, are you're a Glover, right?
Yeah, geez, man. Who muted me just now?
I don't know. It was probably justified.
Well, I mean, I get it, but the server was quiet. I was just having some fun here. I wasn't
We
trying
still
to
don't want to
be.
make a ruckus.
I wasn't trying to be a dick, but I was just trying to have some fun. I mean, who muted me just now? Who was it in this channel that muted me just
I'm
now?
sure whoever did it, it was totally justified.
I get that they may have thought that I was trying to cause a ruckus, but geez, the channel was quiet.
Well, it's fine. No matter what, we still don't want a ruckus.
If the channel's quiet, man, come on.
That doesn't mean let all chaos ensue.
It doesn't.
That means let's have a nice
Oh,
conversation fired up.
We run a tight ship here, sir.
Okay, fine. Yes, you want something in particular. Who muted me?
I don't know. Whoever did it, I'm sure they were within reason.
All right, I'm gonna see what I can find about who
The
muted
person
me
with the
here.
mute button.
Yeah, I'm gonna see. I'm gonna see if I can find out who muted me, because that's bullshit, guys. You could have said something before you muted me, because I was just trying to.
I tried to give you a warning.
No.
I gave you a couple.
You gave me a warning after the fact. No,
I told you as it was happening. Like, hey guys, calm down. Remember when I was like, hey guys, relax, calm down, let's have a nice.
Yeah. When you said that is the moment that we were being muted.
No, I said that halfway into it. I said that multiple times throughout.
Dude, we're talking a literally 10-second time frame here. I was literally muted within 10 seconds.
I'm gonna mute you again, man.
It's fine, bro. Let's
get a real conversation going. You and Witchcraft were talking over each other and screaming about this thing. It was just complete disjointed stuff. So yeah, I muted both you guys. You were talking at the same time. I can unmute you, Solaris. I think Witchcraft is too drunk to really be able to have a conversation.
It doesn't matter that we were talking over each other.
Do you have a new topic? Do you want to?
The channel was silent at the time, man. Why would you do that?
Because you were talking over Witchcraft. You guys were talking at the same time.
But he wasn't.
You were talking about a completely off-topic thing. So the server is not really about like current events and stuff. I mean, you can talk about that a little bit if you want. But you guys started screaming and yelling about.
Okay, fine. I'll just keep to myself as my flat earth denier self would do.
Yeah, why do you
I mean, you don't
deny the
have to keep.
flat Earth?
No. I sense Geo's point here. Yeah, I'll take Geo's point and just stay silent and obedient.
Silencio.
No, it's not about
Comprende?
that at all, dude. It's just you came in kind of starting to fight with witchcraft. And
Because it was
getting chaotic.
quiet, dude. Geo, if you can't understand when you walk into a room and
All right, this is our second drunk attack. Let's go.
Yeah, I
Let's
think
move
he's
on.
drunk too.
Just
Yep,
relax,
he's always
dude,
drunk
relax.
when he's on Discord. We got two
They're
drunk
coming.
attacks in
They're
a row.
coming in drunk, aren't they? All right, security. Security, get them out.
We've been getting attacked heavy the last couple of days. It's really been they've been turning
With
it
the
up.
drunk people?
With
Yeah.
everything, all of it. Yeah, it's like one after the other.
Bro, this room needs constant multi-mods in it. Active. Like, I can't do it on my own. Sometimes I'm busy doing stuff and, like, you know, I'll have my hands also be doing the dishes or something. It's like, dude, I can't stop to fucking unmute and mute someone every time they're done speaking to micromanage their behavior. Like, you know, like they should have, I don't know. Just everyone, we're all adults, man. Come on, guys.
Well, it's funny because there's a lot of people that we never have to mute. You know, like that are never an issue at all. Like, so.
I mean, yeah. I was gonna fuck with extremists just now and say we constantly have to mute that guy, but he's deafened, so.
You never have to mute me, Jeremy.
Who said that?
Nigma.
I know, you never even talk, bro. Say something. Say it with your chest.
Huh?
You gotta speak up once in a while.
Yeah, I know. Most of the time I'm working, so. And I'm listening, you know? Or
No doubt.
or sometimes it's background noise. Now it's very, very late, so. But I heard you try to stitch me up just about half an hour ago.
I didn't want him walking away thinking you actually said that, so I had to set him straight.
For a couple of minutes he thought I did, but
I know, I was like, oh man, now I feel weird because I just blatantly was like joking, but now he like thinks he really did it.
yeah, I think he was a little bit drunk.
A little bit. That's like, you gotta go to like Gems. Gems is a good spot for if you're wasted. You know what I mean? They love that shit. Brandon I went in there drunk one night and had a blast with him. Brandon was in there for 3 days once drunk. Straight.
Was he?
Yeah, it was great. He was just going at him for just 3 straight drunken days. It was great.
Johnny B gets drunk.
No shit, bro. He's fucking totally plastered all the time.
It's ridiculous.
Between that and his accent, I don't know shit he says. I get every like third word.
Yeah. And
he invites me to his server every like at least 2 times a week. I get an invite, a DM from him with an invite to his server. I'm seeing now it's become a social experiment at this point. I want to see how long he'll do it for.
Yeah.
Like, can this go for years? I don't know. We're gonna find out.
Well, he can't go on like that. We'll
see. These people are persistent. I don't know.
Yeah, kill him in the end. What about Aaron? Aaron, what happened to Aaron?
I don't know.
He used to get drunk because I used to wake up in the morning and hear how drunk he was. Obviously, he's on the other side of the globe or the other side of the planet or whatever. But he's yeah, he was. By the morning when I was listening to him at breakfast, he was gone.
Oh yeah, he used to get because I would wake up sometimes and hear him, but I used to get worried that every time I went to sleep, somebody was ruining the chat, and usually that was the case. Sometimes it would still be going, but sometimes like the chat would just get totally fucking ruined. And so I would wake up and like check it real quick, and I'd hear him just wasted rambling. I'm like, oh great, he's gonna fucking destroy it. He's cool though before he gets too drunk.
He's okay before he gets too drunk, but when he gets drunk, he gets a bit silly. And there was a guy, there was a Kiwi or an Australian who used to fly helicopters. What's his name?
Jazza?
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
that's
bad.
one of my favorite Globers. He's almost on our side.
He is funny.
He's almost on our side, that guy. Some of the shit
I've
that he
not
says.
heard from him in a while. He's not been on the. I don't know if he's banned, but he's not been on Gem Pandas.
Oh my god, one day he was arguing with me that Earth is not accelerating. I'm like, bro, I don't even believe this. Why are you making me argue that it does accelerate? This is your shit. You're supposed to fucking know this stuff.
But he's crazy.
Yeah, that guy's funny.
And then Pete Shea's been in there.
Oh, for like 4 or 5 days, killing him.
Yeah.
All day, nonstop.
I know, it's so funny.
They're gonna get sick of him after a minute. They'll get sick of him.
But they just keep attacking him for drinking urine.
They need those dudes. The Dallas Dave, Pete Shea, John Bernard.
Brian Mabbott.
Matt would be in there screaming at him. I was screaming at him for a while. I turned into a screamer. That shit is not. I came into this calm, cool, and collective like I am now. But something happened after time in that place. Like it just got more and more like hostile as time went on.
Yeah. Well, it spirals quickly, doesn't it? All of a sudden, someone will say something and Jim Panda will just explode, or Curve will get the ump. I don't know whether it's put on though sometimes just to liven it up, you know.
These guys be playing wild word games and shit and like doing weird shit. I feel like lately I've been having to argue with them about how their models work, and like they were trying to argue with me that the air is not moving in lockstep earlier because wind. And I'm like, dude, but the wind is like, you say if there is wind, that's because it's moving out of the lockstep and not with it. That's why you have wind, because of the lockstepiness of the way the air moves. Like it was ridiculous, right? Gio, you heard that earlier?
Which one?
Who heard
Say it
that?
again.
That was early. That was early this morning.
I don't think I heard that talk.
I was arguing with them that in their model they got the air moving in lockstep with the earth. And they say, no, there's wind. I'm like, dude, there's only wind because it's moving not in lockstep. You know what I mean? Like the wind, like if you're at the equator, they'll say, okay, the air is moving at 1,000 miles an hour with the surface of Earth. And then if there's wind, it'll be plus or minus, however fast the wind's moving of that number. They'll argue with you that it's not moving with the Earth, but then if you say, why does the helicopter not go up and they'll rotate when it goes up? You'd have if there was no wind, or if there was no air moving in lockstep, you'd have the Coriolis effect from that.
Well, it's like moving in lockstep, except for the Coriolis difference. It's a little bit of Coriolis offset, I guess is they try to say.
Jeremy, would you say that you have these arguments like locked down? Every single globe argument pretty much shot down.
No, there's some arguments that I can't. Yo, RC has a great argument right now that I don't know. Like,
Oh yeah,
they
with the
have
5
five.
points.
Yeah, they have 5 points, dude. It won't work on a curved and a flat surface. Like, what's up? Are the distances wrong, or you know?
Well, the thing is, you got to take a straight line. In reality, if you're going to take those points and then make straight lines on a globe, got to make the straight line in reality, not calculations. That's how I
Okay,
see it.
how off do you think we are from the distance from like New York to Seattle? Like, how close do you think we know that straight line distance?
I have no idea.
Within 10
very
meters,
accurately.
1 mile,
Less.
and 100 meters.
Less.
Less than 100
But
meters.
Less than 100
whatever,
meters.
whatever you're going to do after you get those distances, if you're going to, draw something on a piece of paper, that line that you draw needs to be in reality. You need to take a physical piece of string. You need to do exactly what you're doing in reality and then put that to paper and see if that fits. But no one ever does that because it's fucking impossible. Every single curve, every single little turn that you take has to be translated onto a piece of paper and see if it would, work.
And if every single turn and whatnot is translated onto a piece of paper and is still able to guide airplanes in, does that negate your point?
What do you mean if it's able to guide airplanes in?
Well, I mean, you say, oh, curvature, oh, they show it on paper, blah, blah, blah. But yet, airplanes who use GPS guidance, which is global, spherical, global, but yet they use that to be able to guide themselves in, and you're denying that. Well, then what do they use?
I'm not saying anything about what they use. I'm saying translate what they do in reality to paper.
Okay, so what they do in reality can be translated to paper.
Well, then that's your problem. You can't then say that, oh, this wouldn't work on a flat map because you didn't do it.
Well, no, what you're saying is that if you translate what they're saying onto flat Earth, then it would show flat Earth doesn't exist.
Well, show me when you did that. Show me when you took every single turn and curve and stop and, accounting for wind, every single little deviation, when you translated all that to a piece of paper.
When exactly do you want this?
I want it right now so I could stop talking about this.
Well, I mean, as far as a pilot coming in is what I mean. Because, I mean, I thought we were referring to an airport.
No, we're referring to the actual routes and path that these things take.
You mean airplanes?
Yeah.
So the actual route airplanes take?
Yeah, the actual path that they take needs to be put down on a piece of paper.
Wait, test?
Dude.
Wait, what do you mean by test?
If you throw a ball in the air and it lands and you say that can't work on a piece of paper, you need to put that path of the ball on a piece of paper and see if it will work.
That's not what's going on when you're that's not what's going on when you're flying a plane. When you're flying a plane,
because there's curves and shit.
Yes, curves.
Jeremy, do you get what I'm saying?
What test are you talking about putting pilots under here?
I don't even think you understand what I'm saying.
Apparently not, because I thought you were talking about the curvature of the Earth and pilots, but yet not.
Okay, so the proof is that if you take the straight line path that these pilots take from city to city, and then you put them down on a piece of paper. You can't make them work on a flat piece of paper. That's the claim, right?
What do you mean by can't make them work?
Oh my God.
I
Scale
mean,
it down.
I mean,
Listen,
you
I'm gonna
make
tell
a
you right now.
claim. I'm just trying to
I'm gonna explain
understand
it to
it.
you. Relax. I'm gonna explain it to you. If you have 5 distances from five to 5 locations, each has a distance to it, and you try to scale it down. So let's say you have 1 mile equal an inch on the paper. So you scale it down. That can't work. It can only work on a flat or a curved surface. You understand?
Wait. How can you say it can only work on a flat or curved? Wait.
Yeah, it can't work on both.
How can it work on both?
I'm saying it can't.
No,
it cannot.
No, what you just said is that it can only work on a flat or curved surface.
Yes.
Means that it can only work on both. Which is the answer?
No, it can only work on one.
All right, so is it flat or curved?
The argument is curved.
So, but that's what I'm pointing out is that his argument, the way he presented his argument, was that it can only work on a flat or curved surface, not both.
Either a flat or curved surface.
But his argument was that
Okay,
it was
well,
either
whatever.
one or the other.
Yes, it's one or the other.
Yeah.
Okay, which one?
The argument
we're trying
from
to
the globe
sort that
side
out
is
right now.
the argument from the globe side is that it only works on a curved surface.
I'm not asking about what the argument. I'm asking his opinion. He's the one that made it.
No,
Jeez, man.
He's talking about R.C. Meisty's argument. We're trying to steel man it.
RC's not here.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Well, thank you for clarifying about a Mormon's point of view. I mean, RC's a Mormon. What else do you need on that?
I think you're completely bombed right now.
That doesn't change. Them being a Mormon doesn't change their argument. This is some kind of weird fallacy.
Well,
or something.
I don't understand why you would bring that up when my question was separate. I mean, you and him are talking about something that wasn't even my question.
Okay, what is your question?
And that ain't true anyway. You just curve the lines on the flat map, and you could make flat into a curve. Same thing with
well, of
same thing with
course,
elevations, man.
because longitude.
You can make the math line up. Fucking either way, it's just math.
Yeah,
when they say it wouldn't work,
because
that's
longitude,
important.
right?
Right. The question is that dead reckoning or a great circle? That's the fucking question. Ain't can you make it work? Meisty's full of shit, dude. I mean, you have.
So how accurate do you think that we know the distances between like New York and Seattle, like the straight line distance?
That's the whole thing. It really all boils back down, in my opinion, to the fucking sun speed. Like I mean, if we kept arguing, it would get to is the sun moving faster below the equator? That's why we need to eventually do that one.
Bro, how good do you think we know the distance between New York and Seattle?
Yeah, it would change every time you tried to measure it. It would change. I know.
And how close do you think we are to the actual one?
See, that's the
Are we
trick
within a
there.
mile?
But
are we
that's
within 10 miles?
Jeremy, that's the scam. Is it starts out, how well do you think we know? And then once you say, oh, pretty good, then you're locked in. But it doesn't matter what I think. It matters what in reality it is.
I know. I'm just saying, could they have given us a 10-mile difference off the actual straight line distance from New York to Seattle?
I don't know.
Is it possible?
Possible. It could be
definitely possible,
more.
man.
Yeah.
Because
How
straight
much
line
do you think?
distance is hard to do. You have to have it leveled all the way from New York to LA or Seattle or whatever you said.
It's impossible. Yeah, that's right. It's impossible. Straight line distance is that over that range, over even a quarter of that range. It's impossible, dude.
What?
said the straight line distance over that range is impossible.
Yeah, it'd be impossible.
Yeah, he says impossible, but yet the moment that it happens, it becomes possible. So
No, I mean we could have like
okay.
theodolites and those types of like in whatever water levels and total stations and whatever, and they're not accounting for refraction at all, right? But like, it still is a rough kind of idea of how much the distance is. You know, it's more or less leveling it out. Not completely, obviously, but you know, for whatever distance that gives. The thing is, I don't think they've done that from the entire from the east coast to the west coast. I don't think they've done the entire landmass, has leveled it out completely in a straight line, at least. You know.
why would they
Yeah,
need
think about
to?
it. If we're on a prairie, yeah, if the United States was a prairie, yeah, that'd be no problem at all, man.
It's not.
But
That's not even part of the argument, dude. What the fuck are you arguing? Blue versus black? I mean, come on.
somebody
This
said
guy.
that I'm arguing for the fact that you could map a curve on a flat piece of paper.
Woo.
It's
Wow,
it's a
congratulations.
conversion.
You're arguing something that we're not even talking about. Whoa, God.
I mean, you don't got to come in and be a smartass just because I make a comment, dude. Don't get
Yes,
butthurt.
and if your comment has nothing to do with the argument, then your comment is useless.
What comment did he make that has
Talk
nothing
about
to do
me.
with it?
Talk about what I. Yeah,
Hold
talk
up,
about
Brian. What
what
comment
I
did he
said.
make?
Not me, bud.
About going around a curve that has nothing to do with proving a curve.
What?
That's what his point is.
His point is going around the curve that has something to do with what?
Not going around a curve when we're not talking about a curve.
It doesn't. I guess yeah. But I think his point is still valid. Where basically he's
How
saying
is
that.
it valid when we're not talking about the curve that he's referring to?
He mentioned prairie, right? So it's not necessarily whether it's a curve. It's just whether it's leveled. You have to kind of like read between the lines.
Let's add 2% of the conversation and say he's adding a point to 2% of the conversation. Okay.
Sure, you want to look at it like that.
The point
Brian,
is,
you were just talking about like the difference between topography and level, right?
Yeah, let me clarify what I'm saying. Like to go full circle, then yeah, you can't do that on a. You can't map full circle as far as on a map and have 5 points be the same distance. But as far as maps like the United States, anything within reason that we have measurements of, then yeah, you could map the longitude lines and whatnot. But once you go full circle, once you go past halfway, then yeah, that becomes undevelopable. Basically,
Okay, never mind. You lost me. I apologize, Solaris.
Bro, how close do you think we are to having the straight line
Thank
distance from New
you.
York to Seattle?
That's exactly my point.
What did you say, Jeremy?
Could they be just off? Could like the distance from New York to Seattle be off by 23 miles and then another one be off by 7 miles and you could make it all work somehow if you were just off by a few miles at each one? Like, what's the difference between a chord and an arc length over New York to Seattle? Is it like hundreds of miles or is it like 30 miles? I know there's not really a big difference until you start getting far out, and that is pretty far out.
Well, in any way you look at, he's right. Jeremy's right, because any way you look at it, every 69 miles you go, you're only talking a few feet, a foot or so. That shocked the shit out of me when I even did that math. So Jeremy's got a good point there. We were trying to come up with a test to decide, and we were talking about lines and measuring the distance and shit. And then it was George Numchucks who brought the point that there's hardly no difference over 10 miles. It's a few fucking inches, man.
Did you say George?
I had a hard time accepting that. I had a hard time accepting that, and then I went and did the math, and I was like, no shit, dude.
His name is hard to pronounce. I just go with nunchucks.
I go with Hanatuck.
How is it actually pronounced? It's like, is it?
I have no idea.
Hanachik or something?
Better nunchucks than numbnuts.
Well, yeah, other people call them other things. Yeah.
Oh, do they? I just was making a joke because
Well,
it sounds the same. Nunchucks.
I don't want to
and
get
nuts.
into the name calling stuff, but I will say that people always call them nutsack. Like I'm talking like Jaronism and all those guys like
Oh, yeah, that makes
Globebusters.
sense.
They just straight up call him George Nutsack. Like just right up.
Yeah, I don't prescribe to name calling. I prescribe to what the argument is. What's the argument?
How close are we to knowing the straight line distances from New York to Seattle and city to city in America?
Within about 6 meters.
That's pretty fucking accurate.
Shut up, Solaris. More like
That's
Soliars.
what they claim. I've heard Kosho say millimeters.
Solaris.
Dude,
Well, guess what? That's my name.
I've heard Kosho say they're within like a couple meters. Yeah, that's not far fetched. His answer.
Yeah, it's not
6 meters. Come on, man. He just pulled
I've
it out
heard
of his ass.
I've heard less, bro. I mean, yeah, 6 does sound.
That's being generous.
I feel like he doubled it or tripled it and gave you a few meters.
Yeah,
but
I'm being generous when I say 6.
the Globers claim like millimeter accuracy. They got the GPS thing.
The GPS has measured the cord length.
Bro, I don't. Dude, they claim GPS. They can get within.
Or the
inches
GPS
of-
cuts through topography.
The GPS gets it down to about 2 meters.
Actually, I think it would be pretty easy to do. You just have to drive, from one side to the other, with like an accelerometer or like something that can measure the deviation from level. Measure when, not just the deviation. I mean, like when you're actually decreasing and increasing in elevation, right? Or like even a gyroscope, and then from there you could tell how many.
And you'd have to know how much.
Sorry.
And you'd have to know how much. And you'd have to know how much you went left and right.
True.
Plus,
but
it's a network.
That's not like considering it's mostly east or mostly west, depending on where you start. I don't think it's that huge of a difference if there's like little divots north and south. I think what you would need to do though is maintain the same speed as you're basically mapping out the Earth.
Are you serious?
As you're driving.
You don't think a little divot would make that big of a difference?
No.
I think it would.
Okay.
Why don't we just go by the plane? The plane then. The plane's doing it pretty much.
I mean, you're
the whole
going
point
at
is that you're going
you're
constant
literally
speed in the car.
You're literally going against what early GPS is to what now GPS is.
How?
Because early GPS had such a wide range of fallibility to it that it led to about a 4 meter range, where now it leads to about a 2 meter range.
But where's like the similarity between GPS and what I just said?
What do you mean similarity between GPS?
Because you said I'm going to what the GPS did, right?
What old school GPS was?
Yeah. So how did the old school GPS do it like that?
Well, old school GPS was out of date as far as technology.
Okay, so your point is that this would be an old technique, right?
Yeah, it is an old understanding.
Tried and tested and true technique.
Yes, and now there are new satellites in orbit that prevent and understand that difference.
Mm-hmm. How do these satellites measure what's level?
What do they care about? They don't care about what's level.
Well, we do right now because we're talking about the level distance.
I understand that you care, but what you're asking about caring doesn't care. So you have to go.
The whole basis of this conversation was the
you have to go.
You
have to go into something else. Considering
you're going into something else. We're talking about the actual level distance between Seattle and New York. That means minus topography.
Let me clarify
so
my
how are
point
you
real quick so you might
subtracting
understand.
topography with a satellite?
It ain't even about topography. Look at this. If you want to map a curve with GPS on a flat surface, you just fucking arc the fucking satellites above it. So if you want to map a concave, then you just map the.
Why
Say
do
that
you
the
have to
satellites.
arc them?
No, I'm just saying, if you want to concave the ground,
But no,
then
you
just gotta
just said
listen. Hold on, let me finish, dude. Let me finish. Then
I'm
you just
going
gotta
off of what you said.
put the satellites. If you put the satellites in a concave configuration above you over super long distances, then it's gonna map the ground as concave. If you consider them flat overhead. So what they're talking about is in the math, the satellites are curving over our heads, when in reality they could be just a flat fucking network over our head. You understand how you could curve the fucking ground? You know,
I
math.
don't understand. I don't understand what flat network over my
It's all
head.
relative measurements, bro. Every measurement is GPS is all relative.
What flat network are you referring to?
Bro, if you're going off
No. What flat network are you referring to? I'm not gonna let you dodge this. What flat network are
GPS.
you referring to?
GPS, dude.
GPS
Yo,
doesn't
Solaris,
go
like
off
you
a
came
flat
way out of
network.
left field with the GPS. It's absolutely relevant in this conversation.
No, I'm
Like I appreciate
I'm
the
not gonna
I
let
appreciate
somebody
the analogy. I appreciate the analogy you were trying to make, where the old GPS was less accurate than the new GPS, and if in that metaphor, the old GPS is the method I just like outlined right now, where you drive with like a gyroscope, then what's the new method that's more accurate than that?
Because technology has got it down to about 2 meters
With
between-
GPSs leveling the ground? I mean, not GPSs, with gyroscopes leveling the ground?
It's not about leveling the ground. Where did
Bro,
GPS,
you said new GPS is
where did GPS
precise.
become leveling the ground?
This is the comparison you were making.
Wait,
Because I was saying,
I had
hold up.
nothing to do with leveling the ground.
That's the whole conversation that was being talked about.
No, it had
I said
nothing to do.
drive with a gyroscope from east to west to get the actual level, right? For decreasing and increasing elevation. And then you said why? Because that's like that's basically like using old GPS. And then I asked you how, and you said old GPS is imprecise, new GPS is precise. So if
Okay.
that's like using old GPS, then I'm asking you, in terms of leveling the ground and measuring decreases, increases in elevation to find the straight line distance from New York to Seattle, what's the new GPS in that metaphor? What's the new gyroscope technology that we used?
There's not like a new technology in it.
Well, then your metaphor remains incomplete. It's like me asking an IQ question, like the sun is to fire as the moon is to, but it wasn't a question. It was like a statement.
Right, sure.
You didn't fill in the blank with your statement. You understand? I'm asking you, what's the blank?
Sure, whatever.
Okay.
If you don't agree with the fact that GPS shows that there is a curvature to the Earth, then that is just you denying facts of reality.
If you say so.
If I pull a straight line, you told me if I pull a straight line between here and 10 miles away, and I say, okay, I just pulled straight line distance at 10 miles. But on your map, you write down that I went 10 point whatever miles because you told me that my line was curving. Okay, so then if I go to double check it, I got to pull a straight line. The whole difference comes down to is that line straight or curving. You can map it however the fuck you want. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
We can barely hear you, Brian.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound like you're talking through a sock.
Sorry about that. I meant to say it depends on how you map it. Now, if you want to tell me my straight line was curved and write it down on paper that I was doing a curve, then I say I pulled a straight line. I measured a straight line 50 foot at a time. You tell me that I was curving the whole way and just didn't know it because so you see what I'm saying? In other words, how do you write it down? It depends on how you convert it. The question is
how I convert it. If I'm flying an airplane and I'm going VFR, and during that VFR flight, if I'm only able to detect a landing field that is VFR, then
what's the VFR, if you don't mind me?
visual range.
Well, you say that
Like
you're
using
flying
what technology?
over a curve.
Meaning
You told me you're
use
flying
your
over a
damn
curve.
Hold up,
eyes.
Brian. I want to understand what
It means
viewport.
you can see it with your eyes.
Oh, okay. Just going by sight, basically. Right?
Let me
Just going by
try. Let me
sight?
try one more way to make my point, man. You don't understand this. So if you're flying and you measured your gauges said you flew 1,000 miles, okay, and I say okay, well then it's 1,000 miles away, and then you go to map it, and you map it on a curved surface. I'm like, wait, whoa. What are you putting that 1,000 miles on this curved surface for? That was 1,000 straight miles. So depending on, you see what I'm saying? It's going to be different depending on how you put it down on paper. If you add the curvature corrections because you're assuming that you flew over a curve, or if you're assuming it was a flat line. It's going to be just different.
I'm
It ain't
assuming
that big
that
of
I
a
go
difference.
around a curve because I don't have any signal VFR when I'm flying until I get to where the curvature no longer matters, and I can sit here and get the signal from the ground base of the landing area that I'm referring to. Then VFR is real, which means curvature is real.
What? VFR is what exactly? Because the way you said it before, I understood it like it's just flying by using your sight, not necessarily using your altimeter or artificial horizon.
Yes, so it's by using your sight. So if you're flying in a particular direction using VFR and all you have is that and your instruments in front of you and you see only what is around you, and then all of a sudden the landing area, the airport that you happen to be headed to, just shows up. Holy motherfucker. It just shows up.
So you're saying you're decreasing your altitude, even though you're
Why does
maintaining
it
your
just-
position to the things that you're
Why do you
looking
why do you have to decrease altitude?
No, well, you said you saw
Why
the
do-
airport.
no,
Or
but-
you were just flying really low.
No, you implied flying low.
You said you saw the airport.
Yeah,
That means that you
yes.
have to be pretty low, or you're high and decreasing in altitude. It's those two
Neither-
possible options.
No, neither one of those are two possible options.
Oh, so you're really high and you saw the airport from super high?
Yeah, false dichotomy is what you're giving.
What's the third? Sorry, what's the third option?
That you're flying normally and you see it.
You saw the airport from 35,000 feet?
Yes, just like you see everything else from 35,000 feet. So, what's your point?
I don't know about that.
Oh, so you have a problem with being able to see things from 35,000 feet. Okay.
What is flying normal?
Level and straight.
But what altitude?
It doesn't matter the altitude.
Level and straight? I thought level was curved.
It is.
Got him. You got him.
No, it's not that he got me. It's
He got
it
you.
is. It is.
So you think level is straight?
Level is straight.
Matt, that's our argument. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Right.
I don't like saying that, but I mean, it's, welcome. I really welcome you.
Right. Whatever
What
you
up,
say.
Jeremy? How you doing, brother?
Lounging. I mean, we just got a new Flat Earther.
Yeah, I'm a new flat earther. all right.
We're up one. We're winning.
Yeah, I'm a new flat earther. All right.
Yeah. Congratulations on figuring out that level actually is straight.
Yes, level is straight. Yes.
Okay, let's say for argument's sake that you can see the airport from 40,000 feet. Okay? What's your point?
You can.
What's your point? How does that prove the globe?
I wasn't talking about proving the globe.
Yeah, you were. You said if
I was talking about
VFR
proving a
happens,
curve.
then it's a
I
curve.
was talking about proving a curve. I wasn't talking about proving a
Okay.
globe, but I was talking about proving a curve.
Okay, how? How does that prove? Like, what's your point? How does seeing the airport prove curve?
Well, because if you can't see it before and you see it now,
Then you just flew a distance.
Yeah, he's saying that you didn't.
You're saying that you can't see farther on a flat Earth if you raise in altitude.
percentage. He's thinking you can see across the entire, like, to Japan and all this shit. If it was flat,
I can't.
That's how he's thinking.
No, I can't have a conversation about this when Silent Zero wants to add his nonsense into it.
All right, let me handle it, Silent.
This is some fucking lemon.
You don't have to be
nonsense
condescending.
here.
No, just continue on with what you're saying.
Yes, I do have to be condescending.
You do not.
No,
Yes,
you just
I
clarify
do.
your
Don't
argument,
need
bud.
to.
That's all.
Yes, I
All
do.
Silent Zero did is clarify your argument, bud. That's all.
Solaris,
Yada.
I went on mute. Don't worry about me.
I'm not worried about you, Silent, because I
Good talk,
never
good talk,
worry
Silent.
about you.
Come on, Solaris. You see the airport, and
Yes,
you're somehow
the
saying
fact
that
that
could only
the fact
happen on a
that I
curve.
can-
You're
the
flying in a
fact-
plane, you see an airport. So what?
Yes, the fact that I can see the airport means that I am beyond the curve of the airport.
Or it means
The curve
you just
that's level.
flew on,
Hold
you
on,
know,
hold on,
a
percent.
flat plane.
Hold on, percent. The curve that's level, right?
Level as in what?
I don't know at this point. You got me all fucked up.
Yeah.
One
You're
second
saying
you
the
say
curve.
level and straight. Next second you say level and curve.
Because globe has a really hard term with people that think that the world is flat. It's
Bro,
a
you
really
literally
hard
said
term.
level and straight, and then a minute later you said
mean, if
the
you
curved is
miss-
level.
I mean, if this is too hard for y'all, I mean, that's not my
Yeah,
fault.
he said straight. He said straight. It's
if you
different saying
misspoke
level.
when-
He
If
said
this is too
straight
hard,
and curve.
if this is too hard for y'all to understand, that's not my fault.
No, it's fine. We can understand.
If the law of
Solaris.
non-violation
It's not being condescending, bro. Fair warning,
No.
okay?
Non-contradiction.
Fair
percent, but
warning.
listen.
Fair warning.
violation.
Whoa. Fair
You're close, you're
warning.
close. I give you
Silent,
80%.
are you giving me a warning right now?
I give you a B
Yes,
for effort.
that is correct.
Oh, Silent, you're giving me a warning. You know what?
Yes, sir.
Fuck you. How's that warning?
Okay, relax. Solaris, come on. Let's just
I hate people that want to sit here
Don't hate.
and throw
Don't say
in
hate.
their fucking bullshit and say I'm right, and if you don't agree with me, I'm gonna mute you.
Listen,
That's
you
what
shouldn't say hate.
Silent's
That's
doing
not-
right now.
That's not what he's
Fuck
saying.
him.
No, I
Listen.
went on mute.
No,
I went on
Silent. Fuck you, Silent. I ain't
went-
gonna have
Solaris.
your fucking
Yo,
opinions.
I will give you a warning. if you
I'm
keep it
not
up.
I'm not gonna have somebody's opinions be a warning. That's fucking horseshit.
Don't tell
You
him
know
he
I'm
doesn't
a mod here,
understand
right?
shit. That's the whole fucking
Solaris.
debate, dude. You should tell him he don't understand
Solaris.
talking
Solaris
condescending.
can use a breather.
Hold on, Brian. You know I'm a
Well,
mod here,
Silent,
right?
I muted
Solaris.
him, so don't
and
expect a response.
Okay. Well, I'm not being disrespectful. I went on mute because I didn't want to interfere in the conversation. He was being condescending. He's still being condescending. I just jumped to give him a warning to stop doing that. That's all I did. I don't think I'm out of line or anything. He started insulting me. I don't. That's okay.
I think he thought that you were,
Even a check.
trying to get into the argument, or you thought that he thought that you were giving the warning because you were disagreeing or something like that when you didn't even voice your
No,
disagreement.
No, I specifically said I was gonna go on mute and be away from the conversation.
It's all
because you told me that you can handle it. So, yeah.
So it's been a crazy day in here today. A crazy, crazy day. All right, we've had a lot of drunk people.
Really?
We've had Rumpus, Xanac. I had people arguing with me earlier that the atmosphere is not moving in lockstep with the Earth. The Globers. I had
From the
them
Glover
arguing.
side?
Listen, I had them arguing earlier. You're not going to believe this. Listen to this shit. I had them arguing that they were claiming that liquid expands to fill the volume of a container. I'm not even joking. They were arguing this earlier. Gio, did you hear that one?
That liquid expands to fill the volume of the container?
Yes, like gas. Did you hear that one, Gio? Or
I'm trying to think. Well, I'm just trying to think which one you were talking about. I think I was listening, but I don't know if I know exactly which part you're referring to.
because they were trying to say that gases behave like liquids because they're both fluids. This is like a 2015 argument or some shit like about the fluids, gas and solid liquids are both fluids. But I'm like, dude, they don't exhibit the same properties. I'm like, gas expands to fill the volume of a container. Liquid doesn't. They're like, yeah, it does. And they were arguing with me for like a half an hour about how liquid
Well, how
expands
does
to fill the
how
volume
does
of
water expand to fill the volume of the container?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't. What do you mean how? It doesn't, dude.
Oh, I thought you said you said that, and they said yeah, gas does the same thing.
No, I was arguing that their gas and liquids are different. Even though they're both fluids, they exhibit different properties. And I gave this example of how gas expands to fill the volume of a container and water doesn't. And they went on for like a half an hour at least arguing that no, water does expand to fill the volume. I'm like, what?
Yeah,
like,
water
the
has a
shit made
vector.
no sense. The shit made no sense today.
Gas has
Isn't
no
it water
vectors.
one of
Water
the?
does.
Isn't it one of the properties of water that it cannot be compressed?
No, water can be compressed. That's why you have water pressure as you go down, but it's like very hard to compress it. It's near incompressible, but it's not incompressible.
The whole point was water doesn't. You ever see water expand to fill the volume of a container? That shit don't happen. You fill a glass half up with water, the water fucking sits on the bottom of the glass. It doesn't fucking fill the glass up and start overflowing out of the glass or some crazy shit like a gas does.
Yeah, what he meant by compressed is like you can't take a 1 liter of water and cram it into a half-liter size. In other words, you could pressurize it with air, but you can't shrink the volume of water. It's impossible. And that kills me when we talk about a neutron star and we can have a ton of fucking in a teaspoon and they can't even compress water, but their cosmology is gonna, you know what I'm saying?
Hold up. Okay, so let's say you have water, right? And you're heating it up, and before it reaches its boiling point, will there be any difference in the the measurement of how much water there is? I would think there would.
Volume wise, you talking about volume wise?
Yeah, the amount of water, like what we can read. I would think that it would increase just a little bit because you're heating it up and it's becoming less dense. So right before it starts boiling,
it should be expanding.
It would be expanding a little bit. Yeah.
That sounds
And I think
right.
the same thing
Well,
happens
they do
with
say
gas.
it compresses. They do say you can compress water a little bit, right?
Yeah, and water might be like different than other liquids because water expands when it's frozen too, right? So maybe
Man,
maybe
all I
water's
hear right now is, "Oh, how can the Earth be flat?"
the fuck are you talking about?
You weren't
man?
listening to this conversation, then, were you?
I'm supporting what the Globers were saying.
No, you're
I do
not.
think that if you have a container, and you heat up, so you won't
Tell
just
me
happen
what
by itself.
Tell me what Glober says we have a container.
Relax, bro. So
yeah, no,
so
I'm not
if
going to
you have-
relax if you're going to sit here and.
If you have a we're talking about if you have a container. That's the hypothetical. If it's a container for air, like a vacuum chamber.
All right, so some
Hold
more
on,
bullshit.
let me say one point. Your globe is considered a closed system, pal. And your Earth, look up any
Closed
science,
system?
any physics paper.
Yep.
Yes, your globe is a closed system.
Tell
By
me,
definition, look it up.
who supports
I'd
that?
ask.
Bro, it's
Bill
on
Nye,
NASA.
for one.
It's considered
Bill Nye.
a mostly closed system.
I've heard Bill Nye say that verbatim. Earth is a closed system. We're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Bill Nye, the science guy.
I do not believe that when anyone talks of a closed system, they're talking about the Earth going anywhere.
What?
I said,
what?
Bill,
The Earth
listen.
going anywhere? It's things leaving the
You
Earth.
did not hear what he just said, apparently.
Bill Nye, listen. Bill Nye
We,
said Earth
as
is
in,
a closed.
Go ahead.
Hold on. Bill Nye said Earth is a closed system. We, the humans, aren't going anywhere because it's a closed system. He was implying.
And it's considered an
That's
like almost
your
completely
guy.
closed system because they say the only thing that is like entering or leaving is like the stuff from the sun. The
To be fair,
like
Jeremy, I
electrons and
think
crap.
he was referring to the Van Halen radiation that we are not able to live because of that.
Whatever.
Yeah,
I don't care what he was. That's just what he. I mean, I've had them argue with me for hours that Earth is a closed system. You can consider it either way, even though technically, I mean, it's not because matter and energy transfer, but and their model.
No, but remember, it's not matter that enters.
What's up?
It's not matter that enters.
Matter
It's
enters in their
radiation.
model. What do you mean? They have meteors. We can land rockets back and forth. What do you mean?
Oh yeah. I don't know, man. Why do they say it's mostly
Oh,
close system if they
here's all a
believe
big
meteors
contradiction.
are coming
I
in?
wanted
Look,
to.
they say meteorites
wanted-
burn up, but then they tell us that there's no air at 100 miles up there. Then they tell us a meteor starts burning up at like 400 miles. So which is it, man?
No,
They
I
fucking
wanted
got
to
so many
chime up.
contradictions.
What?
I wanted to chime up earlier because they were
What?
talking about meteor. I wanted to chime up earlier because they were talking about meteorites, and meteors, and shit. And I think one of the good evidences that they're faking the funk on the ISS is the amount of meteorites and meteors that hit Earth every year. The number they claim is fucking astronomical, and the ISS is like just a sitting duck out there. That shit. I know
It
they claim
doesn't
it got.
matter.
What do you mean? It's in a shooting gallery.
Yeah, the shooting gallery where it has a fucking 3 football fields in between it and the closest fucking shot. I mean, how
Google
in
how
the
many-
world are you even giving this the same
Is this guy
aspect?
drunk?
Are you
Is this
serious?
guy
A
drunk?
little bit.
He might
Are
be.
you
Google how
serious
many
right now?
meteorites?
Are you really serious?
So yo, Solaris, how
hold on, do
long
me
do
a
we have to
favor.
wait for just the one off? The
Do me a
lucky one
favor.
that crosses.
Do me a favor. Somebody Google how many meteors hit Earth every year, or meteorites or something. It's like it's an astronomical amount.
Yes, there's a lot. There's a lot. That
It's a ridiculous
that does
amount. It's like
not mean that
I'm gonna
every
Google it right now.
meteor that hits the Earth goes by the ISS. I mean,
Yes,
How
every
long has
meteor
the
that
ISS
hits Earth
live stream been
has a
going?
oh
chance.
man,
Every meteorite that hits Earth has a chance to hit the ISS.
it does not mean that every meteor that hits the Earth actually goes by the ISS.
Obviously.
It has to
But how
pass the
long has the
area
ISS
that
been
the
streaming,
ISS
bro?
is in. It
All
has
right,
to pass
don't
the area that the ISS is in.
Oh,
Not
does
only
it?
the ISS, not only the ISS.
Does that
but
matter?
all the- all
Does that
the
matter?
other
Does it matter if the ISS is on the opposite side of the planet when this happens?
Wait. You think that meteorites come only from one side?
No. Do you haven't silent? You're not even answering my question.
We got to just pick
Bro,
one guy.
Solaris.
We can't all be going at him. So
Hold up.
I mean,
Any one
whoever
of you.
wants
Any
to.
one of you. Someone tell me how long the ISS has been allegedly live streaming this stuff.
Which phase?
All of them.
All phases? Well, all phases.
All
have,
phases that live streamed. If more than one.
All phases haven't been live streamed.
If more than one, yeah. All phases that have been live streaming.
All phases.
Do you know, or you just like, you know?
All phases
geeky?
that have been live streamed was about the third addition to the ISS. Quote, I quote my fingers here as quote ISS was about the third time, about the third addition to what was considered the ISS, which is
Bro,
about
I just need a like amount of time. How long has it been doing it?
About 98 is what I think.
98 years?
No.
Months?
98 as the year.
Oh, since 98. Okay. So that's 23 years, right? That we've been live streaming?
Yes.
And how lucky, like what are the chances that we won't see a single meteorite in 23 years of live streaming?
What is the likelihood?
Yeah.
Very minuscule. I mean,
Seems like
Thanks for
100%
agreeing,
percentage.
then.
I mean, it's very minuscule. You'll run into another meteorite at that point.
Another? What do you mean? We just want one.
Okay.
In 23 years, you don't think it's odd that you haven't seen a single one? Like, I get you if you're watching it for like a day and you don't get it, or a month. But in 23 years of constant live streaming?
I never said that we didn't see one.
So we have seen one then? Or more?
Yeah.
When?
The micrometeorite that pierced the hull of the ISS.
Oh, so it pierced the hole and we saw it.
We got knowledge of it after the fact.
Oh, so we didn't see it. It just pierced the hole, and then we heard about it.
Just because we didn't see something doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
That's not what I said. You said we saw more than one.
Yo, here
And
we
I
go.
asked
You ready?
when, and you said
Hold on.
this one.
Okay.
Hold on, bro. You ready for this? Ready? This comes from Wikipedia.
Yeah.
We love Wikipedia. Ready? An estimated 25 million meteoroids, micrometeoroids, and other space debris enter Earth's atmosphere each day, which will result in an estimated 15,000 tons of that material entering the atmosphere each year. 25 million a day.
Each day?
A day. An estimated 25 million. It could be I mean, what's the plus or minus on that? 24.9
you want to do
million?
the math on that, Jeremy? 25 million times 365 times 23.
Why'd you multiply it times 23?
23 years.
He's
That's
going.
5 straight.
3 years.
Yeah, he's going by the year.
Okay, hold on. What are the numbers? Hold on, I gotta get a calculator up for this one. I'm not fucking Rain Man. 25 million.
Yeah, times by
Times.
365 times by 23 years.
Oh man, this times how many years? 23.
Yeah.
First is how many millions?
All right, 209 billion.
Solaris, what's the likelihood of that?
Very
Not only
high.
the ISS, but every satellite. How many satellite? Silent was about to make this point. Go ahead, Silent.
Yeah, like not only the ISS, it's full of fucking satellites up there. How come
The
like they don't get
ISS is
destroyed?
not full of satellites.
No, he
Not
said it's
the-
full of satellites up there, as in the sky is full of satellites.
Okay, so what?
They're all dodging that same.
Bro.
Yeah, they're all
209
dodging all
billion.
this
Was it
25.
209 billion?
209 billion 875 million. We'll just round it down for him. I mean, we could just call it 200 billion.
Sure.
So?
You're so generous, Jeremy. You're so generous.
I know. I
would have went 210. Just make it simple.
I don't get your point.
Hold on, man.
The
It's
point
209
is-
trillion, y'all.
We haven't seen a single meteorite out of 210 billion.
in the live stream of the ISS.
It's 209 trillion.
What? Is it trillion?
209 trillion. Yes.
Oh, Lord have mercy. Jeremy, that's embarrassing, first off. And secondly, damn, Solaris.
He's lying.
When y'all fucked
No, it's
up?
billion. It's billion, man. It's billion.
Yeah, prove it.
Then, Brian, that's embarrassing.
Prove what? Prove what? Now you
I
want
think
us to that's Wikipedia saying that.
Oh. So I have to prove someone else's claim.
No,
Okay.
no. Yeah, so you don't believe that?
That it's billions of
200 billion.
What? 200 billion.
20
what?
million a day. Oh, how many? How many, Jeremy?
200
A day?
25 million a day.
200
25 million.
25 sitting on 25 mil.
25. Okay. Oh, so now we went from 25 billion to 25 million.
He's drunk.
Okay. No.
25 million a day.
Dude,
Hold
he
on.
started off in the billions. How am I?
All right,
How
hold
are
on.
you going to claim I'm drunk
You
when
are
he
drunk,
started
bro.
off in the billions?
Go
Hold
drunk,
on,
you're home.
Solaris.
I
Hold
mean,
on,
seriously,
All right, allow me to explain him.
I'm
Allow me
trying
to
to
explain, Jeremy.
follow, and he
All right.
started off in the billions, and you
All right,
want to
let
sit
him,
there and
let
hammer
him
me.
clarify it. Let him clarify. Go
I'll-
ahead, Silent.
He started off in
No,
the
Solaris,
billions.
Allow me to
he'll
explain.
clarify it right now, okay? Go ahead,
Allow
Silent.
me to clarify. It's 25 million, all right, a day. So what we did, you said it was 23 years that the ISS has been recording live. So what we did, we multiplied those 25 million a day times 365 times 23. That's where the billions come from.
Yeah,
You follow?
No.
that's how it works. You weren't
Bro.
paying attention. You didn't understand.
25
the
mil
assignment.
times by 365 days a year times by 23 years equals 210 billion meteorites that have not been seen, according to you, by the ISS.
And that is a problem. How?
What's the likelihood that the ISS would not see 210 billion meteorites?
Very likely.
or get hit by them or any of the.
Considering
I
that
mean, how
that's
No,
often?
it got
not
hit by one, remember? And we found
considering
out about it after.
considering that that's not what its job is designed to do, is detect incoming meteorites.
And it
Why
wasn't
would
even a hole from
why
an
would you
ISS.
think
It was from a
that it
satellite.
would discover incoming meteorites?
Bro, your eyes' job isn't to see thrown rocks. But if someone throws a goddamn rock, you're gonna see it.
It's yet again, you're sitting here trying to combine what you think it should see and what it is, and it doesn't.
So are you saying that the lens on the ISS is incapable of seeing meteorites?
I didn't say
Bro, you ever
that.
see the camera
That's the
they used? That
implication.
shit was
I
from a
did
cell
not
phone in the
say
90s.
that.
That was the implication, bro. You're saying
Oh
that the
my
ISS isn't
god!
designed to see meteorites.
How fucking
This guy's way like drunk.
how
Guys.
fucking blunt do I have to be to tell you that
Please
that's
How many blunts
not
did
what
you
I'm
smoke?
saying?
You ready?
Let me ask him a
How
question,
fucking
percentage.
blunt do
How
I have
Solaris,
to be?
invested do you
would
have
you?
to be?
I mean,
Solaris.
how much more blunt can I be when I say that this is
All right,
not what it
Solaris.
is?
Question. Solaris, question for you. Are the meteorites random?
You know, y'all want to claim, oh, he's just drunk, when I prove you wrong over and over and over again.
What?
All right.
Yeah.
All right, Jimmy.
The drunk guy proves you wrong.
You sound like you got
Yeah,
your
that's
feelings
what it
hurt a
is.
little while ago. In this
No,
conversation.
I'm not. I don't have my feelings hurt. What I have
You
is
sound
the
like
fact that when somebody sits here and says that, oh, this is what your claim is, but yet makes a point that is not my claim.
That literally
That's
was.
what I have a problem with.
Solaris, you said it was not designed to see meteorites.
Yeah.
Right? The implication there is that it can't see meteorites because it wasn't designed to.
I'm not listening to you anymore. You done agreed with Silent
you
Zero,
sound like
and
that.
that's done.
Yo,
enough
you
for
know
me.
that the Mam videos where he's
Did you
like,
go like it?
my name is Mam. That's what you sound
You
like.
want to speak to me? Come to my channel. Considering that somebody in this channel has muted me enough that I can't see what is typed in local channels, somebody in here doesn't want me to actually speak my own mind.
Well,
What are you talking about?
I am literally in the channel Earth Awakenings, and yet somebody has blocked me from being able to see what is in any of the typed channels.
Solaris, you know what is blocking you right now? Is the alcohol in your brain, buddy.
Yeah,
That's
click
why.
on Livestream 1, you'll see it.
Yeah.
You just probably misclicked, and now you cannot find your way back.
I would love to click on Livestream 1, but when I click on the Earth Awakenings channel in my left-hand bar that is full of all the channels that I'm a member of.
You mean servers, right? But
yes, the servers. When I click on the Earth Awakenings channel, the only thing that I see in the left-hand side of my screen is general chat of text and general voice. That is the only thing I see available to me. And that is only
general chat, general voice.
I think you're on the wrong server, man.
Yeah, we don't even have those channels, bro. You're on the wrong one.
Your account
You're
is
so
totally
drunk.
fucked.
That
that is the only one I would ever see Flatzoid FE sitting in.
You're so drunk you can't even
Flatzoid
navigate
FZ
Discord.
isn't in this room, bro. You're in the wrong server.
Understand
You're looking at the wrong one.
Oh my god, he's never in any server I'm in. He's never in any server.
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
What the fuck, dude? It's the fact that you can't understand how there are people that want to contradict the concepts of flat earth that don't come into voice chat, but yet only talk in text chat, and you can't comprehend the fact that there's a difference is not my fault.
Get it together, percentage.
Hold on, do you have multiple accounts?
I have multiple channels I'm in. I've got like freaking 40 different Discord
Bro, I'm in
channels.
100 Discord channels. You're too drunk to navigate the 40 that you're in, so
fuck you.
Your account is fine on here. You were actually typing in the Livestream 1 text just a little while ago, so you're fine in here, man.
Bro, there isn't even a general text in this server.
Yeah, you're in the wrong room.
There's general spirituality text, but there's no general text. You're looking at the wrong goddamn server.
Super Mario Thugs is
When
in
I
the
say
wrong room.
when
Gotta
I say
figure here you won't get bigger if you're on shrooms.
yes, when I say general text, I mean live stream.
Geo
one.
just tagged you
I
into
just
this
tagged you.
live stream text.
Yes,
Okay.
he just texted me in live stream 1. I understand.
All right.
Are you
And that is
found now?
exactly what I'm referring to. And
Can you
yet
see that though?
Yes, I see
So
that.
how are you
and
banned from the text channels if you can see that?
I never once said I was banned from it.
You
You
literally
said
just 2 seconds ago said that you were
No,
banned.
you said you were blocked.
Never once did I say I was banned from
So
it.
do you
heavily
realize
Oh
implied.
your
my
mistakes though?
god. Y'all are hammering me as though I'm drunk, and yet you're making claims as though I
Wait,
said
Are you
are you
something
from the
that
drunk
South?
though?
doesn't exist. What the
Solaris, are you
fuck?
from the South, like
Yeah, but
Tennessee
this
or
is
You
Texas?
know,
recorded. So
I'm done. I'm done.
this is recorded.
You're
So we
gonna
can
make
play it.
claims that I haven't even said.
It's fine. Maybe we got it wrong.
Well,
It's fine.
Yeah,
all
yeah,
right,
you
Solaris.
absolutely got it wrong.
Solaris,
I'm
Geo
not.
tagged
I'm
you
in.
though,
You have for
right?
the last 30 minutes made claims that I didn't make. Thank you.
Solaris, simple question. You see the tag that Geo tagged you in, right?
No, I'm done.
Okay.
I'm
For the
tired.
last 30 minutes,
I
you've
am
been in here
tired of being.
rambling
I'm tired of
incoherently.
being
Bro, I just want to make
combined.
sure that you can see this stuff now.
I can see what Geo.
All right, that's
I
good.
can see what Geo said, and apparently y'all do not see the fact that I see what y'all say in this text, but yet it is not said as far as global.
You can't even form a coherent sentence at this point.
Fuck was that?
You know what?
Yeah, Solaris,
If y'all
why
can't,
are you?
if y'all can't
Sorry,
follow
man.
what I'm
I'm
saying,
sorry. I tried to keep it
Are you
contained.
just? Are you
you
just
know what?
being a
All right,
tyrant
here you
right
go.
now?
You wanna see what is bullshit? All right, yeah, I got you. Hold on.
Oh, no. Be careful.
Oh yeah,
Somebody's
yeah.
being
Y'all
Don't do
better
careful.
anything
be
to get
careful.
yourself
All right,
banned.
percent.
Just don't
Percent.
get yourself
Hey,
in
by the way,
trouble, okay?
percent.
What's up, baby?
You're in the crosshairs on this one.
All right, hit me. Hit me with your best shot. Fire away.
Fire away. Jeremy, I have a question for you. Same for you, percentage.
25 million a day. You guys should know this stuff, man. That's why I'm top 10, and you guys are still
Yeah,
all under me.
Jeremy, you know what they'll say? They'll say that out of the 25 million, only a small
A lot of it's
fraction are
dust.
meteorites. The other ones
A
are
lot of
space
it.
debris that you can't see, and micrometeoroids that are too small to see from, like, the ISS's, like, minimum angular resolution, a bunch of shit like that.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I've brought
that
this
is
to them
correct.
before. They've said a lot of it is like dust particles and shit. Yeah, but a lot of those are still, you saw probably talking a couple million size pieces that could do damage to the ISS at least because they don't burn up. The ISS
Yeah.
is outside the
I
point where they
wonder
burn.
what they would say the percentages of, like, meteoroids versus other debris.
Yeah.
They should have that figure if they have this 25 million shit, 15,000 tons
It
shit.
could be in there, man. I don't have time to look this stuff up. Why don't you learn something, and then maybe someday you'll be on the same level as me.
So I have a
Come on,
question
man.
for
I
you
need
guys.
you guys to know this shit. I can't know
Jeremy,
everything. I can't know
pay
everything,
attention
guys.
to
Come on.
this.
I need help.
Right, pay attention to this, okay? Today
What's
we
up?
were arguing at Nathan's channel. Have you seen that example where they put gas and then they put a tin foil on top of it and it floats or it stays
Yeah,
there?
it's sulfur hexafluoride in the fish tank. Yep.
All
foil
right, so
boat.
you have seen that example. Now, here's nobody has done this, but I want to see where your mind is with this. What would happen? What do you think it would happen if you pour 90% of that gas inside of that fish tank, and then you put the tin foil on top, and then very carefully you seal it to where there no more gas is coming in, no gas is able to go out? What would happen to the tin foil? Will stay floating, or it will go down all to the bottom of the fish tank? What is
It
your
would go
input
down.
on that? You think it
This
will
isn't
go
even
down?
that's not even a question in my mind that it would go down.
How about you, percentage? I think it will float.
This is the gas that floats on top of regular air, right? Wait.
Is it? We're talking about the tinfoil sheet.
Oh yeah, they pour it into an empty aquarium, and then they float a little like tinfoil boat on it, right?
Bro, have you never seen them? Have you never seen them? Listen, Percentage doesn't know. I can already tell by the way.
Bro,
he's
I
talking.
just
He's gonna make
described
something up.
what they do, so how do I not know? Let me answer, man.
All right,
Relax.
go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the feeling I have.
So if the thing is just, it's holding up the tin foil, then I think that it will continue holding up the tin foil.
Yeah, you guys are both wrong.
Hold on.
Never...
Before we
y'all
start fighting,
don't agree as flat earthers. You don't agree.
I'm next.
Before we start fighting, Jeremy, you gotta remember the example. No air is escaping. No air is coming in. It's sealed.
Oh, you don't
right,
agree.
now,
look at that.
Go ahead.
Shit.
Slayer, so you had me worried for a bit.
We don't always agree. It's fine. Now listen. Have you never seen them pour the sulfur hexafluoride right in the boat?
Yes.
And what happens then?
Yeah, it goes down.
Yeah, what do you think is going to happen when you have that whole tank filled with sulfur hexafluoride and you seal the tank?
Oh yeah, you're right.
I don't know. You're assuming that gas is gonna go on top of that thing.
The gas is definitely going to go on top of that thing. No question.
See, that's why. That's why I want to, because it seems that thing is behaving like water though, and you don't see water jumping on top of a freaking boat.
Yeah, no, but it's behaving like water. But if you put water in a balloon, the balloon falls, even though the balloon was like floating on it, when it was deflated or something.
I mean, that's a great point, Jeremy. But I do think that
it's gonna stop.
Okay, let me make it this. All right. No. I think I can make it better. I can make it better. What if you make it the tinfoil on a boat shape, and it's gonna be sealed from top to the little boat shape? You know what I'm talking about?
With air in it.
Can you imagine that? With the air in it, yes. Like a void inside of that thing.
So basically, you got a ping pong ball.
Exactly where no gas is gonna come and fill it up.
We got a ping pong ball inside the thing, a sealed ping pong ball with air.
Yeah, but really, really light. Like a tinfoil ping pong ball.
It'll depend on the weight of the thing, or the ball, or what have you, because the air is less dense, right? So as a result, it'll stay on top, unless the thing is too heavy that it'll make it, more dense. Because in the end, it's like one object. When it's a ping pong ball or a balloon or anything, that air with the actual material of the ball acts as one object. So depending on the mass of that ball, the weight of it, it'll change the density of it enough or not enough to make it either continue floating or sink.
Because at this point, I think I agree with you. I changed my mind on this. That the gas may be, since it's gonna be moving. It's gonna go on top of that tinfoil. It's gonna fill it up. It's gonna go down. But if you seal it up to where no air is gonna go on top of it, then that's different though, because you still have the buoyancy of the object.
No air is gonna go on top. What do you mean? If you seal it up,
it's gonna stay.
Go on top.
Yeah. Okay. So in the first example, pay attention because my English kind of messed up. So in the first example, you have the sheet of aluminum of tinfoil. It's open, right? You just have it like extended, right?
Okay.
And you're bending it a little bit to create like a boat shape. That's what it is, right? Okay. Like the bottom is like a boat shape.
Mm-hmm.
And they put it on top of that gas and it floats, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I understand what Jeremy's saying. If we seal it, then eventually that gas is gonna fill the top of it because that gas is moving inside. It's gonna fill that thing, and then it's gonna make it not buoyant anymore. You see what I'm saying? It's not gonna be buoyant anymore. But what happens if we
hold up, on that point? Are you saying that if we seal it, then the gas inside is going to expand in every direction or what have you?
Well, that's what I'm understanding of Jeremy, right? I say
I don't think so. I
that the
think he
gas.
just
Yeah,
means that.
imagine you have a boat, right, in the ocean, and water just keeps coming in the boat, and you never take any of the water out of the boat. That's what's happening in the sulfur hexafluoride. The boat is filling up with sulfur hexafluoride.
Yes. All right. On my second example, correctly, Jeremy, you got it. So
Yo,
in my
look what he
second
said.
example,
Hold on. Look what he said in chat. The sulfur hexafluoride won't just magically start going in every direction. That's literally what gas does. It goes in every
No,
direction.
but this gas is heavier than the air, so it wouldn't do that. It's actually more dense than the like what's called itself.
exactly, Jeremy. That's why I'm asking this question, right? It would be nice to do this in different manners to see what is the behavior of that gas.
Think of the gas more like a liquid than gas. Think of water in a balloon. All right. If the balloon is half full, it'll be at the bottom half. This will be the same kind of thing, except it's going to be a little bit more hazy.
Listen. Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say. You have the boat. The gas. If the sulfur hexafluoride didn't go up, then you would be able to fill the fish tank with sulfur hexafluoride and just like walk away, come back like the next day. There's just still sulfur hexafluoride. That's not what happens. The gas, sulfur hexafluoride, even though it's more dense, it still wants to go up. That's what gases do. They try to spread out in every fucking direction. Eventually, the boat is going to get filled with sulfur hexafluoride. It's like having a boat in the ocean and you're never emptying the water, but it's like it's raining out and it's just nonstop raining. Your boat just never empties the water. Eventually, the shit's just going to sink.
I think that has more to do with the random, like, fluctuations in air pressure and stuff, little breezes and stuff.
No. Listen, Jeremy. You guys are missing this point.
Sealed, like, room or something like that, with there's no kind of like fluctuation of the air mass. I don't think that the stuff would come out. It would continually be like layered below the air because it's more dense than the air. Because there's no fluctuation, no nothing that's causing it to like move out.
Yeah. Plus, you have remember the example, Jeremy. I agree with percentage. Is 90% of the gas, and then the 10 is gonna be the air left in there, and then you're gonna put the tinfoil and you're gonna seal it. No air is gonna come in to move the gas inside, or it's gonna be at rest.
I don't know though if the tinfoil is actually less dense. Oh yeah, it is less dense, right?
But
the thing is,
no. Well,
it has to be less dense.
Because
it's a boat and it's floating.
Because it's in the shape of a boat.
Exactly, it's creating buoyancy. Exactly. That's what it is. That's what I'm saying.
How?
If that buoyancy, like if the gas is moving inside, that you guys didn't let me finish my second example, which is this. On the first one, yeah, the boat is gonna go down because you left it open on top of the boat shaped tinfoil, and the gas is moving, and eventually it's gonna fill it up, and the buoyancy is not gonna be there anymore. But what if you have this tinfoil boat shape and you have it sealed on top? Now there's no gas going inside of that. The buoyancy is gonna be kept or consistent, right? It's not gonna have less buoyancy. At that point, I don't think the boat is gonna go down to the bottom of the fish tank.
Okay, hold up. So you guys said it's in the shape of a boat. Is it like containing air?
Yes.
It actually is containing air, housing air.
Yeah, because it's like a boat that has air in it, like a normal boat in the water.
Oh, so you're saying that they folded
itself, the material the boat is made out of is more dense than the water, but because it has all of the air in it, it's buoyant.
Yeah, by air in it, you mean they folded the tin foil and left like pockets of air in it? Okay, yes. I got you. I was imagining just like that, they folded it pretty precisely.
Think like this. I'll give you a better example.
Hold on. How long before the boat sinks?
Depends
I
on
don't
It's
know.
not even a
the
question
amount.
of if the boat's going to
Depends on
sink.
the
It's how
amount
long
of the
before it
like
sinks.
air movement in the room.
Well, if you seal it at the top, how long before it sinks?
I don't know. I think
I don't know.
eventually the air, if you leave one dot of uh of access or whatever is not completely sealed, which we will never know, then eventually, yeah, it's gonna fill, and it may take days. Which at
I
that
give
point
it
is a
3
success.
minutes. I give it 3
Oh
minutes.
hell no! Jeremy, no.
Bro, that boat is going to sink in 3 minutes. The sulfur hexafluoride is vigorously going up. Like a lot.
But
It's
it's
going to be
sealed.
filling.
Okay.
It will fill the boat, and it's going to fill the boat in fucking. I mean, I'm not a fucking. I don't have the math or anything for this, but my guess is it's going to fill the boat within minutes. That shit'll sink.
All right, Jeremy, I'll give you an example. Listen, pay attention.
4 minutes.
We are in the ocean, okay? Now you have this boat which is open from the top, and it starts raining, right? You don't pour the water out. What's gonna happen? It's gonna sink, right?
Yeah, your boat. Yeah,
Yes
it'll
or no?
sink if you don't.
All right.
You don't pour a
Now,
bunch of water out. It'll sink.
all right. Now, second example, same boat, but now you have it covered from top, and it starts raining. No water is able to go inside of that boat. Is that boat gonna sink?
Good question. A very good question.
No, no,
boat
it's
gonna
it's
sink?
not gonna sink.
So you're saying if we cover the boat, it'll stay floating forever?
Well, yeah, because there's no water. The buoyancy is gonna be there.
Only if it's filled with air. But in your first question, Silent, you said it was filled with the gas.
No, he said
No,
it was.
no.
He said it was filled with air in the first time around.
Oh, did he?
The ping pong ball thing we're talking
Oh,
about.
the ping pong. Yeah. The ping pong
Yeah.
will float. Depending on how, like, its
think
density.
so?
If it started flowing, yeah.
A vacuum is the most buoyant thing on Earth. What are you talking about?
I
don't
never
know.
say you're gonna fill it up with air, but by the mere fact that you seal it, that you seal the boat or whatever, there's a natural buoyancy in there, right?
Is it sealed with a vacuum or sealed with air?
No. You just cover it.
With
There's
air.
nothing that
It's a ping
there's
pong
nothing that won't sink. There's nothing that won't sink under a vacuum. Everything on Earth, even hydrogen.
Shit.
Gas doesn't. Gas doesn't do that.
A vacuum is the least buoyant thing on Earth. There's nothing
Okay,
more. I
not
mean, more
even
buoyant.
gas, and gas doesn't even sink in a vacuum.
If you put gas well, gas is going to expand in all directions, right? But if you
Yeah.
contain that gas,
It's not a,
if you contain that gas, if you
that shit, Brian, that shit is nonsensical, bro. You cannot have a vacuum with gas in it. It's not a vacuum anymore.
yeah, you're right. But I was talking about like a balloon. But I know it's a fucking conundrum.
I like the work you did with the balloons that one time when they stick them into nitroglycerin or something and they shrank up and then just expanded from even though they were sealed. That was just compressed. The gas compressed inside it, though, right?
Is this gas available to the public, Jeremy? If this
I'll tell you if you say public again.
public.
You didn't say it the same way. That shit was smooth while you said it earlier. I don't know. I lied. I tried to trick you just to say public again.
Listen,
public.
Silent. So
I'll look it up though.
In terms of like this ping pong ball or whatever, or like a boat that's sealed or whatever.
The boat, yes.
As soon as it's sealed, it counts as one object with the air or
Yes.
whatever gas is inside with like whatever's containing it. It counts as one object. So you have to see the density of that entire object. If that density is more than the gas, then it'll fall. If it's not, it'll stay floating. Simple as that.
I agree with that. Yes. Even if it's gas, even if that gas is denser than the object overall, the object is gonna float.
Yeah.
Yo, it's got people
That's how
inhaling this shit. It's got people inhaling this shit with balloons. To speak like Darth Vader, so I'm pretty sure this shit is like not anything crazy. They're literally like inhaling it to talk like Darth Vader. So,
Oh, that is true. They use that. Yeah.
Prolonged exposure can be really bad for you, but it's just like if you breathed in helium for a really long time, you would suffocate.
Yeah.
But
So yeah, you could buy this stuff.
I'm only seeing
You should be able to buy this
one
somewhere.
retailer for it online. It's calgasdirect.com.
Yeah, you get a little tank stand. We'll fill some fish tanks up and do some experiments and stuff.
Here's a question. So, when you put gas in a vacuum, you no longer have a vacuum because the gas expands, right? When you put water in a vacuum, where you basically make like this tank of water a vacuum, the water expands. It boils and it turns into gas and expands.
See, I want to agree with the first statement that you said about the gas inside the vacuum. Then in that case, you never have a vacuum.
Yeah. So basically, like when you try, you'll never have vacuum because I mean, even if like you had this type of gas that stays low because it's less dense or more dense or whatever, it'll expand if you're taking out the more dense air. As you move towards a vacuum, even if it's the most densest gas, it's gonna expand in that vacuum. If you have liquid, it's gonna expand in that vacuum chamber, right? If you have a solid, will it expand in the vacuum chamber? If you have a low enough
depends on the
air
solid.
pressure.
Everything has a vapor point. Every solid has a vapor point. Listen, why do you think the atmosphere has the same mixture of chemicals in it from the bottom to the top? It's because gas doesn't give a fuck about that.
That's not true.
I disagree with that.
Hold up.
What do you mean?
So by vapor point, do you mean like the point at which it becomes a gas after melting?
Yeah. So it depends. It depends on the temperature. If you have something that's hot and you lower the pressure, it might sublimate and turn into a gas. Might. Not all objects do that.
Yeah, every object has a vapor.
It depends on the
that's
material.
Not the point.
It depends entirely on the material.
Jeremy, I disagree with what you said. Okay.
But isn't sublimating turning straight into
me in mind.
vapor from a solid without skipping the liquid
It might
step?
also boil. It might melt and then turn into a gas.
what I
Sublimation
would
is
think.
more likely at low pressures. But it really
Why did you say? Hold on. Why did you say that the gas low and the gas high on Earth doesn't have the same mixture of chemicals?
Because we've measured different gas layers on Earth. Even the atmosphere has different layers of different types of gases.
I've heard the Globers claim continuously
Jeremy.
that. I know. Then why have I heard you guys, all your peoples claim that there's the same amount of oxygen as when you get up high, there's the same amount of nitrogen, and all the ratios are the same?
It depends what part of the atmosphere you're in. If you're just in the troposphere where we live, then it's fairly consistent.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, that's not the entire atmosphere.
Okay, you guys make shit up. As we go higher up, so it's on the fringe of our belief.
Well, I've been part of I've done an experiment where we actually, one of our goals was to measure the concentration of methane as we went up, right?
High up.
Yeah.
How high?
We went up, it was on a weather balloon, it went up to 120,000 feet.
And you got a different mixture of gases?
Yeah, the concentration of methane changes as you go up.
Well, how did I lose that argument that day when I was arguing that it doesn't stay the same and it has different? This is fucked up. You guys be switching your arguments.
I
up
wasn't
so
there.
much.
I don't know who was telling you that.
I know. Bullshit.
Well, yeah. Okay, so you have water in a vacuum chamber, right? You're pumping out the air. That water is going to start boiling. But before it starts boiling, a little bit of it, like even if you have water on the stove and you're heating it up, before it starts boiling, a little bit of it is just going to turn into vapor.
That's
right?
The same thing as boiling.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
All before it starts
materials.
boiling, it's turning into vapor, right?
Yes.
Before it's visibly bubbling or melting or whatever.
Yes.
Here
we go. Ready?
You would expect the same with. Hold up, Jeremy. You would expect the same with metal, right? A solid metal. You would expect that it'd be sublimate partly before it's visibly bubbling or melting or something.
Metals
right?
have to be at extremely high temperatures to do that.
Why?
Okay, ready? All right.
Hold up. Why?
Because they have stronger bonds between the atoms than liquids do.
Well, but take water. So you're heating it up. at low heats, it'll, evaporate a little bit without visibly bubbling, right?
Right.
So wouldn't you expect it at like, the pressures that are higher, again, this is like equivalent to low heat, right? Higher pressures would cause it to be like basically evaporating or like, sublimating without visibly
Metal do that
melting.
too.
No, you
Metal
got
do that too. Metal releases gas. I think metal releases gases too.
Silent. What did you
Percentage.
disagree? Silent. What did you disagree with me? Well, let me just read this real quick. All solid materials have a vapor. Hold on one second. All solid materials have a vapor pressure. For most solids, it's very low. Some notable exceptions: dry ice and shit. The vapor pressure, dry ice. All basically every website saying this. All solids have a vapor pressure. I don't know why you said they didn't. Which solids don't?
No, I didn't say they don't. Who said they don't?
Andy said.
So
not
no,
all.
it's dependent upon temperature as well. So for most solids like aluminum at atmospheric pressure, if you heat it up to 2500 degrees, it will turn into a vapor. But at normal temperatures, it's not going to do that.
What's going to do at normal temperatures, whatever that is?
I have to.
Yeah, you got to do something to it.
So
but...
I'm gonna go with aluminum. I'm gonna look up the. So at the lowest temperature, so the lowest pressure I have listed for a vapor pressure for aluminum at 1200 degrees Celsius at 1 Pascal. 1200 degrees.
At 1200 degrees, it'll do what?
It'll turn it.
Vaporize.
It'll vaporize.
That's fine. So what's the problem?
And it doesn't do that at all.
Not at normal atmospheric pressure or normal atmospheric temperatures. If it's at 25 degrees Celsius, it's not going to turn into a vapor.
Obviously,
yeah,
because
if that was the case,
a metal.
We would have anything.
But it'll turn into what's it called? Turn into it'll vaporize before it's visibly melting, right? At least partly. Just like water vaporizes before it's visibly boiling, right?
Yeah, and that's mostly because temperature is really just an average. So some of the molecules, or some of the atoms, are at a much higher elevated temperature than the bulk of the material.
Yeah, as you increase heat or decrease pressure, it'll, vaporize more. And at some point, it'll be boiling because it's so hot or the pressure is so low that it'll be vaporizing at its maximum or, a lot.
So what's the temperature? I don't want to get into it. But Silent, what were you saying earlier about what you disagree with me with?
No, I was gonna say that I disagree that the content of all gases is equally mixed all over the atmosphere. I disagree with that.
The Globers say that. So, and
the Glober that Jeremy got in an argument with said that, and he took it.
In the Everest, you need oxygen to be able to survive. Otherwise,
there's the same ratio. Listen, there's the same ratio. Andy was only correct because he went way up. But when you get on the top of Everest, it is still the same. There's just less of it. It's in the same ratio though. There'll be the same amount of oxygen atoms to nitrogen atoms to all the shit will be the same. Just less
that is
of
not
them.
true, because the air there's the same amount of air.
There's not the same amount of air. There's less.
It
There's
is.
less.
It's less. No. Listen, Jeremy. If it was less, airplanes and things like that would not be able to fly up there.
When they get high enough, they can't. Because it gets so less. For what?
Yeah, really high. Yeah, really high. But the air, I think the air has a different. I think the air is like another type of gas to me, or I don't know what it is. Gas, however people want to call it.
Dude, the mainstream claim is that. The mainstream claim is that as you get higher up, as high as Everest, all right, obviously not all the way, but because you got the ozone layer and shit, but when you get higher up, as high as Everest, that the ratio of gases don't change. Like there's the same amount of oxygen molecules, the nitrogen molecules, to all the molecules as there is on the bottom on the.
First, Jeremy, do you
Why?
do you agree that air
It's bullshit.
is not oxygen, right? Air is not oxygen, and we don't live out of air. We live out of oxygen, right? You understand that, right?
Yeah, but there's more there than just oxygen. It's not like we're breathing
Yo,
pure
Jeremy,
oxygen.
it's bullshit. Because the gas has weight, it has density, right? Just like this sodium hexafluoride or whatever.
Exactly.
In air, there's density. It layers.
The gases don't follow.
It doesn't layer clearly. It's like fucking mixed up and all jumbled, but it layers generally. So as you go up, you're gonna have the more dense gases in higher concentrations. I mean, as in lower concentrations. You
That's
understand?
not what they claim is happening. As far as from the ground level, sea level to the top of Everest.
Well,
So,
fuck what they claim. That's all it could be.
I mean, that's testable right there. You could go get a jar of air from the top of Mount Everest and bring it down and see what's in it. No,
But I don't think it'll
Jeremy.
be like, you know, that. Like you'd probably have to go higher to actually find something that we can accurately gauge with our technology.
I mean, dude, can't we
Like, how
go?
are you
Don't
gonna
we go up
see-
in like planes that don't have? Like, how high up do planes go that aren't pressurized? Like they skydive out of?
Like
May I say something, guys?
9,000. What's up?
What's up, Silent?
All right, percentage. Give me a chance because I was asking Jeremy, do you agree that what we breathe, what we need to survive or to live is oxygen, not air, right? You understand these two are different, right?
We need air. No, air is different than oxygen. Yes, but we need them both.
All
to
right.
breathe.
All right. So what
You
happens
can't breathe
when
just oxygen. You can't breathe just oxygen. You need the air. You got to breathe air.
You can for a while, but you're gonna die.
You'll die.
Well, yeah,
You'll die if
in
you just breathe just oxygen.
hospitals to make you have a better breathing, they put pure oxygen, right?
Sometimes for short periods of time.
Yes,
Yeah, you
but
couldn't
that,
live.
all right. Well, that's my point. Listen, the point that I'm trying to make is that when you go to the Mount Everest, if I'm not mistaken, you're able to intake the same amount of air, but that air does not contain the same amount of oxygen. That's
Listen,
why
I'm
you
reading-
need.
Real quick,
That's
with-
why you need the
Sorry, with
oxygen tank.
hospitals, real quick, with hospitals, you're not breathing 100% oxygen. You realize that, right?
Yeah, of course not. Yeah.
Because they have the things in your nose, and the tank is 100% oxygen, but you're breathing regular air with it.
Yeah.
Listen, this is off a website, so I don't know, but it says that sea level oxygen comprises approximately 23% the air by weight, and on the summit of Mount Everest, and on the summit of Mount Everest, it still comprises 23% of the air. There's just less of it.
That is bullshit. That is bullshit because you can intake the same amount of air. What you're missing, what your lungs are missing, is the oxygen. That is not getting enough.
It's not bullshit per se, because it could
There's
be
strong winds and everything up there.
23%, and then, you know, or like it could be 23.5%, or 23.2%, or 23.07% at the surface, and then as you go up, it'll go like from 23.7 to 23.04 instead of 0.7.
It could be layering just much slower. You're saying it could be.
My
taking
point is, you
longer.
can still round it to 23%.
Think about it like this, guys. The wind up there is even stronger than down here. The wind. So the air that you take is the same amount or even more than down here. Is the oxygen is not the same amount of mixture. There's not as much oxygen up there as it is down here.
I don't think
How do
we
you
can
know?
make an argument with that side.
Yeah, there's
because
not-
the wind will carry it, will bring air from above as much as it will air from below.
Really simple. Really
Yeah,
simple.
there's not as much oxygen. Hold on. There's
From
not
where
as
do
much
we get the oxygen?
Listen, there's not as much oxygen, but there's the same ratio of all the other gases to oxygen.
I disagree.
How? Why?
Because
It's
you
not
can
true.
have
I just
nothing
explained.
up there.
It's just
You can have
beyond
nothing up there.
What's
Something is up there.
Hold up. So, Jeremy, it's just beyond our ability to actually quantify the difference. It's because it's just like that minuscule. But logically speaking,
Yeah, if you
as
want to
go
say
up,
it's off
the
by a half a
composition
percent.
changes.
If you want to say it's off by 0.5% or something, okay. But I mean,
Yeah,
it's
that's
generally
probably
the
what's
same.
going on. We just can't
All the
quantify it.
nitrogen and all the shit is still getting up that high, is what I'm saying. So like with this
Yeah,
boat
but that's
thing
not
or
that
whatever,
high in the scheme of things.
that's pretty high.
Give you another example. Why do the airplanes need to be pressurized to keep the air, the oxygen, right inside?
No.
It's
no
because humans can't breathe very well at that altitude.
Yeah, because there's not enough air to begin with, not because there's not enough oxygen or anything.
The airplane is floating on air. What are you talking about? There's not enough air.
There's not enough air. The airplane
pressure.
Yeah, it's using.
We don't live out of air, guys. We live out of oxygen.
Silent.
It's not
No,
the same
no,
thing.
that's not
You
true.
breathe pure oxygen.
Most of what you're
Ah.
breathing is not oxygen. Most of what you're breathing is nitrogen. Okay, that's what's filling up your lungs. If you didn't have nitrogen, you wouldn't, and you had oxygen, you wouldn't have enough pressure to fill up your lungs. Because nitrogen is like 80% of air. Oxygen's only 20%.
Have you ever been at high altitude, Zero?
So
no, just the airplanes. To be honest, no, never jumped from
last time I climbed a 14er, I got altitude sickness really bad.
I've been in mountains. Is that what you're talking about? No.
Yes, like high mountains. Did you get lightheaded at all?
Do I what?
Silent. The reason that you can't, sorry, Andy, but the reason you can't breathe at high altitudes properly isn't because there's not, like, you don't have enough oxygen or something. It's because you don't have enough air to actually fill up your lungs. You just don't have enough gas moving
dense.
in and out to get.
It's less dense, bro. This is the pressure gradient.
Yeah, the same volume of air has less air molecules in it, which is the issue.
Bullshit.
That's what I think it is.
Why are you
but
saying
I
bullshit,
mean,
Jerry?
Because what they're going to tell you is that there's less and less stuff as you go higher, but you can't have nothing in between these air molecules. Something has to be in between.
No, there doesn't. There doesn't have to be anything.
Oh boy, now we're back to where we were 2 days ago.
It's bullshit, man. They can't show you pressure without a vacuum. They're going to say, look at a barometer, but a barometer uses liquids.
Pressure
So, Jeremy, when we have a
vacuum?
vacuum chamber and we're pumping out the air, what's in between the top and the bottom of this chamber?
It doesn't matter because all that thing works on is the amount of liquid needed to stabilize a system, not the amount of quote-unquote air in there. It uses an oil. Vacuums use oil. And
What?
they measure the amount of quote-unquote pressure based on the amount of oil needed to stabilize the system.
What oil are you talking about?
Well, it's because
Inside
oil
of a vacuum.
You can't compress liquids. That's why. That's why they use it, and it's also a lubricant.
I told you guys earlier today, percentage, you cannot compress water.
You can compress water, just barely though, and that's why you have water pressure, increase in pressure as you go down to begin with, because water is compressible. If it wasn't, then you wouldn't have any of this pressure translating, and you wouldn't have any water pressure as you went deeper. It would instantly pass through from the top of the water column to the bottom of the water column.
I agree. You can slightly compress water, but you lost me on the second part.
Let me ask you
That's all right.
percentage. Let me ask you. If we have, you understand that when we compress air, let's say we have a 1 cube meter of volume, right, available to us. 1 liter of volume available to us. And then we compress air. Do you understand we can put more than a liter, right? That would mean compressing.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. We put more air than the capacity that will compress the air. Okay. In water, you cannot put more than that liter. And if you say that,
slightly.
hold on. If you're talking about the ocean, are you telling me that then with that bucket, eventually you're gonna start pulling more water from. How do I explain this? If it's compressed, it's because there's more of it in the same area. That's what it means to me to be compressed.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
So you're saying
Like,
that as you take water out of the pool, then the pool is gonna start rising up because it's no longer compressed?
Very, very slightly. Yes.
Are you serious?
I'm serious. So if you're in the ocean, listen, if you're in the ocean and you check the density of the water at like the surface, and then you go to the bottom of the ocean and check the density of the water, it's going to be slightly different. Why? Because the water on top and the air above it, like that entire vertical column of air and water, is pushing against the water at the bottom and is reducing the volume of it. Because water is compressible, very slightly, so it's reducing the volume of it and increasing the density as a result.
I could be wrong, man, but I'm pretty sure it's just the weight of everything above it coming down on you or the device or whatever.
Yeah,
that's what I just said. The weight on that water is increasing the density of the water.
It doesn't mean it's compressed though.
Yeah, I mean, what you're talking about is just more weight being put in a place. There's more pressure, but there's not.
The only reason there's more pressure is because it's compressible.
No.
If it was incompressible, the pressure would translate instantly to the other side.
Change the density of water, dude. No.
Those are two different
You guys
things.
don't know what incompressible means.
Yes. So the compression would translate at the speed of sound, regardless of the medium, not instantaneously.
Why would
Danny, what is your take in here? What is your take here?
To think that things are transferred instantaneously through a sound.
Why would it be the speed of sound? They're perfectly elastic collisions. Why would it be
the speed of sound is defined by the speed of sound in the material is the speed at which any like movement propagates through the material.
Sani, hold on, guys. Sani was trying to say something.
But hold up, 1 second before Zanik jumps in. The speed of sound is dictated by the density of the medium.
It's dictated on the compressibility of the medium, actually.
But I thought if it's more dense, the speed of sound travels quicker.
Yeah, it is.
Right, but it's because of the compressibility of the medium.
But it's still a finite speed. So like even in steel, right, there's a finite speed of sound in it. So like if you have like, I don't know, like imagine you had like a 1 billion mile long steel tube. You pushed on one end, it wouldn't instantly move the other end. It would propagate that wave of your hand hitting it through at the speed of sound through that steel, which is, incredibly fast, but still finite. It's not instantly.
So it's the speed of sound dependent on the medium that you're talking about.
Yeah.
The density that you're
which
talking about.
in this case would be the speed of sound through water, is the speed at which your pressure would propagate.
Which would also change with depth because you're just changing pressure and temperature with depth. But
yeah, the sound propagates better in water.
So you had me twisted for a bit.
So I guess this is just people like complaining about the word instantly. It's very fast. I'll give you that, but it's not instant.
But if it literally did not compress at all, you are correct. It would be instantaneous. But that's not how anything works.
If it now you're contradicting what you just said a second ago. What?
Oh, you cut out.
You cut out.
And that's all we heard.
If something was incompressible, it would violate Einstein GR.
There's nothing incompressible.
Every physical material will compress a little bit. Correct.
Yeah.
You need to be down about 1,000 feet to have it compress only 2% or 1%.
But it's
nonetheless it happens.
Still compressing.
So 1% compressibility. That's hardly
The reason that it propagates so quickly is because it's not very compressible. That's why the speed of sound is higher.
I disagree with that, Sonny,
and the speed of sound would also increase as you go down.
At that point, you're just throwing out numbers, and you can say any number. It's not demonstratable.
At 1 degree Celsius, hold on. At 1 degree Celsius, water cannot be compressed at all. Okay, at 33 degrees Fahrenheit, you cannot compress it anymore. It'll change temperature. It will not fucking condense. You can't condense liquids.
Talking about the
what
solid.
What are you talking about, man?
If it was solid, it would still.
You can't condense liquids, man. You can change the air pressure around them, but at 1 degree, you can heat it up. Okay, go ahead.
Brian, it's a very, very, very minute compression. It's not like air compression. It's like changing it by like a 1 part in a million.
It's
It
very,
doesn't
very slight,
cannot
but it's
change the
important.
density
That
of
slight
water.
amount.
Percentage. I
Hold on,
want to
let me just say
ask
this.
you
It's
percentage.
very,
How was
very
this
slight. Go
quantified though?
ahead, Sal. What?
How
That's why
was
when
this
you-
quantified percentage?
That's when you get. That's like when you get water in your engine, it'll hydrolock because it's incompressible for the most part. Now, is it compressible to any extent? Yes. About I can't remember how deep it was, but 1,000, 2,000 feet down, it's compressible about 1 or 2%.
Let me explain something.
But the important
if it's
thing.
a little bit compressible, hold on. If it's a little bit compressible, then you need to tell me. Okay,
How
what
do people quantify this?
Hold up.
Dude?
What are you saying, Brian?
Well, Brian,
I'm
fix your
saying
mic, bro.
If it's a little bit compressible, then you can't put a limit on fucking compression, dude. Listen, if it's a little bit compressible, then a ton, 5 gajillion more tons, there'll be a little bit more compressible. Water is not fucking compressible
Yes,
at
it
1
is,
degree.
and it doesn't
You can
matter
change
how.
the phase.
Listen,
It will
change
Hold
the
up,
phase.
Zach. Let me respond to
No,
that.
let me
Brian.
Listen, man, let me finish.
Brian,
Let me finish before you
you're
jump
off
in.
Okay, go
Liquid
ahead.
water.
Go ahead, Brian. Finish.
All you will do is change the phase, okay? But at 1 degree Celsius, right before water turns into ice, it is not compressible.
Incorrect.
Actually, at about 40
Incorrect. And
degrees
regardless of how minuscule it is, it's important. You can't minimize it because the fact that it's even that minuscule amount is what dictates whether or not we have water pressure to begin with.
Oh, the air.
Okay?
The air
As you go
pressure.
down,
Listen, if you put a
as you go
balloon
down,
in water,
you go down
That's
10
not-
feet
that's not-
and your head starts feeling like it's getting caved in because of water pressure.
If you
And
put
that
a
water
balloon
pressure is
underwater,
only
listen,
possible.
if you put a balloon
Brian,
underwater
Brian,
and start
we let
water
you speak,
vacuum,
man. Brian,
yeah,
relax.
yeah, let me respond.
So you're diving, no gear, 10, 12 feet, and you feel your head being like, almost not caving in, but you feel a lot of pressure on your head. Why? Because of that minuscule amount.
That's
If it
not
wasn't for that minuscule amount,
Now
you wouldn't have
listen
any
though, if you
pressure.
put a balloon underwater, and you pull a vacuum, that balloon will expand through the water. Okay, the water is not compressing. I understand you could raise pressure on it with air and shit, but you're not compressing water. Water is non-compressible. You can't have something that's just barely compressible. It either is or it
Sure you
isn't,
can.
man. You can't have. Oh my god, dude. So tell me. So then there has to be a finite limit of how much it can be compressed. What is that little tiny bit that you can compress water? I can't believe y'all are saying this.
What do you mean? It depends on how much water you have, how much force you have.
No, it doesn't. There's a limit.
What's the limit? Oh, when it turns into like air, basically. It turns into
Yeah.
vapor, I mean.
No, vapor is a gas. Water is a liquid.
Yeah, I mean,
know,
if you
but if you're
squeeze it
applying
enough, it's going
too
to
much
turn into
pressure-
ice.
All liquid. Well, that's why they don't use water. Well, there's a lot of reasons they use water in your brake system. The compressibility of water is different than the compressibility of certain oils.
Yeah, what's your point?
That doesn't change. If you had a viscosity or a compressibility factor that's grossly different, the weight of the medium would dictate the pressure, not whether the compressibility. That does not have any bearing at all on the pressure that you would generate in that liquid.
That's what I was trying to say. Right. You can pressurize it, but you can't compress it. That's what I was trying to say.
And I don't know where you
Bro,
got
the only
that
reason it's
from.
pressurized is because it's compressible to begin with.
No,
The necessary
that's not-
antecedent of having pressure
That's not
is
true.
for the thing to be
No,
compressible.
just stop using that term antecedent. It's a Nathanism, and
No,
it drives
that's
me crazy.
absolutely
No,
true.
it's not necessary.
You could not have pressure if it was incompressible.
Yeah, but density and
definition.
pressure are two different things, bro.
Because the stuff
Trust
would
me,
pass
density-
through in perfectly elastic collisions.
Look, density and pressure are two different things.
Hold on, Brian. I got this, Brian. Listen, mercury is not compressible.
Bullshit.
liquid.
There's nothing that's not compressible.
False. We just stated that if there was anything that's not compressible, it would totally destroy GR because sound would travel instantly through it.
No, it wouldn't. That's not how sound
Oh.
travels. If you had a
wouldn't
long
travel
stick,
instantly. It would travel at the
100
speed of
miles
sound.
long.
Of
But
Hold on.
Zanuck, think about
You had
this.
a
Think
long
about the
steel.
instant the first row of molecules moves in response to your impact, but before the second one has. There is a moment there where the instantaneous density of the thing where you hit it is greater than it used to be.
That's true.
Danik wasn't the one saying that things are incompressible, so only Brian said that.
No, Zanuck said it too.
Zanuck
He
just said
was
mercury.
compressible.
This
Mercury, I
An
don't believe, is
incompressible
compressible.
object
And
would be
me.
able to,
And that's not why you
incompressible
have
object would
pressure.
an incompressible object would break the speed of light.
We have like 1,000 psi of 10 feet of mercury, maybe more, and it's not because it's compressible. That's not the reason. It
Yes,
may be
it is.
compressible. No, it's not.
It's not the direct reason, but it's the necessary antecedent.
It's not the necessary antecedent.
I'm telling you, it is. You cannot have pressure
Necessary
with the
antecedent
thing
is
being compressible to begin with.
Nope.
No, wrong. Every
You guys are wrong.
instance that
Think
you
about it
compress
more.
percentage. Every instance that you think that you have water compressed is because they have to put air inside of that can or whatever it is to make it, because air is compressible.
No, that's not. You don't have
I would say something slightly
you
different. I would
you
say
don't have
that
a
things being
sensor.
compressible is a necessary antecedent to having like a finite speed of sound. I don't think that's necessarily the same as there being pressure. Like you could imagine, even in an ideal scenario where you have perfectly incompressible, like solid cubes, you could still derive different pressures at different depths in that just because of their
No,
weight.
you couldn't.
Sure,
Yes, you could. Absolutely.
No, you couldn't. If
Yes,
it's
you could.
perfectly incompressible, then the stuff will just pass through. All of
No,
the energy will pass through.
Percentage by
to the other
definition,
side.
by definition, the pressure at any point during that would be the exact weight of a column of that solid matter above it, which is different depending on how deep you are. Like by
Right.
definition, even in this ideal scenario, you would have different pressures at different depths.
No,
It's
by
just
definition,
strictly false to
at
say
any
otherwise.
point there will be no pressure because it's passing through always.
No, there would be pressure. Maybe we're not thinking
No.
of pressure as the same thing. But the fact that there is an object above it with weight induces a force, which across an area induces the pressure by definition. Like to ignore that, I think is wrong.
Do we agree
Okay,
that
fine.
compression,
maybe we're not
and
using this-
pressure are two different things, right? Percentage?
Well,
we agree on
so,
that.
so maybe
we
we're
might
not
just
using
have
the
different
same.
definitions,
maybe I'm not using the right word. When we say like pressure, it'll have pressure. I mean like a pressure gradient. There will be pressure in this water as you're going down. And that's not the case at all. There'll be no pressure gradient.
I think that would still happen, right? Because like if I have a solid block, right, 1 foot deep in this solid object, there is the weight of 1 foot of solid junk above me.
That's only because it's
Inducing-
compressible.
No, even if it's in steady state and it's not compressing or anything like that.
The
It was
weight-
just
No, Emerald, I'm telling you, you're wrong. The weight above will not be measurable.
you can tell me all
because
you want.
It'll translate instantly.
Alright.
Well, not instantly,
The,
but like
the
more or less.
non-physics guy is telling the physics people.
Right, but I mean, like,
how it is.
whether I'm not talking about whether it translates. I'm talking about in steady state. So all the waves of like pressure difference and stuff have settled. There is in steady state once everything has stopped moving at 1 foot depth in this solid object. There is the weight of 1 foot of solid stuff above it. So there is a given pressure at 2 feet deep. The amount of weight above it is twice as much, which is causing twice as much pressure. Like the fact that these things still
No.
have a steady state weight introduces
wouldn't.
an inherent pressure gradient, regardless of whether the things are actively, producing
I hear
shock waves
you.
or
I hear
anything
you,
like
Emerald.
that to them.
But they wouldn't have a steady state weight because there wouldn't be a steady state because you would have to be constantly applying the force, which is causing this weight.
Yeah, they
Because
are
it's
constantly applying
being
that force.
translated through at the speed of sound or what have you. So it'll stop instantly as soon as you relieve the weight or the pressure. But if you keep on applying the pressure, there will be no steady state.
Well, right, but I mean, why do you say that the weight disappears? Like, I mean, weight is a continuous phenomenon. Things don't.
Only if you're keeping on putting on the pressure, and that pressure will be instantly.
Well, no, the whole idea of weight is that objects
let's not take issue with
inherently
the word
have
instantly,
weight.
but it'll instantly pass through.
Right. The idea of weight, though, is not that weight is given by some external force. It's that the objects inherently have a weight to them, and things with matter will weigh down on things beneath them. Just
Only
period.
if it's compressible.
Well, no, period. Like it's
No,
just
not
it's
period.
just a property of matter, which is that matter has weight.
No, it's a property of compressible matter. That's why, and obviously that's
Well,
all matter.
I would
because we don't
urge you
have
to present
incompressible matter.
the physical explanation for that.
Listen, that's why
formally.
you have the imagine this ideal material, like water that doesn't compress. If you had that, you wouldn't have this issue of the weight being there, because it would be instantly passing through.
I think otherwise. You would still have a continuous density, even if the thing is not compressible. You would still have a body of water, whatever this material is, that has a continuous density, and you could
Yes, you would
still
have
attribute
continuous-
to each of those pieces of matter a weight, because
No.
matter has
Okay,
weight as
so
an inherent
hold on.
property.
Yes, you would have a constant density throughout the entire vertical, like entire column, right?
Yeah.
But it would not have a gradient as we have. We have a very small gradient in density.
I
We
would
have a
implore you to
large
provide
gradient in- hold up.
Yeah.
But are you disagreeing now? You guys,
I am
one of you
disagreeing.
guys just said that like 10,000 feet or something like that. It'll be 1%. Zanuck said that. Zanuck,
Sure.
are you
I mean, in the
saying
case
he's
of
wrong about that?
in the case of natural water, sure. But let's say this is ideal substance that has a perfectly uniform density. I would posit that there is still a gradient in pressure between them, and I would implore you to provide a physical explanation as how there could be anything otherwise. Because in a sort of classical physical explanation, each of those pieces of that uniformly dense object has a weight and must transfer, and must apply that force to objects beneath it. And
No.
as you get farther down in that substance, that weight accumulates.
No, that's only if it's compressible. Because if it's incompressible,
What do you mean no? How do we have a conservation of
let me tell
momentum
you.
if there is forces
If it-
applied without them being counteracted?
Listen, if it's incompressible, okay, the very
Yeah.
top layer of like molecules of water
Mhm.
will get this pressure from whatever's the piston or whatever that's applying the pressure, reducing the volume, right? Or trying to at least, but it's not working because it's compressible. So that pressure from the piston or what have you will go into the first layer, right? And that energy will go to the second layer and the third layer and fourth. It'll keep on going, perfectly elastic collisions, no energy lost until it reaches the bottom of whatever's holding this water,
right?
And then it goes through. There's going to be no variation in pressure at any point because it's going to be ubiquitously, homogeneously, transferring all of that energy constantly. There's no at any point in that entire tank is there going to be one place that has more pressure than another place.
That sounds patently wrong. You can get any tank full of water and measure a much greater temperature.
Because water is compressible, bro. We're imagining an ideal incompressible water, which does not exist. It's a thought experiment.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Let me think about that for a second. You think so? You have incompressible fluid.
I mean, well then, my question is like, at what threshold does the compressibility matter? Because we can do a very similar thing with things like lead, which are notoriously less compressible than water even, and yet we can still detect, if you have a tower of lead blocks, you can still tell that there's more pressure between the bottom two blocks than there are between the top two.
Mhm.
It's because the weight is, like, I agree, the external pressure might get distributed, but I think you're missing that each individual layer of molecules in this substance is going to contribute its own downward pressure due to its intrinsic
Correct.
weight.
No, he's right. He's absolutely right. Think about also that when you have it's why hydraulics will work. You keep on increasing that load, and that compressibility rate does not change. You can get hundreds and thousands of times more pressure, and this compressibility still stays at only 1%.
Yeah, but it's still compressible, and that's why the pressure is.
No, that's not.
No.
Picture yourself,
Listen, man.
Picture yourself at the bottom.
So hold up. Let's talk about the internal molecules, right? These internal molecules, if it's truly an incompressible medium, if it's truly incompressible. Sorry about that. My cat's going crazy. Anyways, if it's a truly incompressible medium, then the internal weight of these things will transfer in these perfectly elastic collisions. There will be no weight of each of the molecules. It won't have weight because it doesn't have any force that's generating because it's perfectly
you're
going
right that
through.
it might transfer. The weight doesn't disappear, right? You're right that it does transfer, but the issue is that it only transfers
downward.
So that the top layer will transfer its weight down to all the layers of the thing. The second layer from the top will only transfer its weight to the things below it. It won't transfer its weight to the thing above it. So the things below the second layer have 2 layers of weight to deal with, and the top layer only has 1. Then the third layer imparts its weight to only the things below it, and so we get this linear increase in density. The other way to think about it is
it's a chain reaction. So this energy is constantly coming.
Weight does not act upward. Period.
Yeah, it doesn't act upward, but you're getting the pressure from the piston above, and it's constantly giving this pressure. And that
I'm not
pressure
even
is
considering the
constantly
case
going.
where there is a piston. I'm considering the case where we just have these objects in isolation.
Resting.
No, but you're still imagining them as having weight to begin with, and if they have
they
weight
do.
to begin with, they're compressible.
No, that's not
Wait.
true. Having weight is not a property of compressibility. It's a property
No,
of
but if it's
matter.
weighing down, then it's a compressible medium.
That's not true.
That is true.
Picture yourself if I bury you in sand. Think about sand. These are rocks.
Bro, sand is compressible.
Like even if you just use like simple W equals mg, right? The only factors that manipulate W or weight are its mass and the local acceleration due to gravity. Which whether you consider that due to like mass attracting mass or just like an inherent property of nature. Like the point is that the only factors that affect something's weight are its mass and some constant due to nature. It has nothing to do with whether the material is compressible.
For compressible things.
That's not true. I would implore you to find any physical justification.
I don't need one because this is a hypothetical. And
it isn't
we're talking about an ideal.
Even in hypotheticals, right, we have to obey the laws of physics, right? If you want to invent a hypothetical where the laws of physics as we know them don't apply, then sure. But then it's a useless discussion.
Percentage you're using.
If you say so, but these laws of physics are only for real things. The liquid,
I want to get into Xanac. Just
compressible mediums, compressible liquids are real things. We're talking about something that's hypothetical, ideal.
Yeah,
and
I would say the laws of physics don't just apply.
This law of physics wouldn't apply to it because it's a law. A law is rooted in reality. This is not reality.
Laws of physics often don't necessarily only conform to things in reality. Like things like ideal gases don't exist in nature, but we still have laws of physics that are derived based on this idealism of what would gases be like if they had, perfectly elastic collisions. And even in these idealistic theories, they don't agree with what you're saying.
Let's say,
unicorns wouldn't fly because
I gotta get in.
because unicorns are like like horses, and horses are more dense in the air, so they wouldn't fly.
Percentage. Look, if you had a perfectly crystalline structure that was on top of all the sand and all those kernels, all those little items, particles, all were aligned perfectly, so all the edges were, and it was all done, and everything was on you. You feel the weight of it. And it was full, so let's say it's as compressed as it possibly can be. There can be no more movement. If you added 1 more pound, 1 more kilo of mass above you, it would have a direct force on your chest if that stands over you. Nothing would change. Nothing would move. There would be no compressibility. You would only have the weight of the additional material. That's why you're wrong about your.
No,
you're doing this.
That additional material.
Don't say no. You're doing this intuitively. You don't have any training in this field. You've not taken.
I don't need training.
Okay?
This is how.
It's not intuition. It's not intuition.
It's not about intuition.
You're wrong.
It's about
it is.
just like thinking it out, reasoning it out. You haven't
reasoned
reasoned it out.
All those particles were aligned, so they're all at a static state where there's no movement anymore. They're finally. It's like. Everything's locked in position. All these rocks, all these crystals, everything is edges. All edges are lined up. So when you push on it, nothing moves. There is actually no movement. If I added a little more sand to the top, or even stood on it, the pressure would be greater at the bottom because of that weight.
At the bottom of the tank. I agree with you, but not within.
Everywhere along the way. Every segment, as Emerald was saying, every little contact would have a progressive weight increase to you.
It would not.
You don't have to consider it as just between the bottom of the tank and the top. Like imagine you have a pile of these blocks of some incompressible material. Let's say it's a solid, so we don't have to deal with like things like flow. Then if you stuck your hand, say, between the top and the second from the top brick, you would feel the weight of the top brick pushing on your hand.
Yeah, that's because you're basically making your hand the bottom of this reservoir. You're just making it a new bottom.
That's by definition what the pressure is that force you feel across the area.
Because now you've made your hand. Listen, before you were saying internal pressure. Now you've made your hand the external kind of like barrier.
Well, no,
so internally
it's the exact same
in
thing.
this water or in this pit of sand,
the internal pressure of a given material at a point is defined as the force a surface of a given unit area would feel at that point. So it is entirely
but when you say internal pressure,
say,
you mean hold up, Emerald. When you say internal, that means within that medium. When you put in an object, it's no longer the internal pressure of that medium. You're putting in an object, which is feeling it. Okay.
That's what this idea. That's what the whole idea is the force that a unit pressure that a unit area would experience at that position.
Exactly.
Imagine I had a minusculely thin hand and I stuck it in that surface.
Your hand would feel it because it's not incompressible.
Bro, I can't believe you're arguing that
it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be compressed. Imagine if I had.
Hold on. How much water can you fit in a 1 liter container?
Lord.
How much can you compress? Please tell me.
I already asked this from them, Brian. I already asked this.
Okay, so let's keep it simple. All right, you have a shaft. You have an incompressible medium. You could sand, water, whatever. It's completely incompressible, right? The energy is going to transfer through it basically instantly and go to the bottom of this shaft, right? Let's say the energy is from
What do you
a
mean by
piston or something
instantly?
like that. The speed of sound. Like,
Okay.
we're not being pedantic here. So the point is, it's going to constantly transfer, right, and it's go to the bottom where it's going to be felt, like the ground or whatever's beneath this shaft, right?
Like,
The base
the
of the
idea I'm
shaft.
getting at is, imagine we cut this structure. So there's like now a top and a bottom. The pressure we would feel pushing down.
What do you mean?
Like if
You
we were
cut
to
it.
carry the top part of the structure, is identical to the internal pressure.
Hold up, I didn't get. What do you mean by you're going to cut it and now there's a top and the bottom? It's a shaft.
So like
it has
I'm
a top
talking
and a
about like
bottom.
if I stick my hand in some part of the structure at some height, that is the internal pressure, because that's
No, it's
exactly what's
not.
happening. Otherwise, it's just, it's one collection of molecules pressing down on the next collection of molecules. The only difference is either it's more of the same structure or it's my hand. And in the case of my hand, or let's say any other measuring instrument, its only purpose is to measure the pressure downward.
Emerald, your hand is not incompressible. Your hand is gonna not translate this pressure instantly or constantly. So that's why you're picking up a pressure.
Right, it doesn't
not do it if it was
the time of transfer is irrelevant. We're talking steady state.
There is no steady state because you can only have pressure in an incompressible medium if you're constantly applying the pressure.
That's not correct. You can
Lord
have
have
steady state in even a compressible medium. This is why we have water pressure, for example. Even
Listen,
though
if you're
water is
constantly
not
applying the
perfectly
pressure, then yes, you can have pressure constantly on the base of this incompressible medium shaft, right? But if you stop applying it, you're not going to have it. There is no point when you can stop applying the pressure and you can now measure the steady state of the pressure of an incompressible medium. It's going to translate almost instantly to the bottom. Always.
Go ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Hold on. Listen, it's the air pressure above the water or in the system that defines how much water pressure you have. Okay, so in other words, okay, and it's easily provable, because if you put, like I said earlier, I don't know if y'all heard me, but if you put a balloon underwater and you start drawing a vacuum in that container, the balloon will fill up. Okay, and it'll hit a point. But if you're going to say that water is compressible, then you're going to have to tell me, at least give me a kind of an approximation of how much it is compressible. It can't be just semi-compressible, and then there's a fucking limit to it. If you can compress it a little bit, you'd be able to compress it infinitely into a black hole or some shit.
At the bottom of the ocean, we're looking at 0.012. That's the factor.
How was that quantified? Hold on.
Hold on.
I have a problem with this fucking shit.
In the middle of a sentence there, Silent. Come on. So 2,700 meters, around 10,000 feet, right? And at the water is compressed 0.012 at the bottom of the ocean.
All right. I have a question for you, Sonny.
What do you mean 0.012?
Hold on, percentage.
That's what the compressibility factor would be of the water. And you figure that out by taking the change in the volume and then times the, let's see, it's K times P. K, dV.
Walk me.
45.4 times 10 to the minus 11th. Let's see.
Okay, just show your work in the text.
Yeah, you ain't got to do the math out loud in your head. But I was asking how much water can you fit in a 1 liter container? Like 1 point what? How much water under compression or whatever that you're talking about can you fit in a 1 liter bottle? Give me a quantification of that.
Super fucking low.
I would like
more than
Danny
zero.
to walk me
I think the figure
through
would
the
be-
process of coming with that conclusion, though.
So if I were to guess, my guess would be at standard pressure, you would put about 1 kilogram of water in a liter. If you were to go, I don't know, several tons of pressure, you could probably get it up to 1.01 kilogram.
I call assumption on this. I call assumption.
Right, yeah, this is all a guess. And what I'm guessing this is based off what Zanuck said. And what I think Zanuck is basing his measurements off of is people who deep dived and took water density measurements in very deep parts of the ocean. That's just what I'm thinking is happening. That, of course, could be wrong.
They actually can calculate it, and the answers are very close to those calculations. We know what the density of water is. We know what the pressure is at those depths, and the pressure follows the hydrostatics laws.
Let me ask you something, guys. Let me ask you, Zanuck and Emerald, something. If you pour in a glass, you pour some water, right? and then you add salt on that water, do you think that water is going to have the same density on the surface, on top, than in the bottom? So the oceans have salt, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Salt is denser. You wouldn't think that there's some more accumulation of salt deep in the ocean than in the surface?
I actually don't know how the salinity
Dude, you
varies.
can't compress any elements, dude. Elements are not compressible,
of
y'all.
course,
If
salt
you can't compress sodium.
Listen,
Right, I mean,
salt is going to be
you can't compress
more
the
concentrated
elements
lower
themselves,
down.
right? But you can try to make the molecules closer together.
Only thing you can compress is air, is gases. Okay,
Wrong.
it's gas law.
Everything
Oh my
is
God.
compressible. Absolutely everything.
So you must believe in black holes then, right?
No.
Why not? You can compress everything.
yeah,
there
I'm
couldn't
curious.
be a limit, bro. There could not be a
Everything
limit
on
to
Earth.
compress.
Hang on.
Everything
guess,
that's
like-
Is there a
real.
scientific law that says you can't compress water? Why would that be?
There isn't one.
Water is incompressible.
No, I'm
No, it's
asking you,
not.
is there a scientific law that says you can't compress water? Is there like a formulae?
I would say that first you gotta demonstrate that it's compressible, since you're
No, I'm
making the
just asking
positive
you. Is there?
assertion.
You know how there's a law of like
I just put
for
the I just put the equation. Hold on.
entropy. Is there a law about that, or are you
I
just
just put the
assuming
equation in the chat. You want to? Your
I don't
answer
care
is in
about
the
your
chat.
equation. Walk me through the process how they
that? No,
end
is
up
it
with
a
that
law?
equation.
Is it like a scientific fact
This
that you
is the
can't?
this is
I'm
the
asking
scientific.
you. Do
Yes.
you know that?
P equals the density times the gravity times the height.
Silent, you asked a question. You asked if salt would be lower down, like found more lower down, since
Yes.
it's more dense. I think yes. I think as you go down, the concentration of salt would increase, and I'm pretty sure we have salt lakes, like brine pools, at the bottom of the ocean.
Why would
Which is
why would it
indicative of
increase?
that.
Why was the salt increase when it's dissolved in the water?
It doesn't dissolve completely.
It doesn't dissolve it completely, and you can see this in a glass of water. Dissolve it, and you will see that in the bottom is still denser than in the top. It's really simple,
The
Sandy.
salt would
Use your
increase
fucking
if
head
the
once in a
density
while.
increases.
Sometimes.
Salt would
All that-
increase
I
if the
think
density
all that,
increases.
I just
I'm
don't
not
want
sure.
everybody to confuse density with compression. There's a difference between compression
Oh,
and
you
density.
guys keep interrupting me when I'm asking what was the process used to determine that the water down there was able to compress. If it was
Well,
only
the
by
first-
reading
first
of the
let's look at
different.
the
Hold
first-
on, I'm not finished. If it was only by the reading of this instrument that measures density, then I guess I will say that your whole formula is fucked up.
What happened? How can we get double the pressure in that in the compression isn't anywhere near something measurable? If you do it on,
I'll give-
if you
If I
got,
put
hold
a-
on,
if
if you
I
got
put a
30
s- a
if you got
brick on
30
you-
hold on, if you got at 33 feet, you got an increase of 14.7 psi in fresh water. 14.7 increase. But what did the compression do? Nothing. Nothing measurable.
Oh,
Can't even measure that.
hold on, Sandy, hold on. You have convoluted the words. We're talking about compression, not pressure.
Well, he
okay,
said
it's not the same thing.
Need compression. So there's
I'm not talking about. I never denied pressure, bro.
Stop it.
I never denied pressure. So stick with the subject. Compression.
Right.
Percentage
Like,
said
like
we
my
couldn't
question for percentage is like you're like sort of inherently relating a material's compressibility or non-compressibility to how it carries pressure. And my question is like,
I'm making it clear that you can never get more than a liter of water into a liter
right.
container.
I'm referring to something different. I'm referring to when percentage says that like something's incompressible, then you don't have pressure gradients or things like that. I'm curious what percentage you think the physical principle is behind that. Like, what's the principle that mandates that like incompressible materials must have no pressure gradients, or
gas
vice
pressure is
versa?
added to the system to give water pressure. You got to pressurize the gas in the system, or you could squeeze it with your hand. You could use pressure from your hand and squeeze water out of a balloon or a bladder or something. You're not
Like
compressing
I've heard
water.
a lot of equations on hydrostatics and things like that. I've never yet seen one that relates the compressibility of material to how it carries pressure.
I know.
So
I'm
I'm
a
curious
genius.
if you're so confident when you say, and you've said repeatedly, right, that if something were incompressible truly, like ideally, then there'd be no pressure gradient. I'm curious where you get that from, other than just as an assertion.
I literally came up with it myself because I'm that goddamn
It's
smart.
wrong. It's wrong.
Okay, yeah, if you came up with yourself,
it's
but I
absolutely
mean,
correct.
It's not
sure.
absolutely
So I mean,
wrong.
we can come up with whatever we want. Can you justify it?
That's
Yes
funny,
or no?
dude. I want to
Justified
punch my head. I
by-
want to choke myself out for agreeing with
Hold
Zanuck,
up.
man. But
It's justified by the actual knowledge and the physical laws that we have. Right?
Well, except that you've said
cannot-
yourself that
know-
the physical laws only apply to real things, so you've just
I know,
excluded the
and
physical
because
laws
they
from your
apply to
own
real
conclusion.
things, they apply to these compressible things. They cannot therefore apply to incompressible things, because the reason it's incompressible is because it has perfectly elastic collisions, which translate the energy without loss instantly. Well,
That doesn't
relatively
follow.
instantly,
Just
right?
because a law applies to situation A does not immediately imply that it doesn't apply to situation B.
It does though, because incompressible means that, and compressible, the reason we have weight is because that energy is felt.
Yeah, see, you
internally.
simplicitly assumed that the reason we have weight is because of compressibility. And again, I'd ask you, what physical principle gives you that?
Just
if there
work
is
it out,
any?
man. Like instead of chastising my thought process, maybe just
I'm not
spend some
chastising
time
it. I'm
pondering
asking
it.
you to. You said work it out. Can you lead me in
backwards
any
logic.
direction
I've
that
been
would give
trying
that
to.
conclusion?
Maybe you just need to think about it yourself.
I have, and the conclusions that I've been led
No,
to
I mean,
through
like,
my
spend a
many
little bit
years
more
of
time.
of studies in physics are that weight is not due to any kind of compressibility property. Rather, it is instead because it has mass.
I would agree with you.
That is what virtually every resource provides.
Maybe the
as
issue,
the
maybe the issue is in where we say like internal pressure versus external pressure. Every way we measure weight is an external pressure. Every time you introduce a tool or anything else to feel pressure, it's an external compressible
that's what I meant.
object.
That's what I meant with the air pressure in the system to give the water pressure. You know, I'm good with all the pressure, man, and I hear what you're saying, and I'm glad this hadn't escalated where everybody's yelling and getting all pissed off and upset. This is the way we should hold conversations. You know, let this be a model for the future. But my point is I mean, if you could compress water, if you could, and say it took 1,000 pounds of foot pounds of pressure to get one milliliter extra into a 1 liter container, then that means that 2,000 foot pounds you could get 0.2 milliliters of extra water into that liter. But the fact of the matter is water's incompressible. You can pressurize it from externally.
I
But,
think, Brian,
that's-
I think that is the pattern, right? It takes a huge amount of pressure to get just a tiny amount of water. And I think if you did continue to add on enormous amounts of pressure, you would continue to slowly compress the water. The only thing I think that would stop you, right, is eventually you're going to compress it enough that it turns into ice.
That's why I said earlier, at 1 degree Celsius, water is not compressible
6,000 psi.
because it won't even change
A
phase.
1.8% decrease in volume. That's 6,000 psi. So you're
But
telling
for real,
me
do you
that-
guys think I should publish this? Maybe I'll win the Nobel Peace
Yeah,
Prize.
you will.
Nobel
You will,
Prize
'cause
of Physics.
you're completely wrong. and
Don't
you'll
steal
be
my
put-
idea. I'm the one that made the
You're
link between these
completely
things.
wrong.
I see. You should publish it, but don't put in the part where things wouldn't be able to weigh on the scale if they weren't compressible. That's backwards logic, bro. But
didn't
I
say
like
that.
the rest of your.
I said the
you
only-
had good points other than that.
No, I didn't say that. I said the only reason we can weigh things on scale is because we're not weighing the internal pressure of an incompressible medium. Like theoretically, we wouldn't be doing
Yeah,
that.
that's
We'd
the
be
part I
weighing the
meant. That's
external
the part I
pressure
meant.
because
Don't
it's
put
an
in the
external
book.
object.
Yeah, don't put that part in the paper. That's backwards logic. Sorry. That's
It's
just
not.
my
You're just
opinion.
not getting it.
Right, percentage. The thing I would implore you to do is split up this ideal surface into layers of molecules. Try to draw a free body diagram where each of those molecules is imparting, the force of weight, the transferred pressure, etc., at steady state, and try to get all those forces to balance out and equal zero. Because if you don't, the thing's going to accelerate, right? Things are going to start moving, and it's going to be weird. I don't think unless you
Why?
have a
Why would
difference
it
of
start
pressure.
moving and be weird?
Because if you have an imbalance of force and you have a net force that's not zero, by Newton's law it accelerates.
No, that's not true. That's only for compressible things. So if you have an incompressible thing, it's automatically giving off that energy as soon as it receives it. Imagine like a beam of light, right? It's automatically giving it at every single point. And as soon as you stop the pressure, it's going to stop this flow of energy. That's what it is. A constant.
But it's not, though. You can take a steel beam, hit it. Hold on. Here's a test you can do. A long steel beam, as long as you want it to look at, but for experiment, let's say it's a mile-long beam. You smack it on one side, you're saying that instantly those molecules, because it's a solid, will transfer that energy like instantly to the other side, instantly.
Yes, if it's incompressible, that's what will happen.
No, but the reality is it doesn't. It goes at the speed of sound for that material.
Well, Zanuck, he's not talking about the reality at this point. He's talking about an ideal incompressible material.
Yeah, well, there's a consequence, man, of
There's no
things
such
being
thing
not
as an
present. So if you
ideal
compress coal,
incompressible
right? If you
material.
compress coal, it squeeze all the air out of it.
I can only hear one of you three.
There's no.
Yeah,
there's
shut up,
nowhere,
Zanuck.
there's nowhere in physics where they talk about an ideal.
Zanuck, he's aware. He's talking about non-physical materials.
Yeah, you ain't even on point, dude. Look, but if you compress coal, like and you squeeze all the air and all the fluid out of it, okay? But the elements themselves basically are not compressible, and liquids are not compressible. And the consequences of things not being compressible is it'll turn into a diamond. You put a certain amount of heat and you squeeze all the liquid and air and shit out, then but that ain't pressure, because when they squeeze,
that if it's perfectly
pressure-
incompressible, that force would be transferred instantly from one end to the other. And I guess I have to agree with you because everything is compressible to a certain extent.
But I'm trying to. I might not understand his point.
So
though,
who
man.
wants
I'm
to
trying
write the paper and have me as the first name?
You think you've discovered something that no one else has thought about?
Well, that's what you guys said.
No, we
first
all.
person to link saying that compressibility is the
I'm gonna
necessary
be
antecedent
honest.
of
I think
pressure
Emerald.
gradient.
I think Emerald. Let me finish my sentence. I think Emerald
Go
even
ahead.
agrees that if there was such a thing as a ideal incompressible material, and we both agree that's not.
Well,
even,
that's redundant because ideal
yeah.
is
Hold
incompressible.
on, I understand that does not like absolute zero is theoretical. All these other things are theoretical. That's not even theoretical. No one even talks about a theoretical material that has no compressibility. No one talks about that. So
what about
yes,
ideal gas law?
Perfectly
Ideal
elastic
gas law.
rigid rod.
All right.
If there was,
I
if
have
there
a
was,
question.
you would hit.
Not yet.
God, let
Okay.
me finish my
We should
sentence.
call it
Seriously,
ideal
finally.
medium.
You're not
Guys,
done.
You're amazing. Let me finish. So if you hit one
I've
side,
been waiting.
if I hit one side and it is perfect alignment of these molecules and there's no compressibility for whatever reason, it'd be some magical reason, then yes, it would be transferred instantly. But that's
Thank
not
you.
the way. But that's not the way. That's not reality.
I know. That's why it's an ideal medium, right?
It
Just
is
like
an ideal.
ideal gas
You-
law.
you-
Who came up with the ideal gas law, by the way? And did they win a Nobel Prize in physics?
The ideal gas law is different than what you're saying. You're saying something that's not reality.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying
sorry,
is
it's
basically
the
the ideal gas
No,
law for
we
liquid
know there's no
and
ideal
for
gases.
solids.
We know about the ideal gas law. That's different than saying this is not ideal materials. It's not
So,
ideal.
It's the same
bar,
exact
the
principle.
bar
No.
for entry, right, is that the ideal gas laws state their assumptions. Like, they state that, they treat gases like individual particles with only one interaction, which is elastic collisions and such. And then they have a self-consistent description of how the gases behave. I would ask
Right.
you,
That's why there's so many gas laws, man.
Right. Can you, in
you
this
add a factor-
situation percentage where you've got this ideal incompressible material, present even just a consistent free body diagram that shows all the forces between the molecules that makes sense and results in a net zero acceleration, such that this object is sitting on a table and not moving? I would implore. I think you can't do it.
I'm so
I think
confused right now.
I could. But you have
Hold
to
on,
kind
hold
of
on.
change your paradigm. But anyways, that's not the question I asked. Hold up, Silent. The question I asked was, who was the one that came up with the ideal gas law, and did they win a Nobel Prize for it?
I don't remember.
Dude, there's plenty of people who come up with different gas laws. You got Charles' law, you got Boyle's law, you got ideal gas law. I'm not sure the guy who came up with it, but all you got to do is add a variable, add a different factor, and model it mathematically. Okay, but the point is everybody has to agree on the onset factors, the variables. You could add any variable and model it mathematically, and make it match. But you figuring out the variables, like what we're talking about, we're breaking it down, and I'm trying to understand what you're saying, man. But I kind of disagree. But Zanuck, you need to kind of open your mind up a little bit, at least hear what he's saying, and try and consider it, and think of the consequences.
I'm gonna speak now. I'm gonna speak. Hold on, Zanuck. I've been waiting patiently.
Say something. We're letting.
I thought I'm a little bit confused because I thought that percentage, Zanuck and Emerald, are saying that every material is compressible.
Correct.
Right? And I don't know, like I'm listening, I don't know why you guys keep arguing.
Right.
And
So,
and hold on.
sorry.
And Brian and me are saying that water or liquids, some liquids are uncompressible.
Incorrect.
So I don't know
Right.
what. Oh, yeah, I mean, that's the point, right?
I think so. There are sort of two discussions I think that are happening right now. One is
There are no
whether,
ideal liquid laws, dude.
yeah,
no
one is
liquid
one
laws.
is whether
There is
real
when I make
world
it and win a
liquid,
piece.
it stays the same.
There is
So
when
it
I
doesn't-
make it and make it and win a Nobel Prize. Now, who wants to be
Yeah, maybe,
doing the
man.
groundwork on this paper?
But yeah, I
Wait,
think there are
but
two
that's
discussions
what
happening.
hold on. That's mainstream science percentage. That materials are compressible. You haven't discovered shit.
That's mainstream colloquial science. That's like like the media science. But in actuality, they say that water is slightly compressible. It's near incompressible.
No, they don't.
There is
No, yeah, they
nothing
try
that's
to.
incompressible.
If you pin them down, wait. If you pin them down, then they'll have to say that because of fucking neutron stars and black holes. But they will never say that in their papers. Look at, dude. Let me tell you something real funny. I looked up on Google, is water compressible, and I got just a bunch of word salad from every paper. Then I finally asked Google. I was like, "Is water compressible? Yes or no?" It's so funny because that was one of the keys. That was one of the keyword searches that popped up when I typed in the Y. It said yes or no because so many people tried to look this up, and they have to. And sometimes Google even sideswipes us and won't be straight with us. It's funny because it was a keyword search.
Wait,
all right, Emerald,
Hold
wouldn't give me a
on.
straight answer.
What was the answer though? When you said yes or no?
No, Google wouldn't give me a straight answer. There's no paper that'll give you a fucking straight answer on it.
Google's dumb.
I put the equations in the chat and the
Every
value.
paper that it puts you on.
6,000 psi.
Oh, Sonic, you and your
1.8%
fucking equations, bro.
Why do you feel compelled to talk over me? Let everyone have a spot here. I haven't talked.
Because we don't care about the equations, Sonic.
Quiet.
Equations can be made up and not be real.
No, they're not made up. I put it in the chat.
Oh, equations can be, most of the time are made up.
Stop talking, please. 6,000 psi.
Janet, I have a flatter for
Silent.
Does
Just shut up for a second.
Does that prove that it's right?
6,000 psi, 1.8% decrease in volume.
Yeah.
All right, and then the equations are above that for the density.
Yeah.
Zanuck, I have a flat Earth refraction model. An equation for that. Does that prove that
hold on.
Completely.
That's pretty good, Zanuck. That's pretty good, Zanuck. Now demonstrate this formula in real life.
Go down to the bottom of the ocean, you'll see that there's a.
No.
You'll find that the density of the water will be 1.8%.
I already explained why the density may be different.
Continue to talk
and it's
over
a valid explanation.
Okay.
So I'm sorry.
Right, Zanuck, I get that, like, you're explaining, like, the equation for pressure and volume, but, like, there's a baseline level of we don't trust random equations in this room that, like, beyond just, like, saying that there's an equation, like, I don't think that passes as, like, oh, so that's the truth in this room.
Well, how does P equal density, gravitational influence, and height ever been disputed? Never has been. So that pressure.
Right, but that's not what you were talking about. You were talking about, in this case, rho changing.
Right. And we see that. Well, we have the volume changing, so we got the pressure. We got the volume changing. That's the
right. Like, in which situation, like what's the practical like test that was done to show this?
Probably go to a bottom of a pool, or just look at the barometric pressure at any altitude in the atmosphere. It all follows the same rule.
Atmosphere is not liquid.
It's still a fluid. This follows fluid dynamics, and this is
you see, Emerald?
Right.
You see why
the primary law?
Zanuck, we're talking about.
Angry with that.
I know, but it's a primary law in fluid dynamics, and liquid is a fluid.
Sure, but there's a distinction between gases and liquids, even as subcategories of fluids,
right,
where one is quite well known to be compressible, and the other is the one we're actually disputing.
Right. So it's
so do you have an example of a specific test one can do to show that liquids specifically are compressible?
Yeah, they put water or any kind of liquid you want to, especially brake fluid. There are tests, we do that all the time in the racing community for testing certain types of brake fluid for their compressibility factors, and they put at under 6 to 10,000 psi and see the percentage decrease in volume. That tells it that gives you directly its compressibility.
Okay.
And I can give
Do
you that.
Do you have like sources that
Yeah.
talk about folks who have done those tests?
Yes, I'll give you some examples.
Awesome. There we go. That I think would be helpful. Oh, I think.
I hope those I hope those mofos don't show only formulas in the fucking paper. Because if that's the case, then I end up in the same shit.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? Because imagine you're like in their shoes, and you just performed this test, and you got a bunch of data. Probably the way you're gonna put that on the internet is you're gonna write a table that says, here's the pressure we put it at, and here's the number. And I get that it's easy to fudge those numbers. Like you could write whatever you want there. But at the same time, how else would you get the information across on the internet? Like if someone's posting here's
nowadays,
the test
maybe Emerald, maybe back in the day, you're right. But today, I mean, there's no excuse to have videos about every single aspect of your testing that you're doing. So if you have a test with the correct and you got the formula and you got the right results and everything, I mean, I don't see why you should not put the video with the information.
I can understand that from we're in a community that's really skeptical of things, but I think for common people who are just this is one of maybe hundreds of experiments they do. I don't know if everyone has the time to dedicate to recording videos as opposed to just oh, we got the data, great, put it in a table, put it on the website, done.
Let me ask you, Emerald. Yeah. Aren't you supposed to be a skeptic of every scientific discovery that comes up?
Sure. Yeah, I agree that a healthy level of skepticism is great, and I won't immediately trust data, which is why I'll expect multiple sources to have similar.
But that's what you just said right now. You said that for the common people, I mean, we don't expect to see this. I mean, you should be a skeptic.
So I wouldn't expect everyone to post, say, videos on the experiment. So, but I wouldn't. It's like a middle ground. I wouldn't immediately trust their data. Yet I understand why they wouldn't post something more than the data. And so, really, the only other option we have is see if more than one group does a similar experiment. This is why I think reproducibility is super important. If more than one group that are not related to each other do the same experiment and get the same results, then I think that's a sort of stronger evidence that what they're coming out with is correct.
I agree, but in this case, how many people does have this hydraulic or whatever is gonna require to compress the water?
That's a good question. Sanic, do you know how many examples there are of experiments done where folks have tested different liquids for density at pressure?
That I can't answer. I know in the racing world, brake fluid compressibility is actually more so the dissolved air in it, because air is compressible and they want to get that out of the fluid. It absorbs air over time.
It's air, cabron, air.
Well, I know that's what they're testing for. They're not that concerned with compressibility, but the compressibility is tested for. So I'm trying to get the information. I thought I had it handy, but I'm
they purge the lines. It's the air, not the liquid.
It's not the air that's dissolved in the fluid. Even when you have brake fluid, it still absorbs. It has hygroscopic principle. It actually absorbs air. Is hygroscopic. It actually absorbs air from the. It absorbs air from the atmosphere, and it takes it inside the fluid. It does that. So
is it absorbing in a dissolving sense, or
it dissolves air into it. So older fluid will have more air dissolved in it, and then it will have more compressibility because of that. And so they test it for that. And that's part of the test I'm trying to find for you.
But Sani, that only actually, I think that gives to my point, because it's only compressible because it's air in that liquid.
No.
We know air is compressible.
That's how they test. Hold on. That's how they test when it is getting older and when you want to change it, or they usually change all the time. But then when it makes it dangerous. So you test the fluid when it's brand new, when they first, develop
Yeah,
it,
that's
make it.
that's
and then they
regardless.
test-
That's
then
regardless.
they
The point
te-
here.
hold on, just stop talking over me. And then they test it, and then they can give it its compressibility factor. And every brake fluid formula is a little different. So I'll try to find that test that they actually did for that. I mentioned the
Yeah,
brake.
but that's because there's air in that
No, not
liquid.
initially. Not when it's actually
Then when
created.
it's initially, there's no compressibility.
Yes.
The reason why it becomes bad is because then it gains air in
Yes,
those
that's
lines
also
and
true,
the.
but it's still, like we've talked about before, all fluids have some level of compressibility.
That's what we're trying to figure out, Sanic.
that's-
You cannot just declare it again.
Stop it, silent. It's like a broken record with you. We all know it has we all agree that fluids have compressibility. You wanted to
No,
see it.
Zanuck, in this room we don't all agree with that.
Well, because percentage got done telling us everything's compressible, and we agreed with them.
Percentage might agree. That
Oh,
doesn't mean we all agree.
His friends don't agree.
Like this is what I was talking about earlier, right? There are sort of two separate discussions. One was about percentage talking about this ideal incompressible material and how it would behave.
Right.
And that's what I think percentage and we disagreed on. But
Right.
then there was this other discussion that we're sort of talking more about now, which is how real world fluids behave. And this is where percentage, I think Zanuck, you and I agree, but some other folks in the room don't agree. And so, no, I don't think we're on common ground to say that every fluid, that every liquid is compressible.
Well,
every liquid is capable of being pressurized.
Thank you.
Here's my argument, man. Let me get my point in. My point is here's what I'm arguing. We can pressurize any fucking fluid at all, okay? With external forces, okay? Okay, but like in a brake system, you got something physical pushing on the fucking fluid, or in other systems, and in your plumbing, you have air pushing in it, okay? So it's externally. Hold on, I'm almost done. So you could pressurize any liquid externally, but you cannot compress it.
Yeah.
Yes,
I agree. Pressurize
what
it.
they keep, and here's what they keep saying. They keep saying that it's a little bit compressible. No, it's not. If it's a little bit compressible, then we'd have a fucking scale. So you can't say, hey, well, if you put 1,000 pounds, then it compresses such and such amount. Then it would compress a such and such amount with 100 pounds or 5,000 pounds. You can't just put say it's a little bit compressible. If it's a little bit compressible, it's infinitely compressible. You just need more fucking weight or pressure or pounds. But you can pressurize gas, you can't compress it.
I think I'd agree with you. If you had, infinite weight, you could probably compress water a lot. The issue is just that, one, there's only so much weight.
That's disagreeing with me. If you agree
that
with
right
you
there,
you're disagreeing with me.
Right.
Emerald, that right there is just a declaration, baseless declaration, though, because at this point, neither you or Sanic or percentage has been able to show that the liquid is compressible. All we got is formulas and assertions. Then we ask, all right, can we have a real demonstration? Which Sanic, I thought it was gonna give us something, citation, so that I can maybe go read it. Don't worry, I'm gonna go search for this if there's like somebody with some heavy machinery doing any of these tests or something.
Right.
But
I think in general this is hard as lay people to test, right? Because there's only so much pressure we as ordinary people can put on water. Like we can squish it, but that's not that much. I think where we'll find useful measurements is probably people who do like measurements at, I don't know, like the bottom of the ocean or something like that. So I think if you looked up like ocean density versus depth, you probably find information that talks about it getting denser. Yeah, I agree. Like I as an individual, as an ordinary person, probably cannot.
You can theorize, but I tell you right now, a liter of water at the bottom of the ocean is a liter of water at the top of the ocean.
Or I mean, a liter of water, yeah, because that's just a unit of volume. Whatever. I mean,
You will never fit more than 1 liter of water.
Less volume.
No, 1 liter volume. You will never be able to do that.
Brian, that 1 liter will be 1.8% less volumetric.
What?
No, Will, there's
There's
1.8% less volume for that because and they can test this. This is the test I'm looking for, by the way. 6,000 psi will make that water reduce in volume by 1.8%.
Okay. Well, having said that, we need to rewrite all the laws. We need to get a new big G. We need to get a new big G because hold on, there's more water at the bottom. We just didn't count for it until that guy dove down to the bottom of the ocean back in the 1700s. We didn't account for that compressed water at the bottom of the ocean. And your little 0.18% is a fucking damn near fucking infinite to our imagination of how much extra water that would be. I mean, not infinite, but that'd be so much more water at the bottom than the top. You'd have to rewrite big G.
No, Brian, that would be the case if this were new information. But I guarantee you, people have probably been talking about water's density changing with depth long before
when he just says the bottom of the ocean, bro.
20th,
when he starts giving numbers, listen. When he starts giving numbers, he needs to tell me at what depth. Is it 0.18? He just throws out ambiguous fucking numbers.
2,700
because if that's
meters.
the case, hold on. If that's the case, then at 5,200, then it's going to be just such and such more. And then at 100 feet, it's going to be 1.00. Okay, it's going to scale. And then listen, without interrupting me, Zanuck.
How much more would it be?
Hold on. You can't tell me that there's a point that you hit in pressure. Shut the fuck up and let me finish, bro. I'm trying to make a point. You can't tell me that. Oh my God, dude, really? What my point is, and you can argue this, but you're saying there's a certain amount of pressure you put on water, and then bing, it jumps to fucking 0.1 or 1.187 or whatever extra. Okay,
1.8% more, and then
so you got to hit a certain pressure, and then all of a sudden you hit a mechanism. There's a triggering mechanism where it fucking all of a sudden compresses a little bit.
No. You have twice the pressure if you go down twice that depth. You know, every 33 feet, it'll increase by another 15 psi.
I'm not saying you can't pressurize it, okay? But that's external. That's an external force. Whatever you call it, gravity, whatever. That's an external
because the water has
pressurization.
weight. We know that.
You're not compressing it smaller.
Yes, it will. It will compress a little further than 1.8% at a higher pressure. The pressure goes up.
So then you would be able to tell me
pressure, you have more compressibility.
So then you'd be able to tell me how much water.
At 6,000 psi, it's 1.8% more.
Okay, so tell me exactly how much water and how much pressure. Tell me how many foot-pounds.
6,000 psi.
Hold on. To fit 1.2 liters. How about this? I'll make it easy. 1.02 liters of water into a 1 liter container. I want to know how much.
6,000 apply 6,000 psi to it, and it should fit.
What if I said 1.5?
1.2? Wait. 1.0. You said 1.01.
1.02. How many foot-pounds?
Yes. So 1.02 liters would be to fit into 1 liter. You have to compress it by using 6,000 psi, and that would roughly be 1 liter.
Okay. Now, how much for to fit 2 liters of water into that 1 liter jug?
Don't know if that's going to be possible.
There's no limit to your math, bro. It can't be a little bit compressible, bro.
Hold on. It becomes a solid with any more pressure because that's what this is how you have to understand how certain materials work. When you turn from gas to liquid
mathematically,
to a solid,
you can tell me
before then it will not compress anymore.
Zanuck, you can tell me mathematically though, dude. You just applied a formula. Now apply that same formula to fucking 2 liters.
It doesn't work like that. You're trying to use your intuition.
You can't apply that same formula.
Fluid dynamics. It doesn't work like that.
That's because you're not applying a formula. You're just throwing shit out there.
No, we're not.
I think Zanuck's not just applying a random math formula. Instead, he's trying to take things that have been measured and spit out approximations to things that have been observed.
Well, I'm calling him out because I know he's full of shit.
According to him, the thing that's observed is, up to a point, you can start compressing water a little bit, but then, when you keep adding more pressure, eventually it turns into ice.
So what that means, hold on. What that means is there's a point of pressure where you trigger a mechanism or you trigger something in water that before that foot-pounds, like at 5,000 psi, nothing at all happens. 59.99 psi, nothing happens. But when you hit 6,000, there's a mechanism that compresses water. And that's the common sense of it. That's ridiculous. I don't want to be aggressive.
It might sound ridiculous, but that's what phase diagrams
It is
show.
ridiculous, bro.
I mean, it's the same the other way around, right? Like, there's a certain pressure that you can decrease where water suddenly starts boiling. And that doesn't intuitively make sense. Like, if I reduce
Why do
the
y'all
pressure...
always bring up phase change? Every time we're talking about scale, y'all bring up phase change.
That's exactly what I just talked about. I just said if you keep adding pressure, it changes into ice. That
Just
is
like
a phase
ice
change.
melts.
I started this whole thing
ice
off.
melting.
No.
Ice will melt.
Ice under
when
pressure
it starts
does
getting
not.
slightly warmer. The pressure changes. The pressure
Anything under
changes,
pressure does not cool down or heat up. It's the act of
Brian,
pressurizing
you can get
that
ice
changes
to
the
melt.
temperature. Try to teach you something if you listen.
Right, I'm not talking about temperature.
Okay.
You can keep water the same exact temperature and still change its phase. You can have room
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Listen, though.
Yeah.
Listen. You changing phase ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. This is my point. Okay, so what you're saying is there's a certain temperature. Listen, you can all of a sudden water starts boiling at a certain temperature, but it's getting more and more active. Okay, you're getting steam. Okay, it's not just a certain point. I'm not talking about phase changes. I'm talking about if he's trying to say there's a certain psi where water becomes a little bit compressible and then never no more than that and never less than that. That is ridiculous, man. There can't be
I
a
don't
little.
think that's what Xanax saying. I think Xanax it is, as you add pressure to water, it slowly increases. It's not like a sudden jump, right? It slowly increases in density up to where at 2,700 meters, it ends up at 1% more dense. I think if you were to go maybe half as deep, maybe it'd be 0.5% as or
He didn't say that. So then we get so now I want him to tell me how much more water is there in let's say 1 million square.
Maybe this Xanax. Can you just post like a graph or something that shows where you're getting this information?
I mean, this is a direct consequence of what he's saying. If there's more water, the deeper you go, then you should be able to take a liter. Okay, listen, and if it's 6,000 psi, this is good. Listen. You can take a jar down to the bottom of the ocean and fill it up with water and put the lid on. And then bring it up and leave just like a little tiny gap of air. And then when you bring it up to the surface, it'll implode. Because that water is it would easily implode. That's another consequence of what he's saying. The reason that shit don't happen is because air is compressible. Water and air are pressurized. You could pressurize them with an external force, but you're not going to ever fit more than a liter of water into a liter container. I'm all ears though, man. I mean, I'm just giving my opinion, what I've learned and my logic. I'm hearing y'all out. I'm trying not to get all, all emotional about it because, to be stupid. I mean, it's not like y'all are trying to say the Earth's a ball or something. I like percentage, man. He's got the way he thinks, outside the box. Is we are quick to disagree on things that are, different. But some things are not so set in stone, in my opinion. A lot of things are experimentally valid, and it's different between laws and shit. We validated some things, though, man. It doesn't hurt to rethink this shit.
I got a couple of charts for you. You can look at this for your information here. You got brake fluid. That one. And then I got.
Danny, I've already seen. I mean, I've looked into the same shit I've studied. I'm talking about things that aren't in the books, like going down to the bottom of the ocean.
This will tell you. Just talked about compressibility of brake fluid or water and what happens. It doesn't. You seem to be misunderstanding phase change.
Danik, if you took a liter of a glass liter of water and put a lid on it, okay, and took it down to the bottom of the ocean, it would explode, right?
Why would it explode?
Because that water inside the jar would have to compress. So the glass would.
No, the jar outside.
That's one of your implications, buddy.
Hold on, Brian. I don't want to have a headache, so let's just let each other talk here. So we pick the bottle, we bring it down. It's like submarines deal with this. They can go down to 1,000 feet and have tremendous amounts of pressure acting on the submarine because of the the hydroscopic nature of
Get
water.
on point, bud. Get on point.
Okay.
I'm not talking
So
about
we take the bottle of water down.
I didn't say put
to
air in the bottle.
Hold on.
I said put water in the bottle.
Come on. We take that bottle of water down to 2,700 meters, and we have 6,000 psi acting on it. Now the thing would implode. Could implode. It's possible it can implode.
It would have to, according to you. It would have
Why
to.
would it have to? If the bottle can sustain,
because it would.
If the bottle that's
lose
filled with water
size.
can sustain. Hold on.
No, it would explode, Janet.
Ryan,
It would
it's not going to explode. No, because the pressure outside is greater than the inside.
Yeah. Yep, you're right. It would
So the
implode.
water, right? So you got it backward.
So what would it do? Hold on. And what would it do if we had a 1 liter bottle and it was slap full that we scooped up off the bottom and then
since water is only compressible,
hold on, and then brought it up to the surface? Then what would happen? It would expand, right? It would have to explode. It would expand because we bottled it up. We bottled it up at the bottom where you're saying.
So you're right. So it would expand by 1.8%. If that structure, if there's not room for it to expand, yes, it could crack the bottle because it wants to expand.
So imagine if we drank some water from that deep. It'd kill us. But I mean, now that's stupid. That's stupid because you couldn't ever drink it.
Why would it kill you?
I'm just I'll retract that statement but what your consequence of what you're saying is at the bottom of the ocean, if you scoop up 1 liter of water and brought it to the
communicate with you,
it would have to explode, right?
Brian,
why do you got to
if you
talk
took
over
the
me,
water in a container and sealed it up at the bottom of the ocean, it would be 1.8% denser than at the top of the ocean. So as you brought it up,
I'm not talking about density, bro. I'm talking about compressed.
Yes, it'd be compressed because it's more dense in that same container.
Okay. So when you brought it up, it would explode the bottle, right?
We brought it up. It would have a force acting on it, yes, because you started out with a volume that it want to expand by 1.8% when it got to the surface.
I think we could test that. That's interesting. That'd be an interesting thing to test. I think we could bottle up some water at the bottom of the ocean and
1%
be the exact same amount. I think it'd be exactly 1 liter at the bottom and 1 liter at the top.
Water. We've all done this before. We actually have taken water bottles and gone up to a mountain range, and you had a water bottle that's filled to the top, and you go to the very top and suddenly open it up, and then the water spills out of it.
That's air. What are you talking about, dude? You're talking about, dude. Show me that. Show me that. You're so, my God, I can't believe you just say things like that, dude. I'm just recording.
It's only a change in pressure of about 5 psi, but it's enough to change.
There's a change of air pressure, Zanuck. I'm not arguing against an external pressure. Okay. Once again, I'm not arguing against external pressures. That's easily demonstratable. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is, go ahead.
Like I think the reason the bottle might explode if you take it to the if you fill it up below the water and take it up is probably just because of pressure. The thing that'd be interesting is if we had like a 1 liter bottle exactly, fill it up, take it up to the surface, and when it explodes, we catch all the water and then see what the volume is.
Well, it would have already expanded then, but listen, you know what? It won't explode. Just so you know, Zanuck is wrong, dude. That bottle will.
The reason
that's ridiculous.
All right, like whether it explodes or not, the idea is like we take it to the surface, and once it's at the surface, we recheck its volume and see if its volume is still 1 liter.
Yeah, we can do that with air, but see, I say things like that because I'm trying to give Zanuck a consequence to his word.
I'm giving you the answer. So here, let me walk you through it. We put the bottle down there, and there's 6,000 psi acting on the outside of the bottle, and there's 6,000 psi inside the bottle with this water because we know it's 6,000 psi because we just put it in there. And we put the lid on. We're all scuba divers. We put the lid on it. Now we bring that bottle with the water up to the surface. Now what's going to happen? That water inside, to be that dense, would have to have 6,000 psi acting on it. So it's going to have 6,000 psi. The outside will go down from 6,000 psi to 14 psi. It will.
You just said it was going to explode, dude. That's why I said it's going to have to. That's why I said it will implode.
Can I just finish the experiment?
You just did.
No,
you
so
just
when
did,
you bring
bro.
it up, it will explode because there'll be a differential pressure of 6,000 psi inside the bottle because that's what it takes to make water compressed by 1.8%. And there's 14 almost like no pressure on the outside. That bottle goes boom, explodes. Before you get to the top, it'll crack and explode.
And you think that, bro? In reality,
that's reality. Dude. Now, if you want to test it, knock yourself out. Go find a way to get a bottle.
The only reason you have that pressure is because it's not shrinking.
Brian, Seriously,
Dude, let me fucking
man, what's wrong
respond,
with you?
dickhead. Dude, you
What's
sit there
wrong with
talking. I'm
you?
going to respond, and you just keep on
No, you
fucking
gotta.
talking.
I'm yelling at you because you're just constantly talking over people.
Dude, you are. Listen, when you say something and ask me a question or whatever, you got to let me respond. You can't.
Of course
let
I
me get 2
will.
words out and then
I'm not
interrupt
asking
me.
you a question. I'm telling you, if you put that
Okay, now
bottle
let
down
me
there,
respond
down
to
away-
your last
oh my God, you're
comment,
still
Zanuck.
talking over me.
Janik,
take
let
that-
me respond to your fucking
I'm
last
not
monologue.
asking for a response. I'm trying to tell you.
Can I please shut him up for a second so I can respond to his monologue?
Go ahead, respond. Knock yourself out.
Thank you, dude. Thank you. Okay, now I want an example. I want to see. Okay, in your mind, you think that that if you brought it up, it would explode. Okay, I think that pressure down there is external. Okay, and I think that if you jar up a liter of water at the bottom and you bring it up, nothing will happen because all you did is change the external force. If there's
You're
air in
wrong,
there, here's my point. If there was air in there, it would change. But there's not air in there,
Nowhere.
so that's
No
not
air.
happening. That's my
Just
point.
water.
Thanks for
Just
letting me finish,
water.
Zanuck. Thank you, bud. Thank you.
Would you know? Okay, you're done. Now my turn. Again, you put water down inside of a bottle. You fill it up. It's 6,000 psi outside. You can measure it. It's 6,000 psi inside. And we know this because the water in that depth is compressed by 1.8%. So we know when the water goes in that jar, it's compressed by 1.8%. We put the lid on it. There's no air in it. We bring it up. In order for that water to be that dense, because we know it's 1.8% more dense, it requires 6,000 psi. If the walls of that container cannot support 6,000 psi, meaning there's no pressure on the outside, then it will crack. But we had 6,000 psi at the bottom of the ocean. We are not going to have 6,000 psi anymore when we bring it up. Therefore, there'll be a pressure differential of 6,000 psi, the required pressure to make it 1.8% more dense, and 14 psi, which is the outside pressure holding the bottle together.
Okay, tell me the water difference.
Hold on. So
between
6,000
5,000
psi
foot deep.
explodes the bottle. And I know this has been done before. I have to just find it. I mean, this is common sense.
Yeah, I want you to find it, bro. I would. Hey, if you can find it, I'll quit laughing at you behind your back if you can find it. But that means all the fish that down at the bottom that you brought up, that you know, as long as they have a body, then they just blow up. They fucking turn into a balloon. You know, you're thinking of a pufferfish. In your mind, you'll really think, you know, they do. But in your mind, if you bring something down deep from down deep off the surface, it doesn't expand.
There's some deep open fish. They bring up.
The only thing that can expand is the gas in its body, bro. The only thing that would expand is the gas in its body. Everything is made of liquid down there. I mean, everything's got blood and all that. You think blood expands? Fucking.
Well, they equalize.
Pouring down deep.
It's breathing the water through its gills, and its whole system will equalize as it comes up.
But it's veins, okay, or whatever.
Yeah,
Look, you're trying to apply gas law to liquid. You're trying to apply.
By the time, if you bring it up instantly, it would get larger. Yes.
And the good news is we can get a conclusion to this as soon as you find me a jar
I don't know what
exploding.
your deal is. Seriously.
As soon as you find out that bottle exploding, bro, then we'll have a conclusion because you claimed it. So
The
it
bottle
should be easy
will
to see.
explode.
But you know what? That
if
would be
cannot
interesting to see,
withstand
wouldn't it?
6,000 psi, which I don't believe most bottles can withstand. I don't think you can put 6,000.
Oh, you said
PSI
you've
in a
seen it,
bottle and have
bro. You said you've seen it. Let's see it.
I've seen that experience. I've seen someone do that. They drop the bottle down and they'll bring up something that has that kind of density, and it cracks the bottle when they bring it up. But I have to go find that too, dude. These are things that it's just basic physics.
Hey, do you remember when you seen that, Zanuck?
No.
Okay, so maybe you didn't see it, right?
No.
In reality,
I
maybe you
I
didn't see
see
that.
it. And it's something that people know about. This is not a foreign thing.
Yeah, everybody knows that if you bring a bottle of water from the bottom of the ocean, it'll
Why do
break
you
open.
think? Let me ask you this: why would you think it wouldn't crack the bottle?
Because you're applying gas laws to liquid, dude. Everybody in here knows it. Like I said, you can apply external pressure, but a bottle of water under the ocean, it'd equalize. The glass would pay no difference. That's the same thing with animals under there, weighted up under there. They equalize. You know, you're gonna have external pressure, but they themselves are not going to compress. It's the external pressure. Like I said, you could put a balloon underwater in a vacuum, half full of water, and start evacuating it, and the balloon will blow up underwater.
Take a breath.
Because it's external.
Take a breath for a second.
External pressure, bud.
Take a breath. If that bottle cannot withstand a 1.8% increase in volume, and glass is somewhat flexible, then it will crack.
So why ain't you looking for it? Wait, did you see it in real life, Xanax?
No, I didn't see it in real life. I wasn't there.
Are you seeing it in a video?
The video.
Okay, well, please find it, man. Seriously, that's a big deal to me.
Why is it a big deal? Why is it so hard to understand that water compresses?
That's a hell of a phenomenon,
I just gave you the compression charts.
Because you're trying to compare the bottom of the ocean to like mountaintops with air. If you're trying to say that we can compress air, man, we got to write some papers, bro.
Under certain fluid temperature, and then the compressibility of the compressibility of that fluid temperature. So when I have fluid temperature of near 200 degrees, the compressibility factor goes way up. 2.5.
I'm not arguing any of that, dude.
To the -3.
I'm not arguing reality, bro, but that'd be a hell of a phenomenon. And if you say you've seen it,
it's not a hell of a phenomenon. It's called physics. So let me find something I can kind of show you what I'm talking about, and I'll
I want to see what you're seeing, bro. It's
what I'm telling you is factual. All right, this is what.
Or you could just admit you made it up, bro. If you want to admit you made it up, I'll pump the brakes. You ain't got to apologize.
I'm just telling you what happens. If you have, we know pressure goes up as you go down, and we know water is somewhat compressible. Like I told you before,
when he was bringing it up,
I gave you the 2,700 feet or 2,700 meters depth for 6,000 psi.
Okay, bro. Okay, so in your mind, this little story in your mind when he brought it up. When he brought it up, how high above the water did he have to raise it before it cracked? Was it right at exactly 14.7, or did it crack 100 foot deep under the water?
Before
you said you seen him bring it out of the water and it cracked. Let's hear it.
Yeah, cracking the way up. It wouldn't have to crack very much to neutralize. Just a small crack, boom, it neutralizes and it's fine.
Well, you're saying that's all that would happen to happen. I want to hear what did happen.
It only needs
you've seen it, right?
of its volume. You know what 1.8% of its volume would be?
Yeah, 1.8 out of 100. Parts of 100.
Yeah, so if you had a container that was 100 ounces, you'd have to get one more ounce in there.
Yeah, then you'd have 101.8 ounces then. You'd have 101.8.
Let me get you something. Dude, I know you're a skeptic, but just stop talking. Let me go find.
Oh, you asked me a question, dude. You said you know what it would be at the top.
Out of control.
Listen, once again, Janet, hold on. You need to shut up. You asked me a question. Yelling because he asked me a question and then he starts talking. He asked me how many ounces would it be at the surface under that pressure if it was 100 ounces, and I tried to say 101.8. And he does this. If you rewind the tape, you'll see me get eventually louder and louder because he does this shit on purpose, dude. He makes up a story. Okay, in my opinion, he made it up because he won't go find it, and nobody has seen somebody bring a water bottle from the bottom of the ocean or way deep and it crack at the surface. He's made it up in his head, and I'm gonna make a video out of it if he don't show me an example. Thank you.
Yeah, if you jarred a water at the bottom of a water jar at the bottom of the ocean, theoretically it could crack open when it came to the surface. In theory, because there'd be more pressure that would be coming out of the 1 liter jar, for example.
That would mean there's external pressures and internal pressures also at the bottom. So what he's doing is he's applying gas law. He's implying that the external gas pressure or the weight, he's now changed it into an internal force. Okay, and I see how he's made the mistake.
Not applying gas law.
You're applying the concept.
Here's something I know something about. Here's a compressibility chart of. Look, just open it up for him real quick. Let's talk about this. We have a 0.3% compressibility for glycofluid. Silicon fluid is 1.2%. That's why the glycofluids are more desirable for race cars. And we measure this. This is I can look. I'm trying to find what I've been trying to do over the last half hour for you. So I've been talking and arguing with you. Is trying to find the. Oh, I didn't post it. Hold on. There it is.
You've been talking and arguing. I apologize.
Hold on, for getting loud, buddy. Brian, I'm talking here, please.
I'm trying to apologize to you while when you after your sentence ended. But even apologizing to you, dude, gets you to just keep blabbing on. Go ahead.
In race cars, this is very important. Compressibility. The higher the quality of the fluid, the less compressibility. And here's it shows not only with the temperature what the compressibility is, but the different types of fluid that would be compressible. And if you notice, the silicon fluid is well over 2 or 3 times more compressible than glycol fluid. So we're looking at 0.4% versus 1.84% at 150 degrees Celsius.
I believe you. I'll accept that as known, but I want to see water. If you don't mind, I want to see examples of water compressing.
You're the one that's saying that fluids were not compressible. Here's an example where fluids are compressible, and this is the boiling points of in the 400 or 500 degree range.
Let me say water, okay? And I'm changing once again. And I said this: do not try and talk about phase changes, okay? You said liquid water, okay, at 1 degree centigrade, okay, is compressible, and you gave an amount. So, and what I said is, I said there's hold on, excuse me. I said there's a consequence to that, and that would be that at the bottom of the ocean, you have blah blah blah. You fill the bottle up, and it would crack. And then you said, oh yeah, I've seen that. So we want to see it, bro. We don't believe you, or I don't. You could be right though. I'd back off.
Of course I'm right, but I'll get the video. Hold on, I'll try to find it. Hold on.
You guys know how heat would expand a jar of water, right? So it could be that a very cold water could decrease in what mass?
Volume. The mass doesn't change. The volume will change.
Volume. There you go. Volume.
So that's another way to look at it too. You can boil. You can have super hot water and then cool it down. Water is a bad example because as it freezes, it actually expands. But you can freeze. Yeah, you can freeze water and it expands, changes the volume, breaks the glass. That happens a lot too. You want a video?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. When you change phase, that'll happen. I've seen that. I agree with that. If you change the phase, you could get pressure out of it. Even then, you could argue that it was like carbonation or water inside the bottle that cracked, like the beer or the soda bottle open. You could argue that it was the.
You can argue.
But still, I do believe you could do it with water. I won't argue that one. Man, this is some awesome new science, dude. Because I didn't know that. I didn't know that we could pressurize water. So I can put water in an airtight tank and hydraulic, and then compress it, with a plunger or whatever,